Chapter 981. Donglin Wealth, Lingshan City. The manager of Donglin Wealth was the younger brother of the Donglin Temple's abbot. A few months ago, someone bought a waste mine from the Donglin Temple and opened a wealth management shop. It was said that business was booming and the interest rate was very high. The Donglin Temple's abbot specially arranged for his most trusted younger brother to apply for the job and find out about the situation. After learning that immeasurable wealth had a huge flow of funds, he was relieved to invest all of the Donglin Temple's savings in it. Perhaps because of his identity, the younger brother was promoted very quickly in immeasurable wealth management. It did not take long for him to become a manager. After becoming a manager and seeing the flood of spirit stones pouring in every day, he gradually became jealous and wanted to swallow immeasurable wealth management. However, during this period of time, many people had invested in immeasurable wealth management, and it had tied itself to powerful people, especially the Donglin Temple. The Donglin Temple had invested all of its savings in it, so they would not let the younger brother mess around. After the abbot's younger brother figured out everything, he impatiently resigned and opened Donglin Wealth Management. With the Donglin Temple behind him, he immediately started selling wealth management products. Although not many people came to invest because of its low reputation, with the Donglin Temple behind him, he made a lot of money in a month. On this day, Buddha's birthday was approaching. The abbot's younger brother and a group of concubines were playing in the residence happily. Ha ha ha, money, money, money is a bastard. Who knew that it was so easy to earn money? Look at me now. Ha ha ha, I'll be able to build a residence with spirit stones soon. Those monks of the Donglin Temple are so stupid. They didn't dare to partner with me. Ha ha ha, it's only the first month. There will be more and more money in the future, the abbot's younger brother said happily. Master, I'm out of money for cosmetics. A batch of East Sea pearl powder came last time, a concubine said coquettishly. Buy. Master, my bracelet is outdated. I think the gem shop in front has a new batch of models. Another concubine said coquettishly. Buy. Master, that ugly madam of yours from before came to look for you again yesterday. I got someone to take her out. A concubine said in a charming voice. That stinking bitch is always looking for trouble for me. In the past, I didn't have money, so I had to give in to her every day. Now that I have money, I don't care if she dies or not. If she does well, as long as I have money, what don't I have? The younger brother suddenly had an indifferent expression. Master is wise. Ha 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 ha. I have money now. I want to enjoy the best in the world. What kind of beauty couldn't he get? If you serve me well, I can give you everything. Ha 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 ha. The younger brother laughed proudly. Yes, master. The group of concubines immediately used all their skills. Boom. Suddenly, the door was knocked open. The naked younger brother trembled and then revealed a ferocious expression. Who dares to come and spoil my mood? You are courting death. Shopkeeper, not good, our shop is going to be smashed. It was the housekeeper who knelt on the ground anxiously. What? Who dares? That younger brother said agitatedly. It's true. Many people are robbing and smashing our shop. They want master to pay. The housekeeper said anxiously. What? The younger brother immediately got up. Without caring about anything else, he put on his clothes and went straight to Donglin's Wealth. The younger brother soon arrived at Donglin's Wealth. However, the shop was already surrounded by people. Return the money, return the money. Countless people held onto the contract and made a din. Countless items were also smashed inside the shop. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you crazy? The younger brother glared and shouted. Shopkeeper, you're finally here. The group of shop assistants said excitedly. Donglin's shopkeeper is here. Ask him for money. Someone shouted. Immediately, a swarm of people swarmed over. Donglin's younger brother's expression changed. With great difficulty, he squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the shop. What are you doing? Didn't you invest properly? Why are you withdrawing money? The younger brother immediately said anxiously. It was fine if 1 or 2 people wanted a refund, but this group of people wanted a refund. Where would he get the money to return to them? After all, the money they invested had already been spent by him. It's written clearly in the contract. We can redeem it at any time. Shopkeeper, we're now acting according to the contract. One of the people who took the lead shouted. Yes, yes. Have you been tricked by someone? Why would Donglin's wealth accuse you of such a small amount of money? The younger brother immediately shouted. Don't worry about that. Shopkeeper, I gave you the money to invest on account of the Donglin Temple's abbot. Return the money now. I don't want the interest. We'll be even. How about it? Return the money immediately. The person who took the lead shouted. Yes, yes, don't ask for interest. Return the money quickly. The crowd immediately clamored. Everyone made up their minds to return the money, but how could they have the money to return it? They were not the immeasurable wealth that had been earning for months. They had only earned for a month. Furthermore, they had bought a large number of concubines and luxury goods. They had long run out of money. Don't you believe me? Why would Donglin's wealth cheat you of your money? I have the Donglin Temple behind me. Why would I care about such a small amount of money? The younger brother said anxiously. Shopkeeper, don't tell me you don't have money too. One of the people's expression changed. The younger brother did not understand what "too" meant. He only felt that he had been exposed. It's just a small amount of money. Why are you so anxious? My elder brother has money from the Donglin Temple. The younger brother said with a hint of worry. Then let's go and get the money. Return our money. Everyone clamored as if they were about to attack. The host's younger brother shuddered. He suddenly realized that although his financial management shop could earn money quickly, it wasn't as if he didn't have to pay back the money. If 1 or 2 people came to collect the debt, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if all of them came together, it would be terrible. The money was too hot. The wealth management shop was like a reverse loan shark. Everyone was his creditor, and now they were here to collect the debt. Why did he not run away? Capture him. We'll go to the Donglin Temple and collect the debt from the Donglin Temple's abbot. If the abbot does not return the debt, we'll go to the Tempest Temple and ask the Buddha to help us. One person shouted. Catch him. The crowd was excited. Even though the shop assistants tried to stop them, how could they stop these greedy creditors? City guards, come quickly. The younger brother exclaimed. But at this moment, the whole city was in chaos. All the wealth management shops were in a riot. Who would come here? The younger brother was caught by a group of creditors in the blink of an eye and escorted to the largest temple in the city, the Donglin Temple. The younger brother was suddenly terrified. After the panic, he became crazy. He said in his heart, just you wait. When we go to the Donglin Temple, I'll invite the monks of the Donglin Temple to teach you a lesson. None of you can escape. The group of people had different thoughts and soon arrived outside the Donglin Temple. However, there were already thousands of people outside the Donglin Temple. All of them were excited, and the number was still increasing. Return my hard-earned money. Donglin Temple, it's only right to return the money owed. Donglin Temple, return the money. I bought the wealth management product for the sake of the Donglin Temple. The monks of the Donglin Temple are hitting people. Return the money. Charge in with me. That's our hard-earned money. It's all ours. The abbot of the Donglin Temple went to the Hall of Great Strength. At this moment, no one was in charge. Some elders wanted to stop him, but they couldn't. In an instant, countless mobs broke through. The younger brother looked in front of him, dumbfounded. Unruly people, unruly people. You're all finished. Outside Lingshan City, in a remote restaurant. Guqin and Dragon Shenying quietly watched the chaos outside the Donglin Temple. The one who started the trouble is the Brocade Clan guard. I think I've seen him before. Dragon Shenying frowned. Lord Long has a good memory. That's right. Chaos in a city not only requires the accumulation of public anger, but also a fuse to mobilize the anger of the whole city. Only then can it explode. I didn't do it secretly enough. If only father was here. He would definitely be able to do it without leaving a trace. Even Lord Long wouldn't be able to tell. That's the Brocade Clan guard. Guqin took a sip of tea. Oh. When we first sold the wealth management products, we had already given the customers a psychological hint. Where did these wealth management products come from? These people all know that their wealth management products are used to mine the Donglin Temple's spirit stone mine. If they can't find us, they will definitely go to our spirit stone mine to recoup their losses. The other wealth management products correspond to other places. All the temples in the city, and even the city lord's mansion, should be surrounded by the people at this moment. As long as there is a fuse, the anger will not be quelled. Guqin said solemnly. What a good fuse. But have the people lost their minds? So violent? Dragon Shenying frowned. Father once told me a little about the nature of human nature. When a person is an individual, he can be refined, gentle, gentlemanly, and humble because he is only one person. However, when it was a group, their gentleness, respect, and tolerance would be torn apart. The remaining savagery, bloodthirstiness, and violence would all erupt. Moreover, it was this kind of unrestrained violence. You can look at history. When was there ever a time when the group was calm under the violence? It's impossible for them to calm down. This is not an individual, but a group. The group has lost their minds. If one or two people want to calm down, they will not be able to stop. As long as there is a fuse, it will immediately erupt into chaos. Guqin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Sure enough, one of the side courtyards of Donglin Temple began to catch fire after fighting and looting. It was not only Donglin Temple. All the temples in Lingshan City, big and small, were in chaos. A few places were on fire. City guards. The city guards also bought the wealth management products. At this moment, they couldn't wait. The city lord's mansion was strictly guarded, but at this moment, the city guards were stealing the wealth management products. It was chaos. The people, the army, and the city guards couldn't tell the difference between each other. With the fuse arranged by Guqin, they couldn't stay calm at all. Explode, explode, explode. The entire Lingshan city was in chaos. In an instant, thick smoke billowed and beacons of war rose everywhere. Lingshan City was only one of the 2,000 cities. The same scene played out in the other cities. Chaos. Complete chaos. Whether it was the wealth management products opened by Guqin or the smart people, like the manager's younger brother, all of them were in chaos. Everyone and all businesses stopped, just to get their money back. If they didn't get their money back, the anger wouldn't stop. Chapter 982. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City, in the study room. Imperial concubines sat behind the desk, and a group of trusted officials stood in front of her. The officials stood respectfully, and the study room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only Emperor Kong walked in front and reported carefully. It has begun. Imperial concubine narrowed her eyes. Yes. It is exactly as Mr. Tsang Jia predicted. Almost 90% of the shopkeepers in the 2,000 cities fled with their money at the same time. The news spread like the plague in an extremely short period of time. I believe that in less than 10 days, the entire city will be in chaos. Emperor Kong said solemnly. Imperial concubine looked at Tsang Jia. Mister, do you think so too? Sung Jia stepped out and shook his head slightly. I believe that in less than a day, the entire city will be in chaos. Emperor Kong at the side raised his eyebrows. How is that possible? Mr. Sung Jia, there are so many people in the city, and the city is so big. How can this news spread in a day? Emperor Kong, if you don't believe me, you can report it tomorrow. Sung Jia said with a smile. The study room fell into a dead silence. A day? How was it possible that 2,000 cities would be in chaos in a day? Inform everyone that from now on, as long as there is any strange news, report it immediately. Imperial concubine said in a deep voice. Yes. Immediately, an official went to inform everyone. Since Sung Jia said one day, no one had any intention of leaving. Then, they would wait and see what would happen on this day. One day was not a long time. Intelligence officers came in and out, continuously gathering information from all over the place. The 2,000 cities were progressing at almost the same time. Imperial concubine and the officials listened carefully, and the more they listened, the more frightened they became. Chaos, chaos, chaos. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 cities were in chaos. In fact, the commoners even started to kill the officials and set fire to the temples. The signs of chaos began. 1.5 days later, the rioting people started to hunt down the monks, snatching all the properties of the monks, and robbing the spirit stones. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. In the study room, there was dead silence. Li Mu, if I were to ask you to lead an army to attack the 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain holy grounds, how many can you take down? Matriarch Ji looked at a man who looked like a general. The general had a strange expression. His Holiness, I feel that the 2,000 cities have been completely destroyed. When the army went to war, these 2,000 cities and even the city gates were left unguarded. After Li Mu finished speaking, everyone in the study was shocked. 2,000 cities were destroyed in a single day. What a terrifying wealth management shop! Emperor Kong exclaimed in shock. In war, one must fight head-on and win by surprise. Attacking cities step by step was the foundation, and winning by surprise was only the icing on the cake. But now, they had only won by surprise. In a single night, 2,000 cities had been destroyed. What a terrible strategy! His Holiness, I am willing to lead the army and take over as many spiritual mountain cities as possible. Li Mu immediately said respectfully. His Holiness, this subject is willing to fight. His Holiness, this subject is willing to fight. All of a sudden, many of the generals began to shout out. Attacking cities and seizing territory was basically taking everything. Wherever they went, they would take everything. How was this a war? It was simply taking credit. Empress Ji did not say anything. Instead, she fell into deep thought. The person behind this is the terrifying one. Silently, in a single night, 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain were destroyed. What a terrifying business war! Without shedding a drop of blood, they destroyed the roots of the spiritual mountain. Emperor Kong exclaimed in shock. Who is it? Who is so capable? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. Seeing 2,000 cities being destroyed in an instant, no matter who it was, they would be shocked. What if this business war happened in the Great Yellow Dynasty? Thinking of that scene, Empress Ji could not help but feel goosebumps all over her body. By the way, His Holiness, this subject has sent people to investigate the Great Yellow Dynasty. In the Great Yellow Dynasty, there are people who have started to set up shop in 16 cities. However, they are not successful yet. I don't think they are on the same side as the spiritual mountain. Sung Jie said. The moment Sung Jie spoke, the expressions of everyone in the study changed. Empress Ji's face turned gloomy. Capture all the people who set up shop in the Great Yellow Dynasty. From now on, if anyone dares to set up a shop in the spiritual mountain, capture them as a warning to others. If anyone dares to resist, exterminate their entire family. No, Exterminate all 9 generations. Empress Ji gave the order in an instant. Clearly, Empress Ji, who was fearless even when facing Yuanshi Tianzuan, was afraid of a small shop. Only fear would cause her to give such an order. Yes. Everyone in the study answered in unison. They were all Empress Ji's trusted aides. If Empress Ji made a mistake, all of them would remonstrate with her. Empress Ji had never been headstrong and self-opinionated. She also hoped that there would be a voice that disagreed with her. That way, she would be able to rule for a long time. But at this moment, none of the remonstrating officials dared to speak. They all agreed with Empress Ji's order to exterminate all 9 generations of their families. Everyone could imagine how terrifying it would be to destroy an empire in a single day. Who would dare to take the risk? His Holiness, do we still need to send out troops? Li Mu asked anxiously. Empress Ji shook her head. Wait a little longer. We don't know who the mastermind is yet. Now is not the right time to act recklessly. Yes. Li Mu replied. The group of generals did not ask for battle anymore. Emperor Kong, I asked you to send people to investigate who the mastermind is. Have you found anything? Empress Ji looked at Emperor Kong. Emperor Kong smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, the mastermind behind this is too cunning. Oh. In the past 6 months, they have been constantly using people related to the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain to be the shop assistants and shopkeepers, but their own people have disappeared one after another. Obviously, they had already thought of a perfect plan to retreat. Those people who were related to the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain were also fools. Although the pay was very high, the spiritual stones were just puppets. It was just for today, to help the people shift their hatred to the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain. The wealth management shop was originally just a commercial activity, but they cleverly turned it into a policy. They turned the thousands of temples as their backing, and the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain as their backing. The monks can run, but the temples can't. Everyone has been led astray by them, and their people have quietly retreated with all the spiritual stones. They are all gone, not a single trace. Not a single soldier was injured. How terrifying! Feng Bo said with an unsightly expression. What a meticulous plan, what a vicious plan. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. This person is too terrifying. There is no trace of the mastermind. Emperor Kong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Empress Ji looked at Sung Jie. Sung Jie didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Mr. Sung Jie, what do you think? Empress Ji asked. This wealth management shop is targeted at the Spiritual Mountain Holy Ground. Hence, I feel that we should target the enemies of the Spiritual Mountain Holy Ground. Such an organization is at least an imperial dynasty or an intermediate sect. Sung Jie analyzed. That's right, enemies. Although the Spiritual Mountain Holy Ground has always said that they are benevolent, the expansion of the Spiritual Mountain Holy Ground is bloody. These 2,000 cities used to be the territories of the various great powers. Although those powers were destroyed, their descendants established new powers. They have always hated the Spiritual Mountain Holy Ground. Emperor Kong's expression changed. Empress Ji nodded. The enemies of the Spiritual Mountain Holy Ground, not to mention the Great Yan Empire and the Wanshou Taoism, there are still 8 imperial dynasties and 9 intermediate sects. Mr. Sung Jie, are you saying that the mastermind behind this is the leader of these 17 great powers? Sung Jie was silent for a moment before he said, His Holiness, in fact, there has been a commercial war in the past. Moreover, this subject has emphasized on His Holiness. Oh. Similar to this commercial war? Empress Ji raised her eyebrows. Such a commercial war was terrifying to the extreme. In a day, 2,000 cities were destroyed. To everyone, this was the first time they had seen such a shocking battle. Sung Jie said that there had been such a thing in the past. Why didn't I know about it? His Holiness, Do you remember the Han imperial dynasty's Gu Hai? Sung Jia asked solemnly. Gu Hai. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. Impossible. Although Gu Hai has enmity with the spiritual mountain Holy Ground, the Han imperial dynasty is in the north of the divine continent. It is separated from the spiritual mountain Holy Ground by many great powers. With such a great distance, how could he cause such a huge commotion? Emperor Kong said in shock. Sung Jia ignored Emperor Kong. Instead, he continued, His Majesty told this official to understand Gu Hai, so this official paid attention to everything. He fought his way up step by step. He did do it once before, but the situation was different. However, the result was the same. When he was immortal, he used the Shang donation, which could be considered a stroke of genius. He did not even use a single soldier, using the Shang Dao to destroy a mortal Song nation. Mortal realm? All the subjects were shocked. Empress Ji suddenly remembered. Gu Hai entered the cultivation world because of that commercial war. I remember now. The plan to destroy the Song nation. Sung Jia nodded. This Gu Hai's business skills are extraordinary. For such a large-scale battle, he used it so skillfully. It is terrifying. There was a sudden silence in the study. Terrifying? This was Mr. Sung Jia's evaluation. Mr. Sung Jia rarely evaluated others. Gu Hai is the mastermind behind the chaos in the 2000 cities of the spiritual mountain. Empress Ji's eyes flashed with a serious look. He is a major suspect. His Holiness might as well focus on investigating Gu Hai. Sung Jia said solemnly. Sung Jia did not use a certain tone. However, since Sung Jia mentioned Gu Hai, it was clear that Gu Hai was the culprit. Emperor Kong, inform all the spies in the Han imperial dynasty and the spiritual mountain Holy Ground to investigate this matter. I do not wish to hear anything that is unclear. Empress Ji instructed. Yes. Emperor Kong answered. Spiritual mountain Holy Ground. When the 2000 cities were in chaos, the day of the Buddha's birthday arrived. Great Thunderclap Temple, outside the Great Strength Hall. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats stood respectfully in all directions, chanting the Amitabha Buddha's mantra. All of them had smiles on their faces as they looked at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. Jiang Rulai slowly stepped out of the hall. We pay our respects to the Buddha. All the monks bowed respectfully. Jiang Rulai nodded slightly. A golden lotus suddenly appeared under his feet. This was the 12th treasure of Ligu. It was originally a 12th grade golden lotus, but after the mosquito Daoren secretly ate it, it became a 9th grade golden lotus. Stepping on the 9th grade golden lotus, Jiang Rulai emitted a Buddhist light, causing everyone to feel a boundless radiance. The Buddha is going to preach the Tao. All disciples of the Buddha, please take a seat and listen. The Buddha of the past said. Yes. All the monks immediately bowed. Then, a 1st grade golden lotus appeared under the Buddhas. The Bodhisattvas sat on white lotus platforms, while the Arhats sat on praying mats. Listen to the Buddha said. A grand event. Chapter 983. At the entrance of the great Buddha's hall in the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Jiang Rulai stood on the 9th grade golden lotus and looked down at the countless Buddhist disciples standing respectfully around him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats all stood respectfully, their eyes full of piety. The providence in the sky was also extremely dense, and waves of Buddhist chants sounded around the great Buddha's hall. The image of thousands of Buddhas. In today's world, which Buddhist cultivator did not yearn for the sacred ground of Mount Numinous? This place seemed to have become the ancestral court of Buddhism. It was an honor to enter the western Mount Numinous. After hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, he could be considered to have commanded 90% of the Buddhist disciples. Thousands of Buddhas. He was the Buddha worshipped by thousands of Buddhas, the Buddha above all Buddhas. Looking at the dense providence in the sky, Jiang Rulai's eyes changed intensely. He still remembered the moment when the vast freedom heavenly demon sent him to the world of the living. At that time, he was nothing, but now, he had unified Buddhism. In the past, all the monks in the world chanted the Amateus Buddha. But now, the Amateus Buddha was nothing more than a legend. He was the Buddha of legends. As for him, he was the current Buddha, the Buddha of the present, the ancestor of all Buddhas. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats looked at Jiang Rulai strangely. They did not know what the Buddha was going to do, but they were all devout believers, so they naturally did not disturb him. However, they saw that Jiang Rulai's eyes changed for a while before he finally made a decision. Stepping on the golden lotus, Jiang Rulai suddenly made a hand gesture slowly. Jiang Rulai pointed to the sky with one hand and the earth with the other. Is this a new Buddhist Dharma seal? All the monks asked curiously. In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one. Jiang Rulai suddenly said. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire Mount Numinous. In the sky above the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, the Sea of Providence suddenly churned. Countless Buddhist chants surrounded Jiang Rulai's domineering voice and echoed in the void. A wave of panic spread from Jiang Rulai's body. With one hand pointing to the sky and the earth, he was the only one in the heavens and on the earth. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to pause for a moment. They were surprised. It was like a riddle. Many people did not understand. Some of the Buddhas were enlightened. Their expressions changed as they suppressed the astonishment in their hearts. The expressions of the Bodhisattvas changed drastically. This was because they could see the importance of the Buddha's sermon this time. He was not only talking about demons, but also seemed to have something more important to announce to the world. Between heaven and earth, I am the only one. This was a declaration of his ambition and position to all the monks. The Arhats were enlightened one after another. While they were enlightened, they were also uncertain. Only the Buddha of the past was the first to follow. He suddenly put his palms together and said respectfully, Namo Tathagata present Buddha. Namo means convert. Conversion, Tathagata, and now Buddha. In the past, it was Namo Amateus Buddha. Now, it was Tathagata Buddha. This was to change the Buddhist name of all Buddhist disciples in the world. He wanted all Buddhists in the world to stop chanting Amateus Buddha, and instead chant Tathagata present Buddha. This was a revolution in Buddhism. The difference of a slogan caused a huge uproar. Now, Jiang Rulai was the Buddha. He unified Buddhism and could command all the Buddhist disciples in the world. Perhaps after countless years, other Buddhas would also unify Buddhism. However, unifying Buddhism and chanting by all Buddhas were not the same thing. In history, other than Jiang Rulai, Nalanda Temple had also commanded Buddhism, and Vajra Temple had also commanded Buddhism. However, no one dared to use their name as a Buddhist name like Jiang Rulai. Was this a complete change in the inheritance of Buddhism? The world's Buddhist cultivation no longer started with Amateus Buddha, but changed to Tathagata present Buddha. The Buddha of the past chanted. Immediately, many monks began to chant along with him. Namo Tathagata present Buddha. Namo Tathagata present Buddha. The sound of worship was endless. Most of them were Jiang Rulai's disciples. At this moment, they were officially changing the inheritance of Buddhism in the world. More and more people chanted Namo Tathagata present Buddha. At the same time, a special merit poured into Jiang Rulai's body. Jiang Rulai felt extremely comfortable all over. Originally, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a different voice sounded. Namo Tathagata present Buddha. Ridiculous, ridiculous. I have devoted myself to Buddhism and chanted Amateus Buddha in order to feel the ancient Amateus Buddha's Buddhist teachings. It is out of respect, not because of authority. Today, the Buddha wants to change the holiness of Buddhism in my heart. I dare not agree, and I am terrified. This is not the original intention of Buddhism. Buddhism is to save all living beings, not to be the only one. Being the only one is insulting the original intention of Buddhism and monopolizing Buddhism. What does it mean to be a devil? I don't want to listen to the devil here. Goodbye. A bodhisattva suddenly shouted. While shouting, the bodhisattva suddenly stood up and was about to leave. Devil? This bodhisattva dared to say that the Buddha was a devil. How dare he? How dare you? How dare you criticize the Buddha? You dare to call the Buddha a devil? Your Buddhist teachings were passed down by the Buddha. The bodhisattvas, and arhats immediately shouted. Jiang Rulai also showed a sullen expression. The past Buddha's expression changed. Wenshin Bodhisattva. I recall that you are on good terms with Bodhisattva Yan Sheng. That Bodhisattva Yan Sheng is in cahoots with the demon Gu Hai. Are you trying to help the demon? The past Buddha's cold shout immediately determined the Wenshin Bodhisattva's position. It turns out that you are a friend of the demon. How dare you mess with my Buddhist teachings? A bodhisattva immediately shouted. Buddha, this Wenshin Bodhisattva has already fallen to the demonic path. This disciple is willing to subdue the demon. A bodhisattva immediately shouted. Amateus Tathagata present Buddha. Wenshin, you are not fit to be a bodhisattva. This is a demon. Quickly take him down. Another bodhisattva shouted. The Wenshin Bodhisattva had already flown into the air. When he saw the group of Jiang Rulai's lackeys criticizing him, he snorted coldly. Humph. You all cultivate Buddhism and think that you are the only one? You do not care about the common people and think of the sovereign? I, Wenshin Bodhisattva, disdain to be associated with you all. Goodbye. Where do you think you are going? The past Buddha snorted coldly. As the past Buddha snorted, the world-illuminating lamp suddenly flew out. Then, a large flame suddenly encased the Wenshin Bodhisattva. Ah! The Wenshin Bodhisattva screamed miserably. Those who mess with Buddhism are no different from demons. They should be subdued. The past Buddha shouted coldly. Boom! The fire burned, looking like it would destroy the Wenshin Bodhisattva. Demon! You bunch of demons! Buddhist cultivators should be benevolent. You all eliminated your dissidents and proclaimed yourselves kings. You are demons. The spiritual mountain's holy land is a demon's den. Jiang Rulai. You are a Tathagata heavenly demon. You are a demon. Demon. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. The Wenshin Bodhisattva burned to nothing. In the blink of an eye, everyone at the Great Strength Hall's entrance fell deathly silent. Those who were wavering earlier immediately showed horror. Namo Tathagata present Buddha. All the monks suddenly bowed respectfully. At this moment, Jiang Rulai's expression finally looked better. Although the 10,000 Buddhas admitted it, as long as the 10,000 Buddhas admitted it, as long as they changed their Buddhist name to Namo Tathagata present Buddha, everything would be enough. Who would remember the bloodshed now in the future? Winner takes all. Most of the things in the world only depended on the results. Jiang Rulai looked at all the disciples standing respectfully. Whether they were willing or secretly resentful, as long as they were respectful on the surface, it was enough. I want to open a Buddhist world, a world where only Buddhist disciples can live. Those who enter this world will become Buddhas, live forever, and glorify Buddhism. Jiang Rulai said. Everyone will become Buddhas. Live forever. The eyes of the monks who were still gloomy suddenly lit up. Who would not like to become Buddhas? Becoming Buddhas required self-awareness. This was strange for other cultivators, but Buddhist cultivators were like this. Because once self-awareness was achieved, their cultivation level would rise directly. Sometimes, Buddhist cultivation was just a thought. As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Once self-awareness was achieved, even a mortal ascetic monk's cultivation level could instantly soar to the sky. Who did not want to become Buddha? Everyone's eyes lit up, especially when they heard the words, live forever. It was impossible to live forever, but dying and reincarnating again and again, just like Jiang Rulai. It had been 800,000 years. If he was an ordinary cultivator, he would have died long ago, but he could live until now. Could it be said that he lived forever? Was he going to impart this to all the disciples? All the monks looked at Jiang Rulai eagerly. Jiang Rulai smiled slightly, using the carrot and stick. After the violent suppression just now and a little sweetness, these disciples would be dead set on following him. This Buddhist world is called the whirling world. Everything has been prepared. It could have been opened thousands of years ago, but... Jiang Rulai sighed slightly. Buddha, why is it delayed until now? The Buddha of the past was puzzled. Everyone looked at Jiang Rulai. Because the most important external framework of the whirling world has been stolen. Jiang Rulai said. Huh? Who dares to steal the framework of the whirling world? Everyone's eyes widened. The Long Zhanghua of the Deqian celestial dynasty stole the immortal dome of Buddha. Now, the immortal dome of Buddha has fallen into the hands of Gu Hai. Jiang Rulai said. Huh? Immortal dome? So, the immortal dome of the Long Zhanghua used to belong to the Buddha. Now, it has been taken by the demon Gu Hai. That's the treasure of our spiritual mountain. A bodhisattva's face darkened. The demon is rampant. We must subdue the demon. Destroy the demon dynasty and take back the immortal dome of Buddha. Faced with the opportunity to become a Buddha, many monks shouted. However, there were also some monks who were doubtful and doubtful. Jiang Rulai said unhurriedly, I already have the reincarnation pool. I can recreate reincarnation in the immortal dome of Buddha. I also have the 18 levels of hell as its foundation. The disciples of Buddhism can comprehend the truth of heaven and earth in the reincarnation cycle. They can become Buddhas in the chaos. Buddha, we must take back the immortal dome of Buddha. Many bodhisattvas and arhats shouted excitedly. The Buddha of the past said again, the demon dynasty Dahan has caused chaos in our spiritual mountain many times and killed countless disciples of Buddhism. He should be a peerless demon. In the past, in order to cultivate the demonic arts, he killed 200 million people in Three Mountain City. In order to stop people from spreading rumors, he even framed our sacred mountain for this monstrous crime. Great demon Gu Hai, everyone has the right to kill him. Great demon Gu Hai, everyone has the right to kill him. Countless disciples of Buddhism said angrily with red eyes. Only a few people knew the truth of Three Mountain City. Naturally, they knew that the Buddha of the past was slandering Gu Hai. However, these few people did not dare to say anything. Now that the crowd was agitated, did they want to end up like the Bodhisattva just now? Today, I will preach the Tao. I will discuss with everyone how to destroy this peerless demon, take back the immortal dome of Buddha, and return the world to peace. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Countless disciples answered. Chapter 984. The Spiritual Mountain's Holy Land. Jiang Rulai stood on the rank 9 golden lotus and twisted the facts, placing the Dahan dynasty above the demons. Then, he discussed with the Spiritual Mountain's disciples how to destroy the demons. Everyone, do you have any suggestions? Jiang Rulai looked at everyone. The past Buddha, who seemed to have planned this beforehand, was the first to speak. Gautama Buddha, this disciple has something to say, the past Buddha said solemnly. Oh. Everyone looked at the past Buddha. That great demon Gu Hai stirred up trouble in the spiritual mountain in the past, killing countless disciples of the spiritual mountain. His demonic nature is strong and cannot be ignored. He even went against the spiritual mountain time and time again, slandering Buddhism. He is the greatest evil in the world. However, he has the protection of the demonic dynasty's Dahan. In the demonic dynasty, he can mobilize the power of the world and has overwhelming power. This disciple is thinking that we need to cut off his wings so that he cannot spread his wings and soar. Then, we can destroy this great demon, the past Buddha said solemnly. Past Buddha, please elaborate. Jiang Rulai said. Gu Hai can mobilize the power of the demonic dynasty. However, what if there is no dynasty for him to mobilize? What if the people do not lend their strength to him? The past Buddha asked with a smile. You mean to say that we should send our Buddhist disciples to the demonic dynasty's Dahan to convert the people and expose Gu Hai, so that the people of the demonic dynasty can distinguish between good and evil and abandon the darkness for the light? So that the Dahan's luck will scatter without attacking? Jiang Rulai asked. Yes, that is what this disciple means. He has the demonic dynasty's Dahan. Although he gathered a large number of demons in a short time, how can he compare to the foundation of the spiritual mountain's holy land? We have hundreds of millions of Buddhist disciples. If you send us Buddhist disciples to the various cities of the Dahan to convert the people, it will be a boundless meritorious deed, the past Buddha said. The moment the past Buddha spoke, a bodhisattva seemed to have planned this beforehand. Gautama Buddha, this disciple is willing. Oh. Disciple, solemnly said the bodhisattva, disciple is not talented, but I have a heart that aspires to Buddha. That devil has stolen the celestial dome of Buddha, so we must get it back as soon as possible. The people of the devil dynasty Dahan have been bewitched by the devil and are struggling in the sea of suffering. Disciple is willing to save the refugees and enter the embrace of Buddha. Disciple is willing. Your disciple is willing, Buddha. This disciple is willing to help the refugees of the demon dynasty. One by one, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats spoke one after another, clamoring to bring people to preach. Jiang Rulai looked at the group of Buddhist disciples who were brimming with fighting spirit and revealed a faint smile. I'm going to teach you a soul expiation mantra. Recite this mantra and you'll be able to expiate the stubborn commoners at a faster rate. Jiang Rulai said. Thank you, Buddha. Everyone said respectfully. Jiang Rulai slowly recited a Buddhist mantra. As they recited, some of the bodhisattvas in the crowd began to frown. Is this the soul expiation incantation? Was it a spell to manipulate one's mind? Was it hypnosis? Hypnotizing the people to listen to his orders? Moreover, after the hypnosis, the people's consciousness would be greatly damaged. In mild cases, their memory would deteriorate, and in severe cases, their consciousness would be in chaos, turning them into lunatics. Was he really going to use the soul expiation mantra on the commoners? Those who are stubborn are colluding with the demon dynasty. You don't have to be polite. Remember, you're saving them from the abyss of suffering. Jiang Rulai said. Yes. Many Buddhist disciples shouted excitedly. However, some of them frowned slightly. Was this really okay? At the side, the past Buddha laughed. Buddha, once the demonic dynasty's great Han dynasty collapses, Gu Hai will become a rootless duckweed. Buddha, if you take action, you will be able to eliminate the demonic dynasty and protect Buddha in the blink of an eye, bringing glory to our Buddhist Tao. I'll do my best to eliminate the demon dynasty for the common people. Jiang Rulai pressed his palms together. Amitba Tathagata, present Buddha. All the Buddhist disciples pressed their palms together and said respectfully. No matter what, all the Buddhist disciples understood that the spirit mountain was going to deal with Gu Hai with thunderous means this time. Gu Hai was done for. Destroying the Dahan's luck by harming the commoners. I'm not talented enough to do that. Farewell. Suddenly, another bodhisattva soared into the sky. Obviously, the Manching bodhisattva was not the only righteous monk. Jiang Rulai's face darkened. Pewed bodhisattva, you can't bear to see the demon dynasty destroyed? Don't you want to become a Buddha? The past Buddha glared at him. What does a Buddha like you have to do with the demon dynasty? Ha ha ha, I finally understand why the Manching bodhisattva disdains colluding with the demon dynasty. I've been forcing myself to endure, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, going against the Buddha's benevolence. Saving the common people is the true intention of the Buddha. You'll do whatever it takes to achieve your goal and harm the common people. I won't do that. Farewell. Pute Bodhisattva shouted and soared into the sky. Pute Bodhisattva, you're finding excuses for the demon dynasty. It seems that you've also been bewitched by the demon dynasty. Everyone has the right to kill the demon dynasty. Since you've joined the demon dynasty, then go with the demon. The past Buddha waved his hand. Boom! The world-illuminating lamp emitted a raging fire again, shrouding the fleeing Pute Bodhisattva. Ah, past Buddha, you don't care about the common people or the emperor. You'll all die a horrible death. What goes around comes around. Look at the sky. Who will the heavens spare? You'll be destroyed by the heavens and earth in the future. It's not that you won't be punished, but it's not time yet. You've harmed the common people, so you'll be killed by the common people in the future. Today, you'll do whatever it takes to achieve your goal and destroy the fate of the holy mountain. Ah, ah, ah. In the fire, Pute Bodhisattva roared in pain. Stubborn. The past Buddha snorted. Boom. The fire broke out in an instant, burning Pute Bodhisattva into nothingness. Pute Bodhisattva, you've been bewitched by the demon dynasty. We're destroying the fate of the demon dynasty in order to save the common people. What does he know? The Buddha is about to establish the whirling world. Buddhism will last forever. Our holy mountain's fate will only become more prosperous and live as long as the heavens. Who can hurt our holy mountain's fate? How can the holy mountain with its 2,000 cities and its fate be destroyed? What a joke! The past Buddha laughed out loud. The holy mountain's fate will live as long as the heavens and prosper as long as the world. All the Buddhist disciples suddenly shouted. Jiang Rulai was also full of confidence as he looked up at the sky. The holy mountain's fate will live as long as the heavens and prosper as long as the world. In the future, when the world is commanded, all sects will obey. The world is in my hands. The entire Mahavira hall was immersed in a great sense of pride and excitement. The holy mountain's fate will live as long as the heavens and prosper as long as the world. Hong! Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out above the Sea of Providence. Everyone was startled by the explosion. Roar! Above the Sea of Fate, there was a sorrowful and despairing dragon roar. What's wrong? Jiang Rulai's face changed. Rumble. Suddenly, the huge amount of fate started to flow away rapidly. It was rolling and dissipating quickly. What's going on? What's going on? Why is the holy mountain's fate dissipating? It's dissipating so quickly. What's going on? Pute Bodhisattva just said that the holy mountain's fate meat has been destroyed. Karma? Retribution? No, that's impossible. There must be a mistake. At the entrance of the Mahavira hall, all the monks were in a panic. Even Jiang Rulai's face changed drastically. He hadn't even gone to destroy the Dahan's fate meat yet. Why was there a problem with his own fate meat? What's going on? What's going on? The Buddha of the past was also shocked. Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do, report, emergency report from Holy Mountain City. Holy Mountain City is in chaos. The city lord has been killed by the rioters. Report, emergency report from Golden Mountain City. The Golden Mountain Temple, Golden Cloud Temple, and Golden Water Temple have all been destroyed by the rioters. The Buddha statue has also been smashed. Smoke is rising everywhere. Report, Spirit Cloud City. Report. Suddenly, countless disciples of the Holy Mountain rushed to the entrance of the Mahavira hall in horror and kept telling the shocking reports from all directions. Ong! In the Luck Cloud Sea, the Golden Dragon cried out in grief as more and more luck was lost. How could this be? Did something happen in Lingshan City? That's impossible. When I came to the Great Thunderclap Temple, my Golden Mountain Temple was still fine. How could it be destroyed by the mob? Rebels? Where are the rebels? On the square outside the Grand Hall, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were shocked. Most of the people here were hosts from the 2000 cities. Before he came, the temple that he presided over was fine. How could it be smashed all of a sudden? Jiang Rulai's expression also changed. Just now, Pudu Pusa had said that in order to achieve his goal, he would do anything to destroy the fate of others. Now, his own fate was going to be destroyed. In such a short period of time, it had come true. Impossible, impossible. Ask him clearly for me. What is going on? But the devil's wreaking havoc everywhere? But the enemy is attacking. Quick! Jiang Rulai glared. At this moment, there were countless reports of the chaos in the cities. 2000 cities, one after another, sent in Guqin terracotta warriors. The huge amount of information made everyone feel horrified. Chaos, chaos, chaos. At this moment, the 2000 cities were in chaos, and the people were all crazy. Buddha, I've just asked the senior brothers in Soul Mountain City. They said that there are no enemies or devils. It's just that everyone in the city has gone crazy. Those unruly people were deceived and blamed the Donglin Temple, the city lord, and the holy land of Soul Mountain. A disciple quickly ran over. What? Cheated? Just cheated? Are they crazy? The whole city has gone crazy. What do you mean by the whole city? How many people are there? Jiang Rulai said coldly. The disciple had already moved the Guqin terracotta over. When his voice was heard, the Guqin terracotta immediately replied. Buddha, at least 90% of the people, at least 90%. Ah, no, it's not my fault. I didn't take your money. Help, help, Buddha, help. A series of screams came from the other side of the Guqin terracotta. Countless Buddhist disciples who were against Jiang Rulai's actions suddenly recalled Pud Bodhisattva's words just now. You don't care about the common people or the king. You will all die a horrible death. Look up at the sky, who will be spared by the heavens? Today's sins will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth in the future. It's not that you don't want to, but it's not time yet. You hurt the people, and you will be killed by the people in the future. Today, in order to achieve your goal, you will destroy the fate of Lingshan. In the future, the fate of Lingshan will be destroyed. Pud Bodhisattva's words were still vivid in their minds. The loss of fate in the sky had already explained everything. It was the cycle of the heavens and retribution. Retribution is coming. Countless Buddhist disciples were horrified. Jiang Rulai's face was gloomy. I don't believe it. I don't believe in the heavens. If the heavens were useful, the heavens would not have been replaced by the Immortal of 6 paths. While speaking, Jiang Rulai looked at the cities near Lingshan. At this moment, there were already bursts of smoke in the major cities. In the chaos, there were flames everywhere. Chapter 985. Lingshan City was the closest city to the Great Thunderclap Temple. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Angry roars, terrified cries, begging for mercy, and looting were incessant. The entire city was in chaos. Almost all the people in the city rushed to the city lord mansion, the major temples, and their businesses. They crashed, smashed, burned, and looted. It was chaos. Jiang Rulai looked over and was secretly shocked. Are the people in the city possessed? Roar! The golden dragon of luck screamed and its luck quickly collapsed. This was not only because the people were in chaos, but also because they had given up on the sacred ground of Lingshan. After all, the Sea of Luck was formed by the people. Buddha, that's what happened. The wealth management shop stole their money. It's none of our business. A group of Buddhist disciples immediately explained everything. However, as they explained, Jiang Rulai realized that something was wrong. 2,000 cities fled with their money at the same time. This was clearly a premeditated plan. Idiots! Jiang Rulai shouted angrily. After hearing everything, Jiang Rulai instantly understood how terrifying the wealth management shop was. It used spirit stones as a link to put all the people and the sacred ground of Lingshan on the opposite side. The luck in the sky was flowing away rapidly. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were terrified. Jiang Rulai's face was gloomy, but he could not blame these disciples. After all, the law did not punish the majority. He still had to rely on them to achieve great things. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Rulai said, "The people of Lingshan sincerely ask all the people to calm down for the time being. I will uphold justice for your losses. Please stop everything first." Roar. A dragon's roar sounded in the Sea of Luck. Jiang Rulai's voice immediately reached the ears of all the people in the 2,000 cities. In the various cities, the people who were in chaos suddenly trembled. Buddha's voice? Buddha said that he will uphold justice. Everyone, stop, stop. Someone immediately shouted. Some people stopped angrily. Some people had just crashed into the temple and even killed the city lord and the monks. However, they were unwilling to stop in their panic and wanted to encourage everyone to continue. Jiang Rulai seemed to have guessed the thoughts of these people and immediately added another sentence. If you stop everything now, all the losses and injuries you've caused before will be forgotten. Please stop everything. I will uphold justice for all of you. Jiang Rulai's voice sounded again. Tell all the people with the Sea of Providence. Let bygones be bygones. Buddha wants to uphold justice for us. Immediately, the people who had been inciting the crowd stopped everything. Buddha, please uphold justice. Buddha, please return my spirit stones. Buddha, this disciple has no other choice. Buddha, please uphold justice. Immediately, the voices of countless people in the 2,000 cities came from the Sea of Providence. Although the people were anxious, they still trusted Jiang Rulai very much. With the Buddha in charge, he would definitely give them justice, right? Furthermore, the Buddha wanted to announce it to the world. Everyone clenched their fists and listened to the voice from the Sea of Providence. Buzz. As expected, with Jiang Rulai's shout, the providence in the Sea of Providence stopped collapsing. However, in just a short while, 1/3 of the providence had disappeared. Jiang Rulai's eyes were filled with anger. Who was it? Buddha, the providence is saved. Immediately, countless bodhisattvas and arhats shouted excitedly. In Lingshan City. In a restaurant. Guqin's face darkened, and he immediately took out a Guqin figurine. Father, have you come out of seclusion? Guqin asked respectfully. The Guqin figurine vibrated slightly, and soon a voice was heard. I just came out of seclusion. Ha, Qin, well done. Greetings, Your Majesty. Dragon Shenying bowed. Thank you for your hard work, Dragon Shenying. Since the plan to destroy Providence has started, you don't have to stay in Lingshan City anymore. Come back as soon as possible to prevent any accidents. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Dragon Shenying replied. Father, now that Jiang Rulai has spoken to appease the people, the Providence seems to have stopped collapsing, Guqin said worriedly. I already know that. It's useless. If Jiang Rulai can't give the people a perfect explanation, they will only be angrier. He can't make a clean break. This hole is too big. Just wait and see, haha. Gu Hai's voice came from the Guqin figurine. Yes. Guqin replied. At that moment, nearly 300 billion people in the 2,000 cities quietened down and listened to Jiang Rulai's justice. The same situation has occurred in 2,000 cities all over Mount Numinous. The wealth management shops have fled with their money. Today, we will use Mount Numinous City as an example to give a fair evaluation. Everyone can listen to the evaluation. Once Mount Numinous City is resolved, the 2,000 cities will follow suit. Jiang Rulai shouted. In an instant, all the voices were heard by the people. Yes, please uphold justice, Buddha. The 300 billion people immediately shouted. With Lingshan City as an example, everything would be resolved once Lingshan City was resolved. Lingshan City was at the foot of Lingshan. Jiang Rulai led a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats to the sky above Lingshan City. Golden light shone everywhere. Buddha, please uphold justice. Countless people immediately knelt down excitedly in anticipation. 80% of the people had gone bankrupt to buy the financial merchants. Everyone thought that with Lingshan's sacred ground as a guarantor, what were they afraid of? Would Buddha cheat them of their small amount of money? But now, the money was gone. Who wouldn't be anxious? To mortals, money was like gold. But everyone was a cultivator. Money was like spirit stones. It was the foundation of one's cultivation and growth. This was not only cutting off their source of income, but also their own path to immortality. How could they not be angry? Jiang Rulai frowned and looked around the city. A large number of temples and financial merchants were already smoking. The city lord's mansion was also in a mess. Jiang Rulai had already understood everything, and he also understood the evil intentions of the mastermind behind the financial merchants. During this period of time, the financial merchants were almost tied to Lingshan's sacred ground in name. At this time, if he were to tell the people that it had nothing to do with Lingshan, they would definitely be unwilling to accept it. Lingshan was the last straw. Who would be willing to let go? This loss could only be swallowed by himself. However, he had to make it clear. The people of Lingshan, the financial merchants, caused chaos in Lingshan and harmed the common people. I already have a simple understanding. Here, I will clarify for Lingshan's sacred ground. I only understand the matter of the financial merchants now. The financial merchants have nothing to do with Lingshan's sacred ground. Jiang Rulai said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? We bought it back then because of Lingshan's sacred ground. Buddha, the Donglin Temple's abbot, is a financial merchant. It has nothing to do with Donglin Temple. It has nothing to do with Lingshan's sacred ground. Buddha, if you say that it has nothing to do with it, what about our money? The people immediately became impatient. People of Lingshan, I said that I will uphold justice for you, so I will definitely uphold justice for you. If you lose your spirit stones, I will recover them for you. The major temples did not handle things properly and were misled by the financial merchants. You should be punished. Today, the sacred ground of Lingshan will first pay to make up for your losses, and then Lingshan will recover everything that was lost. Jiang Rulai said. Huh? Buddha wants to make up for our losses first. Thank you, Buddha. Buddha is merciful. That's great, Buddha is going to make up for my losses first. Countless people immediately cheered. The people of Lingshan were grateful. Under this gratitude, more than half of the providence that had collapsed from Lingshan immediately condensed. Lingshan's sea of providence seemed to be recovering again. The Bodhisattvas immediately heaved a sigh of relief. A great disaster was about to be resolved. In Lingshan City, Guqin opened his mouth in shock. Jiang Rulai, he's courting death. I was worried just now, but now, I don't have to worry at all. Father is right, Lingshan's providence is finished. In Lingshan City, the people looked at Jiang Rulai in the sky gratefully. Jiang Rulai did not realize how much money the financial merchants had taken away. He thought that it was not a big deal to take some money from the 800,000 years of accumulation of the sacred ground of Lingshan. Lingshan City, all employees of the original financial merchants are to immediately be responsible for reviewing all contracts and calculating the number of spirit stones on the contracts. Once everything is calculated, according to the contract, the spirit stones will be distributed. Jiang Rulai said. Long live the Buddha. Instantly, countless people cheered. In the crowd, the employees of the financial merchants who had been beaten up until they did not look like humans got up with difficulty. Under the urging, they began to calculate the accounts one by one. After receiving the Buddha's promise, the previously violent people suddenly became extremely polite and well-mannered as they lined up. They reviewed the accounts one by one and calculated them one by one. With such gentleness, no one could tell how violent this group of people was. Jiang Rulai asked the Buddha of the past, "How many spirit stones do we have in Lingshan's treasury?" Buddha, "After 800,000 years of accumulation, we have 90 billion high-grade spirit stones." The Buddha of the past said respectfully, 90 billion? It seems that we have to use half of the spirit stones to fill the gap this time. Jiang Rulai sighed slightly. Half? Maybe not. In just half a year, how much money can the financial merchants take away? The Buddha of the past said with a smile. No matter how much, as long as we can stabilize Lingshan's providence, everything will be worth it. Even if it's 50 billion, I won't be stingy. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. 50 billion? That's a big deal, Buddha. Then the city will have to make up for 25 million high-grade spirit stones. It's definitely more than enough. Those are high-grade spirit stones. The Buddha of the past said with a smile. Everyone waited patiently. With the help of countless monks and city officials, it took them 2 days to finish checking all the accounts. Buddha, the accounts are settled. There's a total of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones in Lingshan City, a bodhisattva said respectfully. How much? The Buddha of the past suddenly exclaimed. A total of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, the bodhisattva shouted again. Impossible, how can it be so much? The Buddha of the past exclaimed. All the bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas were also shocked. 1 billion? How could it be so much? This number was something that most people had never seen in their lives. Jiang Rulai also widened his eyes. A city was worth 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, and Lingshan's 800,000 years of accumulation was only enough for 90 cities. Although the amount of spirit stones in each city would definitely be different, even so, they could only make up for 100 cities at most. What about the other 1,900 cities? What should they do? Is there a mistake? Jiang Rulai asked with a trembling heart. Even though he was used to seeing storms, he had never seen such a terrifying number. This was not just a financial hole, it was a black hole. Buddha, we've already calculated 3 times. There's no mistake. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. It can only be more, not less, the Bodhisattva said again. Jiang Rulai. The Buddhas all over the sky. The 3 billion people. Chapter 986. Jiang Rulai honestly chose to broadcast the event to the 3 billion people. The people immediately had a good impression of him and calmed down after the riot stopped. That's right, no matter how much money it was, the Soul Mountain's sacred ground would be able to fork out. Moreover, he had only invested a little while the disciples from the Soul Mountain's sacred ground would have more than that. Don't worry, it's not much, not much. The Soul Mountain's sacred ground will definitely return it to me. However, when the accountant shouted out 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, almost everyone's head buzzed. 1 billion. A high-grade spirit stone. Almost everyone cried out in surprise. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Generally speaking, ordinary people used low-grade spirit stones to circulate, just like how most mortals used copper coins to circulate, and most of the gold bars were stored at home. 10 trillion. 10 trillion. Hearing this number, almost everyone couldn't believe it. This was a super astronomical number that no one dared to imagine. No, that's impossible, right? Someone exclaimed. 10 trillion. That's just one city, but we have 2,000 cities. Wouldn't that be 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones? This This, so much. Many people exclaimed. Of course, this was just an estimate. Soul Mountain City was close to the Soul Mountain sacred ground, so it was naturally a big city with a lot of people. That was why it had 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Other cities didn't have that many high-grade spirit stones. However, even if the debt wasn't 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones, it would still be 1 trillion. Moreover, it was definitely more than that. The 3 billion people felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their chest. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats in Soul Mountain City were dumbfounded. So much? How could it be so much? 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones. Wouldn't that be 200 million low-grade spirit stones? This financial management shop had swept away all the spiritual stones in the 2000 cities. Jiang Rulai was also stunned at this moment. 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones. He only had 90 billion high-grade spirit stones. Even if he spent all of them, it wouldn't make a splash. How could it be so much? Jiang Rulai looked coldly at the auditing bodhisattva. This disciple has counted 3 times. The bodhisattva said bitterly. Countless people looked at Jiang Rulai eagerly. You said it just now. You said that you would pay first. We are all waiting for you to keep your word. We are waiting for the spirit stones to go home and cook. Lingshan City, Donglin Temple. Who's in charge? Jiang Rulai asked coldly. I am your disciple. A bodhisattva stepped forward. Donglin Temple. Donglin Bodhisattva, why are you helping me manage the shops? Jiang Rulai said coldly. I don't even know who they are. Donglin Bodhisattva immediately retorted. Immediately, the people below became anxious. He's lying. The Donglin Temple's spirit stone mine has been handed over to the wealth management shop to manage. Gautama Buddha, in the past, someone went to the wealth management shop to make trouble. It was the warrior monks of Donglin Temple who went to solve the crisis. Buddha, many monks of Donglin Temple are working in the financial shop. Immediately, countless people cried out in disbelief. Gautama Buddha, please forgive me. Those disciples couldn't resist the temptation of the wealth management shop and went astray. I really don't know. Donglin Bodhisattva anxiously tried to clear his name. I don't care if you know or not. It's because of you that the people trust the wealth management shop. Therefore, you have to bear some responsibility for this debt. You said that the wealth management shop spent a lot of money to buy your spirit stone mine and used it to deceive the people of the city. Where's the money? This is money that harmed the people. Take it out and return it to the people. Jiang Rulai shouted. Gautama Buddha is merciful. Thank you, Gautama Buddha. Gautama Buddha is right. Donglin Temple colluded with the wealth management shop. We must spit out the money. Immediately, countless people shouted excitedly as if they were about to get their money. The people in the 2000 cities were also excited. If Donglin Temple took out the money, the other temples would definitely follow suit. They could finally get their money back. Jiang Rulai looked at Donglin Bodhisattva. Donglin Bodhisattva immediately knelt down in panic. Gautama Buddha, please forgive me. I was also deceived by the villains. They promised me higher interest, and all the money was invested in the wealth management shop. Donglin Bodhisattva said sadly. What? Countless people exclaimed in shock. The 1 billion high-grade spirit stones doesn't include the Donglin Temple's investment. How much money did the wealth management shop make? Someone exclaimed. In the city, everyone looked at Donglin Bodhisattva. You just said that you don't know who they are. Jiang Rulai said coldly. I really don't know. I just watch them make a lot of money every day. I couldn't help it. I also want my disciples to have a better spiritual array environment. My Donglin Temple is now penniless. Donglin Bodhisattva suddenly cried out sadly. Jiang Rulai's eyes darkened. He looked at the others. Gautama Buddha, I'm incompetent. I was also deceived by the wealth management shop. Now, Jinshan Temple is also penniless. I'm incompetent. Jinshui Temple is also penniless. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats all knelt down sorrowfully. That scene immediately made Jiang Rulai's hair stand on end. Who was so vicious? Not only did they use the reputation of the Spirit Mountain for profit, but they also deceived all the disciples of the Spirit Mountain and made them give away all their spirit stones. This shocking scam didn't wake people up until the moment it was exposed. The people of Spirit Mountain City fell into a dead silence. The 2,000 people in the city were all speechless. They're going to go back on their word. Someone suddenly said. The anger that had just been extinguished by the 3 billion people rose with a whoosh. Gautama Buddha, please return the money. Someone shouted in Spirit Mountain City. Gautama Buddha, I worked hard for 100 years to earn that money. Please return the money. Gautama Buddha, I've been worshipping Buddha wholeheartedly. Please return everything to me. In Spirit Mountain City, the people immediately looked at Jiang Rulai anxiously. Gautama Buddha, we're innocent. Please return the money. Countless people shouted from the Sea of Providence. Jiang Rulai felt a chill in his heart. However, return the money? How? If he returned the money to Spirit Mountain City, what about the other cities? If he couldn't repay everyone's debt and return the money to a small portion of the people, it would be equivalent to offending the majority. Then, the majority would completely become enemies with the Spirit Mountain. And this small portion of people might not be grateful to the Spirit Mountain. They would take back their money and at most, not pursue the matter with the Spirit Mountain. It was impossible for them to be as pious to the Spirit Mountain as before. Everyone was looking forward to Jiang Rulai, but Jiang Rulai couldn't take out the money at all. All the people of Spirit Mountain. Jiang Rulai shouted. Buzz! All the voices stopped instantly. All the people were waiting for Jiang Rulai to uphold justice. At this moment, Jiang Rulai's eyelids were twitching wildly. At this moment, he felt like he was being roasted on a fire. 300 million people were staring at him as if they wanted to burn him to a crisp. However, at this moment, he could only brace himself. I'm also heartbroken that you were cheated of your money by the wealth management shop. I swear to the heavens that I will definitely get back the spirit stones for you. I will definitely get back the spirit stones. Everyone, please calm down. Wait patiently. After Jiang Rulai finished speaking, the 3,000 cities fell silent again. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the hearts of all the people. If Jiang Rulai hadn't boasted just now and threatened to repay all the spirit stones, the people wouldn't be so angry. However, they regained what they lost and lost it again. One could imagine the anger in the hearts of the people. The spirit stones were taken by the sacred ground of Spirit Mountain in the first place. Gautama Buddha, do you want to cultivate a certain cultivation technique? You can just tell us clearly. Why lie to us? The disciples of Spirit Mountain helped with the wealth management shop. Who are you lying to? So many disciples of Spirit Mountain were deceived. Without your order, all the disciples of Spirit Mountain would deceive us together. If it weren't for the sacred ground of Spirit Mountain, why would I hand over the spirit stones? Give me back my spirit stones, give me back my spirit stones. Jiang Rulai, you liar. Are you toying with us in front of everyone? Give me back my money. Give me back my spirit stones. In the major cities, Guqin had already arranged people to sow discord. Immediately, some of the more angry people started to shout. As soon as they shouted, Jiang Rulai knew that things were not going well. Boom! It was as if the sky had exploded. Above the sea of destiny clouds, the curses of the 3 billion people could be heard. The roars, the anger, and the chaos instantly caused the sea of destiny clouds to explode into pieces. They could vaguely see a huge golden dragon of providence that was tens of thousands of miles long being torn into pieces by an invisible tearing force. Roar! The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and completely dissipated. Boom! The rolling providence disappeared quickly. In the major cities, the anger of the people was completely ignited, and the temples that had stopped earlier erupted again. Boom! 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 The temples of Spirit Mountain were smashed into pieces, and the spirit stones inside were all plundered. The spirit stone mines of Spirit Mountain were all plundered. All the city defenses of 2,000 cities were instantly destroyed. The rebellion of the people could no longer be stopped. Boom! The providence of Spirit Mountain was not lost this time, but collapsed. In just a short while, the providence was gone. Not a single one out of 100 remained, about to vanish into thin air. This meant that the people's hearts were all gone. The sacred ground of Spirit Mountain was completely gone. All the disciples of Spirit Mountain looked at the providence that was about to disappear in the sky in horror. They felt that it was very unreal. Spirit Mountain City. In a restaurant. Guqin sneered. Jiang Rulai is too confident. Does he really think that he is very rich? He dares to hold a public trial at this time. He is courting death. If it were me, I would first calm all the people and slowly change the public opinion. He dares to hold a public trial in front of all the people. Ha ha ha, it is indeed enough to establish a sect, not a country. Dragon Godding sighed. The Providence destruction plan should be considered a great success. The last batch of spirit stones has been transported back to the capital. After watching this wonderful public trial, it's time to go back. Ha 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 ha. Guqin laughed excitedly. Go back immediately. Tell His Majesty the good news. Dragon Godding also laughed. Chapter 987. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City, Upper Study Room. Matriarch Ji was listening to Emperor Kong's report. All the karmic luck is gone. Matriarch Ji's eyes narrowed. 3 days ago, the karmic luck of the spiritual mountain was the largest karmic luck in the world. But in just 3 days, it was gone. How can that Jiang Rulai be so stupid? Why is he still thinking of holding a public trial at this time? He should have shifted the hatred of the people away. There are so many enemies, any one of them is good. Li Mu sneered. This won't do. The culprit behind the scenes this time is too clean. It's so clean that there's no trace at all. How can we slander them? Will the people believe us? Emperor Kong shook his head. Why not? Li Mu frowned. If the people were calm, they could take it slow. However, all of them had set their sights on the holy land of Mount Numinous. How could they change their target? It's like if only the two of us stayed in a room for a day. No one came in, and neither of us went out. But during this day, you lost your money, or did you see my hand grab it? If you say that I took it, would you believe me if I said that it was Mr. Tsang Jia in the next room? Emperor Kong smiled. Ah. Li Mu paused. Who would believe that? The spiritual mountain is like this. Overnight, the people's hearts are in chaos. There are no city guards, and the people are angry at the spiritual mountain. All the karmic luck is lost. How terrifying is that Gu Hai? Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. Is it really Gu Hai? Matriarch Ji asked. Yes. At first, I didn't know where to start. It was Mr. Tsang Jia who gave me the route. Gu Hai is so secretive. Emperor Kong sighed. He looked at Tsang Jia. Oh. Mr. Tsang Jia. Matriarch Ji was puzzled. Mr. Tsang Jia pointed me to a restaurant in the spiritual mountain city. I sent people to investigate secretly. As expected, Guqin and Dragon Godding were standing in the restaurant. The two of them were watching this wonderful show. Emperor Kong looked at Sung Jie in admiration. Imperial concubine glanced at Sung Jie. Her eyes flashed with astonishment. Among the 2,000 cities of Spiritual Mountain, Sung Jie had pinpointed the location of Gu Qin and Dragon Shenying. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Even she couldn't do it, but Sung Jie had done it. His Holiness, since the Spiritual Mountain City has lost 2,000 cities, I will lead the troops to conquer these 2,000 cities immediately. Li Mu shouted excitedly. No! Matriarch Ji Ying. Oh. Why do you say no? Although the Spiritual Mountain City has lost the hearts of the people, it is not impossible to get them back. As long as we have time, we will definitely be able to get them back. Furthermore, the Spiritual Mountain is looking for a breakthrough to win back the hearts of the people. If we send troops now, we will be helping Jiang Rulai to win back the hearts of the people. How can we send troops now? Sung Jie Matriarch Ji Ying said. Oh. Yes, Li Mu understands. Li Mu immediately stopped talking. Your Majesty, this subject has thought about it before. Since we know that this is Gu Hai's scheme, should we do something? Emperor Kong said with a smile. Oh. Matriarch Ji Ying looked at Emperor Kong. I think that we can give the information we have gathered to Jiang Rulai. Let them solve it themselves. Emperor Kong smiled. All the officials fell silent. Tell Jiang Rulai the truth. Wouldn't that make Jiang Rulai mad? Let Gu Hai and Jiang Rulai fight, while the Great Yellow Dynasty reaps the benefits. This is my plan. His Holiness, please take a look. Emperor Kong handed a memorial to Matriarch Ji Ying. Matriarch Ji Ying looked at it and narrowed her eyes. Approved. At the Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground. A huge formation enveloped the entire Spirit Mountain. Outside the array, countless people were rioting. Some were charging at the array, asking Jiang Rulai to return the spirit stones. Some were kneeling and begging Jiang Rulai to return the spirit stones. Everything was in chaos. At the entrance of the great Buddha's hall, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were terrified. At this time, no one dared to go out and comfort the people. The people did not listen at all. If you owed them money, they would listen to you. If you did not return the money, they would rob you. All the Buddhists looked anxiously at Jiang Rulai, who was at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall. Just 2 days ago, the Spiritual Mountain was dominating the world. Jiang Rulai pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the earth. He was the only one in the world. He changed the name of the Buddha, the Amitabha Buddha. Buddhism was flourishing. But in just 2 days, the phoenix fell and became a chicken. Everything was laughable. Who is it? Jiang Rulai looked at the sky with a ferocious expression. There was still some providence in the sky, but it was only a thin layer. It was not even comparable to the providence of an empire. It was no different from being useless. In the past, it was fine that the providence of the Dongfang Dian dynasty was gone. But why did the providence of the Spiritual Mountain disappear too? Who is it? Who is it? Although Jiang Rulai did not fly into a rage, everyone knew how angry Jiang Rulai was at this moment. A great rage was suppressed in his heart. It was as if it could burst out at any time and burn the sky and earth. Gautama Buddha. The Buddha of the past was slightly bitter. He wanted to persuade but did not know what to say. The Buddha of the past thought highly of Jiang Rulai and followed Jiang Rulai out of the Nalanda temple. That was the truth. The Spiritual Mountain sect developed much faster than the Nalanda temple and became the #1 temple in the world. In Buddhism, Jiang Rulai was second only to one person. But who would have thought that his 10,000 years of development would be ruined in one day? Don't you know who opened the wealth management shop? Jiang Rulai looked at all the Buddhists. We don't know. Everyone said bitterly. Looking at his disciples' ignorance, Jiang Rulai felt a wave of resentment. A bunch of trash. Could it be the Great Yellow Dynasty? Empress Ji has been plotting against the spiritual mountain. The Buddha of the past frowned. And the Ling Empire? They have been wreaking havoc at our borders. And countless disciples guessed. It was all baseless speculation. How could it be accurate? The Great Yellow Dynasty's Baihu of the Xianyuan Guard requests to see you. Outside the formation, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Hearing the shout, all the Buddhists' expressions changed and looked over. The Great Yellow Dynasty. Empress Ji sent someone to laugh at us. A bodhisattva stared and said. No, Empress Ji is the mastermind. He destroyed 2,000 of our cities and now he's here to ridicule us. An arhat stared and said. The Great Yellow Dynasty. At this time, it must be related to the wealth management shop. A Buddha said with a sinister expression. Jiang Rulai immediately waved his hand. Whoosh! The Baihu of the Xianyuan Guard outside the formation was instantly pulled into the formation and in front of Jiang Rulai. Bang! The Baihu was thrown to the ground, and more than half of his bones were broken. Empress Ji sent you here. Does that mean that the wealth management shop was opened by the Great Yellow Dynasty? Jiang Rulai gritted his teeth and said coldly. No, cough cough, the wealth management shop has nothing to do with the Great Yellow Dynasty. The Baihu coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and immediately said. Nothing to do with you. If it's nothing to do with you, then why are you here? Are you trying to lie to me? Jiang Rulai said coldly. All the Buddhists stared at the Baihu. The wealth management shop has nothing to do with the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, His Holiness knows who the mastermind is, and he specially asked me to tell Jiang Rulai that you can't distinguish between right and wrong. The Baihu said angrily as he coughed out blood. Oh. Empress Ji knows who the mastermind is? Jiang Rulai's face sank. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a wave of energy entered the Baihu's body. The Baihu immediately felt warm and comfortable. His injuries were also mostly healed. At this moment, in order to know who the mastermind was, Jiang Rulai didn't care about his reputation anymore. Speak! Jiang Rulai shouted. It's the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai. The Baihu said. What? The Buddhists in the surroundings were in an uproar. Previously, they guessed that it was the various factions, but they didn't think that it was Gu Hai. That was because the Dahan Imperial Dynasty was too far away from the spiritual mountain. There were so many factions in between. It was impossible for him to seize their cities. However, when the Baihu said that, everyone was stunned. They suddenly realized that the possibility was too high. Recently, the spiritual mountain and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty were like fire and water. It wasn't surprising that it was Gu Hai. If you say that it's Gu Hai, then it's Gu Hai. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Although he was suspicious, Jiang Rulai wanted evidence. He wanted concrete evidence. He didn't want to become Empress Ji's weapon. If he said that it was someone, he would believe it. Just now, Guqin and Dragon God Ing were in the spiritual mountain city. They saw everything with their own eyes and mocked everything. Under His Holiness's orders, I have recorded a portion of it with the image recording ball. Take a look. The Baihu took out a small ball. Whoosh! Jiang Rulai immediately took it and activated the small ball. Immediately, a ball of light and shadow condensed. In the light image. It was the scene of the public trial. Jiang Rulai led a sky full of Buddhas to judge the entire city. He was angrily reprimanded by the people in the city. He was in a sorry state. In the image, 2 men were standing on the top floor of a restaurant. They were Guqin and Dragon God Ing. The 2 of them raised their cups of wine and looked at everything in the sky coldly. Although there was no sound in the image, from the shape of their mouths, some lip language could be vaguely seen. Luck destruction plan. This is called a luck destruction plan. Ha, 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 gu hai, gu hai. Jiang Rulai suddenly roared. Rumble. In the sky, millions of miles away, Jiang Rulai's angry roar could be heard. So it's a luck destruction plan. Gu hai is the mastermind? It's Gu hai. All the Buddhist disciples were shocked and angry. But at this moment, how could the people in the city believe it? The commotion continued. Jiang Rulai's anger could be imagined. Pute Bodhisattva had said before that karma was a part of the cycle. Was this karma? No, I haven't even destroyed the luck of the Dahan. How dare he destroy my luck? Jiang Rulai turned to look at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. He was furious, and his desire for revenge rose. Right, His Holiness also asked me to remind you that Guqin and Dragon Goding only returned to the infinite celestial capital after your public trial ended. They should still be on their way. That's all I have to say. Farewell. The Baihu bowed slightly and left. No one stopped him when he left. Because Jiang Rulai turned to look in the direction of the infinite celestial capital after hearing his words. Buzz. Jiang Rulai's eyes turned golden and emitted rays of golden light as if he was looking into the distance. He saw that Dragon Goding and Guqin were about to enter the territory of the Dahan Empire. Ha, ha ha ha, it's you. Gu hai, how dare you destroy the luck of my spirited mountain. I'll let you taste the pain of losing your son again. Jiang Rulai's eyes were cold. Boom. In an instant, Jiang Rulai disappeared on the spot and turned into a ray of light, shooting toward Guqin in the distance. Chapter 988. Gu hai, I know your abilities, and I also understand that there is no chance of winning if I want to fight with you. Borrowing strength from other powers will only make me a chess piece. I am unwilling, but I have no other choice. I originally wanted to choose a place to spend the rest of my life. However, my heart is tied to something else. I naturally understand that Jiang Rulai is using me to deal with you, and he doesn't have good intentions. However, I have to go. I do it for Gu Tang. Recently, my soul has been trembling, like an emotional outburst. I keep recalling the life experiences of Chen Xian, when I reincarnated. Although I am restrained by reason, there are some things that I can't let go of. Chen Xian, has 4 sons, Qin, Han, Tang, and Ming. After you, they are Chen Xian's most important 4 sons. Among them, Gu Tang has been doted on by Chen Xian, since he was young. Gu Tang also has a conscience. After Chen Xian died, he immediately reacted and followed the Qing Emperor to my side, protecting me at all times. Gu Tang is filial and has helped me overcome many adversity. Although I am cold to him, he has never left. With such a son, what more can I ask for? I am jealous of Chen Xian, for having such a filial son. I have never treated him as a son, but he has always treated me as a mother. I originally wanted to live in seclusion, but Chen Xian's soul can't let go of this filial son. Perhaps you don't believe me, but I will tell you that the Gu Tang soul that Jiang Rulai returned to you last time is fake. The real Gu Tang has always been in Jiang Rulai's hands, prepared to be used to deal with you. My son. Before I live in seclusion, I must save him. Because he has treated me like a mother all these years. Gu Tang is hidden in the Rulai's immortal dome by Jiang Rulai. You can't find it. Because I chose to be loyal to Jiang Rulai, I am qualified to enter. Before writing this letter, I saw you deal with Amethyst in the South Sea. I don't know if you can deal with Jiang Rulai, but I choose to believe you. At the very least, you won't give up on your son. I asked my subordinates to deliver the letter to you. It will take some time for the letter to reach your hands. If I had saved Gu Tang, I would have stopped him, and this letter would not have reached your hands. If I can't save Gu Tang, I'll probably be trapped as well. Next, it's up to you to save Lil Tang. Jiang Rulai's Tathagata Immortal Vault was the same as Amethyst's Immortal Vault. They were both bestowed by the vast freedom heavenly demon. He had hidden the Tathagata immortal vault in the Hell Dao mystic realm, which was the 18 levels of hell. You've been there. The Tathagata immortal dome was somewhere in there. If I fail, I can only rely on you to save him. You must pay attention. White Emperor. White Emperor. Did you join Jiang Rulai to save little Tang? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Your Majesty, is this letter from the White Emperor? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. Although Shao Chen did not see the contents of the letter, the person who delivered the letter came too suddenly. Gu Hai glanced at the person who delivered the letter and nodded. Little Tang showed me a portrait of this person in the past. He is one of the White Emperor's loyal followers. It should not be wrong. Chen Tianshan, bring him away to rest. Do not neglect him. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. The 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Since this person delivered the letter, it meant that the White Emperor had fallen into it. Holding the letter, Gu Hai quickly went to the courtyard where Mahavairakana was. At this moment, Mahavairakana was studying the pill furnace used to burn Shangguan Hen. The world-burning earth fire furnace. Gu Hai, this furnace is really strange. It is actually a kind of 8 trigrams furnace. Mahavairakana said in surprise. 8 trigrams furnace. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Isn't the 8 trigrams furnace in Wanshou Taoism? There are 8 kinds of 8 trigrams furnaces. If my guess is right, the one that the Taishang sect master used the fire gourd to forge is a fire-attributed 8 trigrams furnace. It corresponds to the 8 trigrams furnace of Earth's Taishang Laojun. This is the 8 trigrams furnace of the Kun nature, Mahavairakana explained. Although Gu Hai was curious as well, he had more important things to do at this moment. Take your time to study this pill furnace. I have something that I need your help with. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Mahavairakana shifted his gaze from the pill furnace to Gu Hai. There are differences between the 6 Immortal Dome and the 30 Immortal Dome. However, there are some heavenly Tao laws that are in common. I only want to ask if you can find the entrance to the Hell Tao's secret realm, which is the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai asked. 18 levels of hell? Mahavairakana asked doubtfully. Yes. The 18 levels of hell were almost sealed off by the 6 Immortal. However, Jiang Rulai has the reincarnation pool that can be used to enter. Back then, I was sent to the 18 levels of hell by the reincarnation pool. I used the reincarnation lotus to get out. However, I want to enter the 18 levels of hell. Do you have the means to use this lotus to find a new entrance? Gu Hai took out a small bottle. There was a reincarnation lotus in the bottle. There is indeed the aura of reincarnation. I need to study it. Mahavairakana took the lotus and sensed it. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Wang. Mahavairakana sensed it with his hand. Suddenly, the lotus emitted bursts of rainbow light. Gu Hai did not leave. He waited patiently. This wait lasted for 2 days. Wang. The lotus trembled, and a thin crack seemed to appear in the void. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Mahavairakana smiled. You found it? Thank you. Gu Hai was overjoyed. Just as Gu Hai was about to step forward to check on himself, Gu Hai suddenly turned around and looked at a large hall not far away. In that hall, there were Dragon God Ing, Guqin, and the others placed on the Guqin figurines. Dragon God Ying's exclamation suddenly came from the Guqin figurines. It's the Buddha's palm. Jiang Rulai. Your Highness, leave quickly. Leave the scorching sun desert quickly. Oh no, something's wrong. Gu Hai's expression changed. Mahavairakana was also clear-minded and instantly understood what was going on. The scorching sun desert, that direction. Mahavairakana, thank you for. Gu Hai pointed in a direction and did not finish his sentence. Boom! Mahavairakana instantly turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. Mahavairakana's speed was also extremely fast. He flew in the direction that Gu Hai pointed and immediately saw a huge Buddha's palm in the distance, slapping toward Dragon God Ing with heavenly might. At the border of the Dahan Empire, in a huge desert area, Dragon God Ing was escorting Guqin and flying quickly. Your Highness, the Dahan Empire is right in front of us. Dragon God Ing said with a smile as he looked into the distance. Although Father has repeatedly urged us to return as soon as possible, he would have regretted not witnessing the previous battle with his own eyes. I've been busy for half a year. Ha 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 ha, it's really exciting. Guqin laughed loudly. It's more than just exciting. You've done a great deed for the Dahan this time. Destroying the Holy Land's destiny. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have imagined it. Dragon God Ing still felt like he was dreaming. Great deed. Ha, I'm just following Father's plan to destroy the destiny. Everything is Father's plan. What I'm most looking forward to now is that Father can save Mother and little Tang as soon as possible. I don't care about anything else. Guqin's eyes flashed with anticipation. Spiritual Mountain's destiny has been destroyed. Jiang Rulai will be like a rootless duckweed. I'm sure it won't be long before your majesty can achieve your wish. Dragon God Ing said with anticipation. Yes, Father can definitely do it. Guqin said with a hint of excitement. But at this moment, Dragon God Ying's hair stood on end as he sensed great danger. His expression changed as he cried out in alarm, "What's wrong?" Dragon God Ing instinctively took out a Guqin figurine. At the same time, he turned his head. In the distance, a golden light shot over from the direction of Spiritual Mountain. As it shot over, it seemed to carry a monstrous resentment and anger. Amidst the golden light, a huge golden palm rushed over, as if it wanted to instantly smash the two of them into pieces. It's the Buddha's palm, Jiang Rulai. Your Highness, leave quickly. Leave the scorching sun desert quickly. Dragon God Ying's expression changed drastically. He waved his sleeve and threw Guqin into the distance. At the same time, he met the attack with a palm. It wasn't that Dragon God Ing didn't want to dodge, but that he couldn't. All the auras in the surroundings were locked. If he didn't meet the palm head-on, Guqin's crown prince would also be killed. With Guqin's cultivation, how could he block it? In this moment of crisis, he could only save Guqin first. Dragon God Ing immediately met the attack. Ha ha ha, Dragon God Ing, if the Long Zhangguo was still alive, I would have given you some leeway. Now, you want to protect him? No one can save him. Since you want to die, then die. Jiang Rulai suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! A huge golden palm condensed in the air and brazenly slapped down. It seemed to be capable of destroying the world. A black hole appeared in the air as all the power surged toward Dragon God Ing. Roar! Dragon God Ing let out a ferocious roar and turned into his zombie form. A pair of gigantic dragon-scaled skeletal wings appeared on his back. Jiang Chen's body went to the 9th level of the Heaven Palace and charged toward the Buddha's palm, with all his strength. Boom! A huge collision sound exploded in the air. The surrounding desert was suddenly filled with a sandstorm. The world was in chaos, as if the end of the world had come. Guqin was thrown out of the sandstorm area by Dragon God Ing. At this moment, Dragon God Ing was using all his strength to stop Jiang Rulai. Guqin naturally wouldn't continue to be a burden to him. He turned around and rushed toward the Dahan. At the same time, he took out the Guqin figurine and prepared to inform Gu Hai. Lord Long, I've implicated you. You must hold on for a while. Father will definitely come and save you. Guqin anxiously shouted. Bang! A black shadow shot in front of Guqin like a cannonball. Lord Long. Guqin's eyes widened in shock. Under the Buddha's palm, Dragon God Ying's body was instantly torn into countless pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. A pair of gigantic dragon-scaled skeletal wings suddenly broke open. Rumble. At the edge of the desert, a series of stone mountains were broken by Dragon God Ying. Finally, he stopped at the foot of the 50th mountain. Pu. Dragon God Ying coughed out a stream of blood. He had blocked the palm for Guqin, but he was heavily injured and had no strength left. Jiang Rulai was too strong. Jiang Rulai's palm strike was more than strong. That was Dragon God Ying. He was crippled by a single palm strike. Whoosh! In an instant, Jiang Rulai appeared beside Guqin and looked at the Guqin figurine. He revealed a cold smile. Only now did you send a message to Gu Hai. It's too late. Die. Jiang Rulai coldly snorted. He didn't give Guqin a chance to buy time and slammed his palm down. No. In the distant ruins, the heavily injured Dragon God Ying screamed in horror. Chapter 989. Jiang Rulai instantly arrived in front of Guqin after destroying Dragon Shenying with his palm. He saw a Guqin figurine in front of Guqin. You're only sending a message to Gu Hai now. It's too late. Die. Jiang Rulai snorted. He didn't give Guqin any chance to buy time and slammed his palm down. It was too late. Even if Gu Hai heard about Guqin's Guqin figurine and came here, it would be too late. Jiang Rulai didn't want to drag this out. The holy land of Soul Mountain was destroyed, and he had to make Gu Hai suffer the pain of losing his son. The might of the palm overflowed into the heavens. The momentum of the palm strike had already torn countless holes in space. It seemed that it was about to drown Guqin. Under that palm strike, Guqin would definitely be vaporized. No. Dragon Shenying, who was severely injured, screamed in horror from the ruins in the distance. But just as Dragon Shenying was about to panic, another beam of golden light suddenly appeared from the north. Another golden palm instantly arrived at Jiang Rulai's location. What? Another Buddha's palm? Dragon Shenying was shocked. The palm came too quickly, and its power wasn't any weaker than Jiang Rulai's. Jiang Rulai's hair stood on end. He felt the threat of death. At this moment, he had no choice but to deflect the Buddha's palm and meet the palm that attacked him. Bang! As the Buddha's palm was deflected, the wind from the aftermath blew Guqin away. At the same time, the impact of the cosmic force hit Guqin's internal organs and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, as he spurted out blood, Guqin knew that he was saved. Not far away, he saw two huge golden palms, each with a golden swastika symbol, colliding with each other in the air. Hong! With the two golden palms as the center, a huge tear tore the entire scorching sun desert apart. The power of the tear reached Guqin in an instant. Even if Guqin dodged the Buddha's palm, he couldn't avoid the tear in the void. Just as he was about to suffer. Bang! A black shadow rushed past. It was the injured Dragon God Ying. He picked up Guqin and jumped out of the range of the explosion. Guqin was saved, but Dragon Shenying was heavily injured. His back was lacerated and blood flowed freely. Who? The two of them flew out of the range of the explosion and landed at the foot of a mountain. Master Long! Guqin exclaimed. Cough cough, Crown Prince, it's good that you're fine. Dragon Shenying said weakly. Master Long, I've dragged you down. Guqin said guiltily. Dragon God Ying looked worriedly at the center of the battlefield. The two Buddha's palms collided in the void, and the entire scorching sun desert was destroyed. The void slowly recovered, but the two golden palms were still in a stalemate in the void, surrounded by countless swastikas. Bang! With a loud bang, the two Buddha's palms disappeared at the same time. A cool breeze blew past, and a large monk suddenly appeared in front of Dragon God Ing and Guqin, protecting them behind him. Buddha's palm. Who is this person? How does he know it? Dragon God Ing asked in surprise. Who are you? Jiang Rulai widened his eyes in surprise. This person actually blocked the palm just now. The same Buddha's palm, but it's not weaker than mine. Buddha's palm. This is my own creation, but this person's Buddha's palm is actually the same as mine. No, there are some differences, but the differences are limited. I am Buddha. Mahavairakana said solemnly. Buddha. Dragon God Ing and Jiang Rulai widened their eyes in shock. Buddha. If you are Buddha, then who is Jiang Rulai? Jiang Rulai and Mahavairakana stood in the void, staring coldly at each other. Both of them were Buddha ancestors. One was Buddha ancestor of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, while the other was Buddha ancestor of the 30 Paths Immortal Dome. They were both top experts in the Immortal Dome, and neither was willing to back down. Mahavairakana knew about Jiang Rulai's background, but Jiang Rulai didn't know about Mahavairakana's background. In an instant, Jiang Rulai thought of divine blood replication. Did Gu Hai use the secret method of the wizard tribe to replicate himself? Impossible. Only he knew how to replicate divine blood. How could Gu Hai know how to replicate it? Moreover, this person's appearance was very different from his. He was not a replica. Even if he was a replica, his cultivation level couldn't be so high. Who are you? Jiang Rulai asked coldly. Whirling World, Great Thunderclap Temple, Mahavairakana, Buddha, Mahavairakana said again. Whirling World. Hearing this, Jiang Rulai suddenly panicked. When he pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the earth, he said that he was going to open up the Whirling World. That was just a preparation, but he hadn't opened it yet. This person actually said that he was from the Whirling World. Also, Great Thunderclap Temple. Wasn't that the largest temple in the Holy Land of Spirit Mountain? Mahavairakana Temple wasn't his main temple. Buddha. This person was actually a replica. Mahavairakana. Wait. Jiang Rulai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Jiang Rulai still remembered that the Tongtian sect master was like this back then. At that time, Gu Hai even found a replica of the Tongtian sect master, and the two of them were about the same level of strength. If it wasn't in his body, he wouldn't feel it deeply. When it happened to him, Jiang Rulai felt it deeply. How could there be such a strange thing in the world? Unless Gu Hai could travel through time and space and summon people back from the future. Could this Mahavairakana be his future self? But if it was his future self, he should be standing on his side. You are my future self. Jiang Rulai said with a trace of shock. You think too much. I am me. It has nothing to do with you. Mahavairakana said lightly. It has nothing to do with me. This is what you said, so don't blame me. This is outside the Dahan imperial dynasty. Even if Gu Hai came, it would be useless. You can die together with Guqin. Jiang Rulai had a ferocious expression as he struck out with his palm. Om Mami Bami Ku. Mahavairakana also reached out with his palm. 6 golden characters of the mantra appeared in the center of his palm. Boom! The 2 huge palms collided in the void and then intertwined. Mahavairakana stepped into the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, Jiang Rulai was pushed into the starry sky. The two of them rushed into the starry sky. Mahavairakana shifted the battlefield to the starry sky. Boom, 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 boom. A series of loud sounds exploded in the starry sky. The 2 Tathagatas were fighting at the peak. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City. Matriarch Ji stood at the entrance of the study, leading a group of important officials to look at the battlefield in the distance. Another Tathagata divine palm. Matriarch Ji's face sank. Most of the officials couldn't see the scene in the distance, but Mr. Tsang Jia could see it clearly. He's also called Tathagata. Mahavirakana. How strange. This Dahan imperial dynasty is indeed very deep. The appearance of the fake Tongtian sect master last time was already shocking enough. This time, there's actually a Tathagata Buddha at the peak of the heavenly palace? It's really. Sung Jie said in a daze. What Tathagata Buddha? Emperor Kong and the others asked curiously. Sung Jie described the scene in the distance. What? There's also a Jiang Rulai. This Jiang Rulai is on Gu Hai's side. Everyone was stunned. It's not Jiang Rulai, it's Mahavirakana. Sung Jie said in a daze. Mr. Sung Jie, you can deduce the origins of this Mahavirakana. Where did this Mahavirakana come from? He's at the peak of the heavenly palace and can actually fight with Jiang Rulai. Matriarch Ji looked at Sung Jie in surprise. This official can't figure it out either. Perhaps. Sigh, that's impossible. Where did he come from? Sung Jie's expression changed. He seemed to have guessed something, but he immediately denied it. Fortunately, we used the spiritual mountain's holy land and the Dahan imperial dynasty to test each other. Indeed, there are many strange things. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes, staring at the battle between the two Tathagatas. Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, Great Desolate City, Entrance of Flame God Hall, Ho led Jing Wei, Xing Tian, Ho Yi, and the others to watch the battle in the distance. The commotion caused by the battle at the peak of the Heavenly Palace was enough to attract the attention of the peak experts in the world. Elder sister, are you saying that another Tathagata appeared? In the past, there were good and evil Tathagatas in the spiritual mountain. Jiang Rulai is the evil Tathagata. Could it be the good Tathagata? The good Tathagata is on Gu Hai's side? Jing Wei asked in surprise. It's not the good Tathagata. Ho frowned. Oh. Is there a third Tathagata? Jing Wei asked in confusion. Ho nodded gently. Ho Yi, did you see it clearly? Xing Tian looked at Ho Yi. Ho Yi narrowed his eyes at the battle in the starry sky and nodded. This Vairocana is very powerful. He's actually on par with Jiang Rulai. Xing Tian, you're right. The Dahan imperial dynasty is indeed extremely strange. In the scorching sun desert, whoosh. A ray of green light swept over. It was Gu Hai and Kong Xian, and they immediately arrived at Guqin. As soon as Vairocana left, Gu Hai called for Kong Xian and asked Mosquito Daoran to stay behind in the limitless celestial capital to guard. Kong Xian brought Gu Hai. Although they were extremely fast, they were still inferior to Vairocana. When the two arrived, Dragon God Zheng was vomiting blood. He was severely injured. Even so, he still protected Guqin with his injured body. Father. Guqin was pleasantly surprised. Your Majesty, I almost failed in my duty. Dragon God laughed bitterly as he vomited blood. Gu Hai immediately approached and patted Dragon God Ying's body. Rolling heaven replenishing energy quickly entered Dragon God Ying's body. Dragon God Ying, you didn't fail in your duty. If you didn't use the zither figurine to transmit your voice, Qin wouldn't have been able to escape this time. I really have to thank you this time. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai's heavenly eye could see clearly how dangerous the situation was. If it weren't for Dragon God Ying, Guqin would have died without a doubt. It's my duty. Dragon God Ying rejoiced. At the same time, Dragon God Ying marveled at the energy that entered Gu Hai's body. In this short period of time, his wounds had healed by more than half. Visible to the naked eye, his wounds were healing. On the other side. However, Kong Xian stood guard for Gu Hai. At the same time, he looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. Kong Xian had obtained the ancient peacock god's inheritance. During this period of seclusion, his strength had risen sharply. However, watching the battle in the sky, he was still shocked. No matter how strong Kang Xian was, he was still in the 9th layer of the heavenly palace. Whereas the two in the sky were at the great circle of perfection. Vairocana is really powerful. He's much stronger than that amethyst. Kang Xian said solemnly. At the same time, Kang Xian was also very curious about this Vairocana. Naturally, he knew about the incident that day. Gu Hai had called everyone out, and then stayed in the valley with Zheng Fa for a short while. When they came out again, Zheng Fa had turned into this Vairocana. It was too strange. However, since Gu Hai never mentioned it, Kang Xian didn't dare to ask. However, he never expected that this Vairocana was also at the perfection stage of the heavenly palace. So fierce. Chapter 990. The two Gautama Buddhas fought in the starry heavens for a while. Below, at the edge of the scorching sun desert, Gu Hai's heaven-replenishing energy flowed into Dragon God Ying's body. Dragon God Ying's external injuries were nearly healed. Although he still had some internal injuries, he could recover with time. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Dragon God Ying said gratefully. Long Qing, there's no need to be so polite. You saved my son, so saving you is what I should do. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Dragon God Ying nodded emotionally. At this moment, Gu Hai looked up at the battle in the starry heavens. Jiang Rulai's strength is actually on par with Mahaviracana's? Gu Hai said gravely. Your Majesty, this Jiang Rulai is very strong. He is much stronger than Amethyst back then. If he had boundless providence, he could control the entire Spirit Mountain. Wouldn't he be invincible? Kang Xian exclaimed. That's why Qin, and Dragon God Ying went to destroy his providence. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh. Kang Xian said in shock. Clearly, Kang Xian had been in seclusion all this time. He did not know that such a big matter was happening at the Western Spirit Mountain. Qin, Long Qing, enter my immortal dome of ancients to treat your injuries first. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the two answered. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the two disappeared. Your Majesty, you are protecting the Crown Prince. Are you? Kang Xian seemed to realize something. That's right. Since Jiang Rulai is here, he can forget about leaving today. Gu Hai said coldly. Detain Jiang Rulai. Kang Xian narrowed his eyes. That's right. You are the strongest of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's Legion commanders. So, I only brought you here. Follow me and take down Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Protect yourself first. Don't try to show off. Gu Hai looked at Kang Xian. I await your Majesty's orders. Kang Xian replied. Above the starry skies. Countless stars revolved around the two Tathagata Buddhas. On each star, there seemed to be a Buddha avatar chanting scriptures. They were in a clear confrontation. At the same time, there were also a large number of star fragments floating around. Clearly, the power of the battle between the two was too great. Vairocana. Who are you? Why is your cultivation method so similar to mine? Jiang Rulai glared angrily. Do they look alike? Perhaps. These days, I have been reading the Buddhist scriptures written by you. My spirit is soaring, but I have lost the compassion of Buddhism. My Buddha is compassionate. When it is our responsibility to resolve the sufferings of all living beings, we must maintain our original heart. Do you still have your original heart? Or rather, that wasn't your intention in the first place. To deceive the world, you will never attain the essence of Buddhism. Mahaviracana said coldly. It's not up to you to talk about my Buddhism. Although you are strong, you are only on par with me. You can't do anything to me. Humph. Again. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Whoosh. The two of them were surrounded by boundless golden light. Then, they struck out with their palms again. When they struck out, they gathered a 10,000 zhang palm energy. The swastika symbol spun slowly in the center of the palm. Stars revolved around it, and there seemed to be Buddhas chanting scriptures above, increasing the strength of their palms. They collided with each other. Hong! The void shattered. However, Mahavairocana and Jiang Rulai did not give in. They were in a stalemate, and both of them used their supreme Buddhist techniques to clash with each other. In Desolate City, Bai raised his eyebrows. The same Tathagata divine palm? No, there is a slight difference. Their Tathagata divine palms seem to be a mirror image. Bai said in surprise. In Xianyuan City, Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. The two Tathagata divine palms seem to be yin and yang. One yin and one yang, but there is the meaning of Taiji. How strange! Matriarch Ji said in surprise. Mr. Tsang Jia muttered to himself. He seemed to have seen something, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Just as everyone was surprised, the battle between the two Tathagata divine palms suddenly changed. Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of green light shot up into the sky. There seemed to be a huge illusion of a peacock in the green light. Countless peacock feathers appeared and filled the starry sky. At the same time, Kong Xian's clones grabbed the six-colored divine light with a cold expression on their faces. Jiang Rulai was in a stalemate with Mahavairocana. When he saw the green light, he understood everything. Jiang Rulai sneered. Kong Xian. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? I am in a stalemate with this Bai because I want to know his strength. Since you have interfered, then don't blame me for being impolite. Boom! With a loud sound, Jiang Rulai's palm was separated from Mahavairocana's palm. Waves of airwaves appeared in the void and attacked the countless Kong Xian's clones. Ninth grade golden lotus, encompassing heaven and earth. Jiang Rulai shouted. As he stretched out his hand, the ninth grade golden lotus flew out from his palm. Under Jiang Rulai's control, the ninth grade golden lotus suddenly became 1,000,000 miles large. It descended from the sky and enveloped everything. The lotus flower merged with a bud, as if it was going to envelop the three of them. The ninth grade golden lotus only had a suction force. It was as if it had sealed the void. Kong Xian tried to escape, but he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Encompassing heaven and earth, everything entered it. The 12th and 12th grade golden lotus of the 16 great Dharma treasures. Although it was swallowed by mosquito Daoren, it is still so powerful in Jiang Rulai's hands. Encompassing heaven and earth. Once it enters the lotus, it will be under Jiang Rulai's control. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. 12th grade golden lotus. In the past, it only suffered under Jiang Lianshan's Shenong Ho and lost 3 grades. Then, mosquito Daoren took advantage of it and ate it. However, it is still a Buddhist treasure after all. That Mahavairocana probably doesn't have a treasure of the same level. The outcome is clear. Ji said coldly. It seemed that Mahavairocana and Kong Xian were about to be hit. However, Mahavairocana flipped his hand. Wang! Suddenly, a 9th grade golden lotus flew out from Mahavairocana's hand. What? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Impossible. This 12th grade golden lotus came from the beginning of the world. There was only one golden lotus. How could he have one too? Moreover, looking at the gap, it was also swallowed by 3 grades. Was this real? What Mahavairocana had was indeed a 9th grade golden lotus. Once the 9th grade golden lotus was activated, it also became 1,000,000 miles large and enveloped the sky from the bottom. 2 gigantic 9th grade golden lotuses, mouth to mouth, collided in the starry sky with a loud rumble. Hong! There was a loud sound, and countless stars exploded. It was actually a draw. A second 9th grade golden lotus? How is this possible? Ji matriarch said in shock. Ji Yi narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he was also puzzled. Rumble. The two ninth-grade golden lotuses were in a stalemate, one above the other. It was difficult to determine the victor. Mahavarakana instantly closed in. Jiang Rulai countered with a palm strike again. Boom! Under Mahavarakana's overbearing pressure, the two were in a stalemate again. Where did you get a ninth-grade golden lotus? Why do you have one too? Jiang Rulai roared gloomily. I got it the same way you got it. Mahavarakana said with a smile. I got it from Nalanda Temple. You too. Jiang Rulai said in disbelief. That's right. My ninth-grade golden lotus also came from Nalanda Temple. It was originally a 12th-grade golden lotus, but Mosquito Dauran swallowed it and turned it into a ninth-grade golden lotus. Mahavarakana said in a deep voice. Mahavarakana was talking about Mosquito Dauran of Earth's immortal world. However, Jiang Rulai didn't know that. Huh? Jiang Rulai was completely dumbfounded. Yours is the same. Are you kidding me? Mosquito Dauran of the boundless celestial capital was also dumbfounded. Although Mosquito Dauran didn't go, he was still very concerned. Although Mosquito Dauran's current strength wasn't as good as Gu Hai's, he could roughly see the border of the boundless celestial capital with his full strength. A nearby scout using a guqin transmitted his voice. Mosquito Dauran, you also swallowed 3 grades of his golden lotus? Ao Sheng said in astonishment. Mosquito Dauran was dumbfounded. Then, he said gloomily with a black face, I won't take the blame for this. While Mosquito Dauran was gloomy, another change occurred in the battle in the distance. While the two Tathagata Buddhas were in a deadlock, 10,000 Kong Xian shot out 6-colored divine light at Jiang Rulai's back at almost the same time. Evil creature, you're courting death. Jiang Rulai roared angrily. He was already gloomy. This Kong Xian still wanted to sneak attack him. Wasn't this just making things difficult for him? Whoosh! A great solar wheel suddenly appeared behind Jiang Rulai. As soon as it appeared, Buddhist light shone in all directions. Almost 10,000 Jiang Rulai appeared in an instant. Realm of Divine Path. Kong Xian's face changed. Almost 10,000 Jiang Rulai against 10,000 Kong Xian. Boom! In an instant, a large expanse of 6-colored divine light was split open by Jiang Rulai. Almost 10,000 Jiang Rulai attacked at the same time, trying to destroy Kong Xian. But at this moment, a person appeared in the sky not far away. It was Gu Hai. Gu Hai stood in the void, waiting for Kong Xian to distract Jiang Rulai. The heavenly eye opened between his brows, and a scarlet ray of God-slaying light shot out. Boom! In an instant, the God-slaying light rushed towards one of Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers. What? Jiang Rulai's face changed, but he couldn't dodge it. In such a hurry, how could Jiang Rulai expect Gu Hai to appear? In an instant, the God-slaying light penetrated his body. This was the effect that Gu Hai wanted. With 10,000 Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers, he wouldn't fail. After all, there was only one ray of God-slaying light. Boom! 10,000 Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers had a big hole in their chests at almost the same time. Bang! 10,000 Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers disappeared in an instant, leaving only the original body and Vairocana in a stalemate. Initially, the two of them were evenly matched. However, at this moment, under the light of destruction, a huge hole suddenly exploded in Jiang Rulai's chest. His body weakened, and the full force of Mahavarakana's attack landed heavily on Jiang Rulai. Boom! Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Rulai was instantly blasted away, crashing heavily into his 9th-rank Golden Lotus. The 9th-rank Golden Lotus instantly shrank, lifting and protecting the heavily injured Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai, you dare! Jiang Rulai shouted in shock and anger. Vairocana's 9th-rank golden lotus shrank as well, stepping on it as it flew towards Jiang Rulai. Now, Jiang Rulai's doppelgangers were heavily injured by Gu Hai, and Vairocana's doppelgangers were heavily injured inside his body. The tables had turned in an instant. Jiang Rulai is going to lose. I underestimated this Gu Hai. Humph. In the distance, Matriarch Ji's face sank. God-slaying light. Gu Hai. Ha! Without the protection of the mystical mountain's providence, there is no place for Jiang Rulai to hide in this world. Pai Yi narrowed his eyes. Clearly, His Holiness didn't expect Jiang Rulai to lose so quickly. Was the mystical mountain's holy ground going to be completely destroyed? With Jiang Rulai's heavily injured body, how could he escape from Vairocana's hands? Chapter 991. Vairocana's strength was on par with Jiang Rulai. Now that Jiang Rulai was heavily injured, no one was optimistic about Jiang Rulai's chances anymore. If Spirited Mountain's providence was still there, Jiang Rulai wouldn't be afraid. That was because once he returned to Spirited Mountain, he could mobilize the world's power. He could even turn the tide. But now, Gu Hai, Kang Xian, and Vairocana all looked coldly at Jiang Rulai. Even Matriarch Ji and Qi felt that Jiang Rulai had nowhere to run. Of course, neither of them came to his rescue. Matriarch Ji couldn't wait for Jiang Rulai to be destroyed. At this moment, Gu Hai and Jiang Rulai were fighting, which was exactly what she wanted. Qi was already very angry with Jiang Lianshan. Although Jiang Rulai was his younger brother in name, Qi knew that this was just an excuse for the evil Rulai to help Jiang Lianshan. He was still an outsider. Moreover, he even killed the elite guards not long ago. Why would Qi save such a person? In the world of the living, Jiang Rulai instantly became a loner. Holding the hole in his chest, Jiang Rulai spat out a trace of blood. Escape? Jiang Rulai knew that with his heavily injured body, he definitely couldn't escape from Vairocana. It was all Gu Hai's fault. Thinking of Gu Hai, Jiang Rulai's eyes shot out a torrential anger. Because of Gu Hai, he lost control of the great Yan heavenly dynasty. Gu Hai was the one who took away the elite guards, causing him to lose the boundless luck. Because of Gu Hai, the countless providence of Spirited Mountain was also destroyed by him. Because of Gu Hai, he was heavily injured. It was all because of Gu Hai. It was all because of Gu Hai. Looking at Gu Hai, Jiang Rulai wished he could chew on Gu Hai's flesh and drink Gu Hai's blood. Mr. Good, should we kill or capture Jiang Rulai? Mahavairakana asked. Before Gu Hai could open his mouth, Jiang Rulai glared at him. Gu Hai, if you dare to touch me, your son Gu Tang's soul will scatter. Do you believe me? Gu Tang. Gu Hai's son. In Xianyuan City, Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Gu Tang, didn't we exchange places with you last time? We will be able to help him reconstruct his physical body soon. His soul will be destroyed. Ridiculous. Gu Hai sneered. Although Gu Hai felt worried in his heart, he still pretended not to believe it. Ha, you really didn't notice it. How can it be real? It's just a fake I made. The real one is still in my hands. Gu Hai, if you don't want Gu Tang's soul to scatter, get lost immediately. Jiang Rulai said hatefully. Although he wanted to tear apart Gu Hai, the situation was pressing. He couldn't do it. He didn't know if Gu Hai still had the god-destroying heavenly eye. Jiang Rulai, do you think we will believe you? Fine, we will give you a chance to make you give up. Let's see how you can create another Gu Tang. Gu Hai said coldly. Take out Gu Tang. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Take out your Gu Tang clone. I made a copy of him. I will prove it to you. The moment Jiang Rulai opened his mouth, Gu Hai felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. It was obvious that White Emperor had already rescued Gu Tang. Otherwise, Jiang Rulai would not have been so evasive. No need. Once we capture you, everything will be solved. Vairocana, I'll have to trouble you to capture him. Gu Hai said solemnly. All right. Vairocana nodded and stepped forward. Gu Hai, you don't believe me? Good, 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 I will make Gu Tang's soul scatter. I will make sure he never reincarnates. Jiang Rulai turned around and left in anger. Whoosh! Jiang Rulai shot into the distance. Vairocana was even faster, arriving in front of Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Boom! With a slap, Jiang Rulai staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Poof! Just you wait. I will return today's humiliation 100-fold. 100-fold. Jiang Rulai roared with a ferocious expression. As he roared, he took out an alms bowl. It was the sixth Dharma treasure in history, the reincarnation pool. Be careful. Gu Hai yelled from afar. Wang! As soon as the alms bowl was thrown, Vairocana became alert. A huge ripple appeared in the mouth of the alms bowl, and a pool of clear water with a large number of reincarnation lotuses could be vaguely seen. While Vairocana was on guard against Jiang Rulai revealed a ferocious expression. Just you wait. I will be back. Boom! In an instant, Jiang Rulai rushed into the ripple. As soon as he entered, he disappeared. The moment he entered, Jiang Rulai swept away all the reincarnation lotuses. Oh no, he's not going to fight back. He's going to escape. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Where are you going? Vairocana roared and stepped into the ripple. However, when Vairocana was halfway in, his expression suddenly changed. He retreated and slammed his palm forward. However, on the other side of the ripple, 5 golden palms suddenly appeared. 5 Buddha's palms? How can that be? Kong Xian exclaimed. Even if Jiang Rulai fought back, there could only be 1 at most. How could there be 5 on the other side of the ripple? Hong! Vairocana resisted with all his might. After 1 palm, the palms exploded. The void was also shattered into countless pieces, but Mahavairocana himself was stunned. Vairocana's expression darkened, and he was about to enter again. Vairocana, don't chase after a cornered enemy. Gu Hai roared. As he shouted, Gu Hai grabbed the alms bowl and the reincarnation pool. Gu Hai grabbed the reincarnation pool, and the ripple in the void retracted. The other side of the reincarnation pool is the 18 levels of hell. Kong Xian's expression darkened. The 5 Buddha's palms just now. It seems like there's an ambush inside. Vairocana, let's discuss this further. Gu Hai said solemnly. Vairocana nodded. All right. However, the 5 Buddha's palms just now were very strange. They were weaker than the previous ones, but they were definitely Buddha's palms. Moreover, I'm sure that the aura on them was Jiang Rulai's. It seems like there have been changes in the 18 levels of hell in recent years. Gu Hai looked at the reincarnation pool in his hand. Jiang Rulai is willing to give up the reincarnation pool in order to escape. Kong Xian sneered. Gu Hai looked at the reincarnation pool and sighed slightly. He still remembered that in the West Sea, he had no chance of resisting the reincarnation pool. Now, the reincarnation pool was in his hands. The 18 levels of hell have been sealed by the Immortal of the 6 paths. Only this reincarnation pool can enter. And only the reincarnation lotus can leave. In other words, Jiang Rulai can only leave and not enter. He's severely injured now. He must want to recover from his injuries first. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, does this mean that we can also use the reincarnation pool to enter the 18 levels of hell? Kong Xian's expression changed. No. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Oh. You saw the 5 Buddha's palms just now. Jiang Rulai must be in an ambush. We can't enter from here. Gu Hai looked at Mahavirakana. Mahavirakana nodded. Previously, he had used the reincarnation lotus to open the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai was also preparing to use the reincarnation lotus to enter the Hell Path Mystery Realm. Suddenly, Gu Hai's expression changed. If he could use the reincarnation lotus to enter, wouldn't Jiang Rulai be able to too? As if he could see Gu Hai's worry, Mahavirakana smiled and said, "My method of activating the reincarnation lotus is not a Buddhist method. It was taught to me by Laozi. I can do it, but Jiang Rulai can't." "That's good." Gu Hai sighed. "But, Your Majesty, one day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the first level of the 18 levels of hell. Jiang Rulai's injuries will be healed soon." Kong Xian said worriedly. "It's not that easy to heal. I don't know the dangers of the light of destruction. My palm just now hurt his Buddhist source. Without 1,000 years, he won't be able to heal." Mahavirakana said. "If that's the case, that's great. The entrances to each level of the 18 levels of hell are not always open. Jiang Rulai will be waiting at the first level at most." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Good, when do you want to enter the 18 levels of hell?" Mahavirakana asked. "Let's wait first. The spiritual mountain sacred ground is without a leader now. Let's go back to the limitless celestial capital first." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes." Kong Xian answered. Whoosh! The three of them turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the boundless celestial capital's soaring temple. In the blink of an eye, the astral battlefield was empty. In the distance, Bai narrowed his eyes. They actually let Jiang Rulai escape. Boring. However, it seems like the person Jiang Lianshan is looking for, Jiang Rulai's hiding place should be in the 18 levels of hell, right? Xianyuan City. Matriarch Ji also narrowed her eyes. Jiang Rulai escaped to the 18 levels of hell. At the side, Zhang Jia had already used a technique to show the scene in the distance to his subordinates. His Holiness. If that's the case, Gu Tang is really in Jiang Rulai's hands. Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. That's right. Although Gu Hai managed to fool Jiang Rulai, he can't fool this emperor. If Gu Hai didn't believe it, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Jiang Rulai. Instead, he let him escape. If that's the case, Gu Tang is in the 18 levels of hell, and he managed to escape Jiang Rulai's control? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Mr. Zhang Jia, can you calculate Gu Tang's whereabouts? Emperor Kong asked in anticipation. Zhang Jia suddenly froze in place, as if he was calculating something. No one dared to disturb him. After some time, Zhang Jia nodded. I can find it. Boundless Celestial Capital, Soaring Temple. Boom! Gu Hai's group of three landed on the Soaring Temple's square. Your Majesty. A group of important officials were already waiting for Huang Xiaolong. Kong Xian, Ao Sheng, Gao Xianji. Gu Hai shouted. Present. Gao Xianji and Kong Xian answered. Present. Ao Sheng answered. Gao Xianji, lead the 400,000 divine demon army, follow Kong Xian and Ao Sheng to the spiritual mountain holy ground. This emperor needs to capture all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats in the spiritual mountain holy ground. This battle will be under the command of Gao Xianji. This emperor will give you at most 1 day's time. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Divine Demon Army, hear my order. Gu Hai ordered. Roar. A loud roar came from the boundless celestial capital. Following that, the 500,000 divine demon army, regardless of what they were doing or if they were cultivating in seclusion, immediately rushed to the soaring temple square. They stood in an orderly and respectful manner. 100,000 of you will guard the boundless celestial capital and be on guard. The remaining 400,000 will wait for Gao Xianji's orders. Gu Hai pointed at the two groups of divine demon army and ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The 500,000 divine demon army shouted. Where are the dragon tribe? Ao Sheng shouted. Roar, roar. Instantly, 2,000 giant dragons soared into the sky. Follow me to the spiritual mountain and destroy the Buddhas. Ao Sheng shouted coldly. Yes. The dragons answered. Let's go. Kong Xian waved his sleeves. Whoosh. Instantly, a gust of black wind swept up the demonic god army and the dragons. Ao Sheng brought along Gao Xianji. Let's go. Gao Xianji shouted. Boom. The black wind swept the 400,000 divine demon army and the dragons towards the spiritual mountain holy ground. Chapter 992. Spiritual Mountain's Sacred Ground. The array enveloped spiritual mountain, preventing outsiders from entering. The Buddha of the past led a group of Buddhist disciples to wait patiently for Jiang Rulai. However, Jiang Rulai was too fast, and they could not catch up. They did not have Jiang Rulai's eyesight, so they could only wait patiently. However, as they waited, the crowd grew more and more anxious. The shouts of the people outside grew louder and louder. Spiritual Mountain is a big family. How can it be short of spirit stones? Please return my spirit stones. I borrowed those spirit stones. Return them to me, or I'll be in trouble. Buddha. Buddha. Buddha of the past, I'm your loyal follower. Please return my spirit stones. The people outside the array were clamoring. The disciples of Spiritual Mountain looked at the Buddha of the past. Don't worry about them. It's useless to say anything now. Spiritual Mountain does have some spirit stones, but we can't use them on them. The Buddha of the past said in a low voice. Yes. The disciples of Spiritual Mountain answered. The disciples of Spiritual Mountain ignored them, making the people outside even angrier. Buddha of the past, are you pretending not to hear? You'll die a horrible death. Bodhisattva Donglin, are you pretending not to know me? You'll suffer retribution sooner or later. You'll suffer retribution. Countless people screamed in despair. The Buddha of the past showed a hint of disdain. There are many who curse me to suffer retribution. I don't mind you. Whoosh. However, at this moment, a black wind suddenly swept over and instantly filled the vicinity of Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground. How dare you trespass on Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground? The Buddha of the past glared. He saw a dense crowd of people standing in the black wind. There were 400,000 divine demon soldiers, and each of them was an expert from Kaitian Palace. At this moment, under Gao Xianji's orders, they quickly arranged themselves in a formation and surrounded the huge sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain. What? Kong Xian. The Buddha of the past widened his eyes in surprise. Those who surrender will live. Those who resist will die. Kong Xian shouted. Boom. The disciples of Spiritual Mountain were in an uproar. The black wind swept over, and green light exploded in the black wind. Kong Xian immediately arranged his divine path domain. One Kong Xian instantly produced 10,000 doppelgangers. Ong! Ong! The group of dragon tribe cultivators roared as they followed suit. The holy land of the spirited mountain was suddenly at a critical juncture. Where is Buddha? Where is my Buddha Tathagata? The Buddha of the past was shocked and angry. You'd better think about yourself. Kong Xian yelled. Six-colored divine light. Almost at the same time, tens of thousands of Kong Xians unleashed the six-colored divine light and smashed onto the grand formation of the holy mountain. Hong! With a deafening boom, the Spirit Mountain Grand Formation collapsed with a loud bang. The Ling Mountain Holy Land trembled violently. The surrounding people were shocked. Retribution, haha, retribution. Buddha of the past, to think you would have such a day. Good, good, good. The people who had been angered by Spirited Mountain immediately cheered for Kong Xian and the others. Let's go. Countless spiritual mountain disciples cried out in alarm. Ha! The 400,000 demon god army roared in unison. A group of dragon tribe members immediately flew forward. Ao Sheng stood beside Gao Xianji and looked coldly at the spiritual mountain disciples. Looking at the holy mountain, Ao Sheng was also shocked. 20 years ago, when he first met Gu Hai, Ao Sheng would never have thought that Gu Hai would only take 20 years to grow and destroy the entire holy land of the holy mountain. Hong! Suddenly, a ferocious-looking monk clashed with the demon god army. I said, those who resist, die. Kong Xian stretched out his hand and shot out a six-colored divine light. A Buddha exploded. Kong Xian, how dare you? When Buddha returns, he will teach you a lesson. The Buddha of the past took out the world candle lamp. As soon as the world candle lamp appeared, a raging fire rushed towards Kong Xian. The 16 great Dharma treasures of history. It's a pity that you are not qualified to use it. Kong Xian stared at him. Swoosh! Instantly, hundreds of six-colored divine lights rushed towards the raging fire. Hong! With a loud bang, the raging fire collapsed with a loud bang. The world candle lamp was useless in front of the six-colored divine lights. Among the 10,000 doppelgangers of Kong Xian, his original body suddenly turned into a 3,000 feet large peacock. Screech! The peacock spread its wings and a black wind blew in all directions of the holy mountain. All the escaping Buddhist disciples were blown away. Last time, I said that I would devour your holy mountain. I couldn't do it last time, but I did it now. Come, those who resist, enter my mouth. Screech! Kong Xian shouted and demonic aura filled the sky. He opened his mouth and sucked towards the Buddha of the past. The Buddha of the past was shocked and used the world candle lamp to resist. However, the suction force from Kong Xian was too strong. It seemed that the Buddha of the past could not hold on any longer. Buddha of the past. The disciples of the holy mountain were extremely anxious. The Buddha of the past's eyes were uncertain. He suddenly said, I am willing to abandon the lamp and surrender. What? The disciples of the holy mountain were shocked. The Buddha of the past surrendered? Kong Xian was also slightly stunned. He was hoping to see the Buddha of the past struggle for a while, but he surrendered in the blink of an eye. Kong Xian and the Buddha of the past had an irreconcilable feud. When he was captured and imprisoned in the 18 levels of hell, the Buddha of the past and Buddha of the future tortured him. Regardless of the Buddha of the past's surrender, Kong Xian did not stop the suction force from his mouth. He was going to devour the Buddha of the past. Kong Xian, I have already surrendered. You can't eat me. The Buddha of the past stared anxiously. Kong Xian acted as if he did not hear. The Buddha of the past was about to enter Kong Xian's mouth under the suction force. Lord Kong, His Majesty has ordered that all the disciples of the holy mountain be captured, not eaten. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. It was Gao Xianji who stopped Kong Xian. Kong Xian's expression changed. Once his mouth stopped, the suction force disappeared. He frowned and looked coldly at Gao Xianji. Solemnly, Gao Xianji said, the Buddha of the past has indeed caused a lot of destruction in the Dahan, and is the enemy of the Dahan. However, His Majesty wants him alive, and he may be of great use. If you want to kill him, please report to His Majesty. Although you are the main force in this battle, His Majesty is in charge of the overall situation in the Battle of Holy Mountain. Gu Hai ordered the army to listen to Gao Xianji's orders. If not, Gao Xianji would not care about this matter. Humph. Buddha of the past, consider yourself lucky. Kong Xian snorted. Whoosh. In an instant, Kong Xian appeared in front of the Buddha of the past. The Buddha of the past did not resist at all, and his cultivation was sealed by Kong Xian. The Buddha of the past understood that once Jiang Rulai was gone, the holy mountain would lose. Although he was strong, he was not as strong as Kong Xian. Moreover, who knew if there were other experts behind him? The Buddha of the past had surrendered early, and the other disciples of the holy mountain who were ready to fight lost their morale. Resist? They could not resist at all. The 400,000 holy demon army, under the protection of the top experts, could sweep the world, let alone the holy mountain. The top experts were from the dragon tribe, Ao Sheng, and Kong Xian. There was nowhere to run in the holy mountain. The 400,000 holy demon army came mainly to prevent any fish from escaping. Soon, the holy mountain was searched thoroughly. The Buddha of the past surrendered, and many disciples of the holy mountain also surrendered. Only a small part of them resisted, but in the face of the holy demon army, how could they resist? The 5 million disciples of the holy mountain were all captured in half a day. Their cultivation was sealed, and they were all held at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. At the entrance of the Great Strength Hall, the 5 million disciples of the holy mountain were wailing. They looked at the powerful holy demon army with despair and resentment. Gao Xianji stepped at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall and looked coldly at the disciples of the holy mountain who were sitting cross-legged on the ground and had their cultivation sealed. You all resent the Dahan imperial dynasty. Think about it. If it weren't for His Majesty's benevolence, all of you who vainly tried to harm my great Han would have already been exterminated by my army. Gao Xianji coldly shouted. The 5 million disciples of the holy mountain were shocked. Whoosh! At this moment, 3 streams of light arrived at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. They were Gu Hai, the unborn man, and Mahavirakana. Your Majesty, the disciples of the holy mountain have been captured. Gao Xianji led the army and said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. He looked at the 5 million disciples of the holy mountain. Gu Hai, what do you want? Did something happen to the Buddha? The past Buddha asked coldly. Gao Xianji handed over the world candle lamp. Gu Hai glanced at it and threw it into the immortal dome of the ancients. The 16 great Dharma treasures of the ancient era? There was no time to investigate now. Gu Hai looked at the resentful disciples of the holy mountain. I haven't avenged the people of the 3 mountain city. I heard that you all are preparing to follow Jiang Rulai and harm the people of the Dahan through hypnosis. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The disciples of the holy mountain froze. Previously, when Jiang Rulai was acting all high and mighty, everyone had indeed agreed, but I didn't plan to kill you because I know that you were coerced by Jiang Rulai. For example, Mansion Bodhisattva and Pud Bodhisattva refused to accept Jiang Rulai's cruelty and were ordered by Jiang Rulai to be killed by the past Buddha as a warning to others. Am I right? Gu Hai said calmly. The disciples of the holy mountain did not speak. Disciples of the holy mountain, why was the Buddha so merciful and benevolent? I believe some people still know. That is because Spirit Mountain has good and evil Tathagatas. Although the evil Tathagatas left in defeat, there is still the good Tathagatas. I am only giving you all a chance on account of the good Tathagatas. Gu Hai said seriously. Good Buddha. The expressions of the disciples of the holy mountain changed. The past Buddha's expression turned ugly. Past Buddha, you don't have to look at me like that. Let's wait for the good Buddha to return and let him decide how to deal with you. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The past Buddha's eyes changed, and he finally nodded. The good Buddha was merciful and he had followed him in the past, so he shouldn't make things difficult for him. Gao Xianji and Ao Sheng, you two lead the divine demon army and the dragon race to guard this place. Listen to Gao Xianji's orders. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Gao Xianji and Ao Sheng answered. Gu Hai looked coldly at the past Buddha and said to Gao Xianji, interrogate them properly. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Kong Xian and the other 200,000 divine demon army, follow me. Gu Hai said. Yes. Kong Xian answered. The 200,000 divine demon army stayed behind and followed Gu Hai out of the holy mountain. Along the way, Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Your Majesty, it seems like Jiang Rulai didn't take the opportunity to come back. The unborn man sighed. Your Majesty, you sent us to capture the disciples of the holy mountain to lure Jiang Rulai out? Kong Xian was stunned and asked in surprise. Gu Hai nodded, that's right. Jiang Rulai is too dangerous and we have to be careful. When you came here, I and Mahavirakana followed behind and prepared to ambush Jiang Rulai. That commotion didn't attract Jiang Rulai, so it seems like Jiang Rulai is still in the 18 levels of hell. Your Majesty, we're here. The unborn man suddenly said. The group stopped at a mountain forest. This is... Kong Xian was confused. This corresponds to the corpse tomb realm in the netherworld. Just in case, you can enter the 18 levels of hell from here. The unborn man explained. Go to the 18 levels of hell and catch Jiang Rulai. Kong Xian's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded and turned to Mahavirakana. Mahavirakana, please open the entrance to the 18 levels of hell here. Chapter 993. Mahavirakana, please open the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai looked at Mahavirakana. Mahavirakana nodded. He took out the reincarnation lotus and activated it slightly. Wang! A pair of Taiji Yin-Yang fish appeared on the reincarnation lotus and swam slightly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void. It was a huge crack about 100 feet tall, and some black gas could be vaguely seen inside. The 18 levels of hell. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. The unborn man stared at Mahavirakana, especially the technique just now. Taiji Yin-Yang. Unborn man, stand guard outside. Help me at any time. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the unborn man answered. Mahavirakana, how long can the entrance be maintained? Gu Hai asked. The reincarnation lotus could only be maintained for an incense's time at most. Would the entrance disappear soon? When the entrance is open, it has nothing to do with the reincarnation lotus. As long as I don't deplete my spiritual power, it can remain open, Mahavirakana explained. That's good. In case of any sudden changes, please wait at the entrance, Mahavirakana. We will go in and scout. Gu Hai looked at Mahavirakana. All right. I will watch in case Jiang Rulai escapes. Mahavirakana nodded. Let's go. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The 200,000 soldiers of the demonic army ordered. Following Gu Hai and Kong Xian, they stepped into the 18 levels of hell. No matter what method they used to enter the 18 levels of hell, they could only enter the first level. Gu Hai and the 200,000 soldiers stepped into the first level. The sky was dark and gloomy, and there was black gas everywhere. This place is very secluded, and there are only a few small ghosts in the distance. Kong Xian asked curiously. Gu Hai didn't know where they were in the first level of hell either. He glanced around and instructed, scout around and find out where King Yenlua's hall is located. At the same time, be careful of Jiang Rulai. Search for Jiang Rulai's minions. Report back as soon as you receive any news. Yes. The 200,000 strong demon god army replied. Rumble. The 200,000 strong god devil army was still a large number, and they quickly spread out in all directions. The few little ghosts that were nearby were caught in an instant. Unfortunately, those little ghosts didn't know anything and were muddle-headed. The army of gods and demons slowly moved towards the depths of the first layer of hell. Gu Hai waited patiently. The time in the first level of hell was not the same as the outside world. 1,000 years here was only a day in the divine continent. Gu Hai waited in the first layer of hell for 3 days. Finally, a young general of the God-Devil army brought him news. Your Majesty, there's an anomaly in front of us, we. The young general's face stiffened. Abnormal? What's abnormal? Why do you have such an expression? Kong Xian's face darkened. My lord, your Majesty, please take a look for yourselves. I dare not say too much. The young general smiled bitterly. Gu Hai and Kong Xian looked at each other and revealed a trace of doubt. Let's go. Kong Xian grabbed the young general. Gu Hai and Kong Xian immediately followed the young general's direction and flew into the distance. Kong Xian and Gu Hai's speed was much faster than the young general's. Although the young general flew for a long time, it was only a blink of an eye for the two. Soon, they arrived at the peak of a mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were already 5 God-Devil army soldiers waiting. When they saw Gu Hai, they were stunned for a moment before looking at the young general. When they saw the young general nodding his head, the 5 of them said respectfully, Greetings, Your Majesty. Gu Hai nodded his head and also noticed the abnormality of the group. Your Majesty, look over there. The young general pointed at a huge valley in the distance. The valley looked like a place where evil spirits gathered. It looked more like a small town with a large number of ghosts roaming around. On a high platform in the town, a man was standing there and he looked like he was looking for a ghost. However, the moment he saw the man, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Even Kong Xian's expression changed. Your Majesty, that person looks exactly like you. Kong Xian asked in shock. Divine blood clone. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Rulai used Gu Hai's blood to clone a Gu Hai. The fake Gu Hai looked around and suddenly shouted, Little Tang, are you here? Father has been looking for you for a long time. The fake Gu Hai shouted, but the surrounding ghosts looked at him and ignored him. The fake Gu Hai did not give up and continued shouting. In the distance, the real Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. He's looking for Little Tang? Could it be that the White Emperor saved Little Tang, but couldn't send him out of the 18 layers of hell, so he mixed in with the hundreds of millions of ghosts? If that's the case, the ancient Tang Crown Prince's soul is among the thousands of ghosts. Kong Xian's expression changed slightly. That's why Jiang Rulai wants to clone me and use me to trick Little Tang to find Little Tang. Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. But why did Jiang Rulai go through so much trouble to capture all the ghosts or kill them? Wouldn't he be able to find the ancient Tang Crown Prince eventually? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Did you forget? The 18 layers of hell cannot be killed. After killing the ghosts, the 18 layers of hell will quickly restore them. Gu Hai said solemnly. No wonder Jiang Rulai could only use such a stupid method. Kong Xian said solemnly. As expected of my son, to be able to guess Jiang Rulai's method and hide among the ghosts, not letting Jiang Rulai find him. Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai took a step forward and arrived at the fake Gu Hai in an instant. Buzz! The fake Gu Hai's expression changed when a person suddenly appeared in front of him. It's you. The fake Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. I would like to see how capable this clone of yours is. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The fake Gu Hai struck first, taking out a saber and slashing at Gu Hai. Zhou Tianlu. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. The boundless saber chi formed a territory and gathered around the energy saber. It slashed at Gu Hai like a tsunami. Die! The fake Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! The powerful energy saber shattered the entire valley and instantly arrived before the real Gu Hai. Middle Heaven Palace. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and extended his right hand. Bam! Gu Hai's right hand instantly grabbed Zhou Tianliu's saber. The powerful saber was stuck between his fingers. You! The fake Gu Hai's expression changed. Middle Celestial Palace. In that case, Did Jiang Rulai collect my blood in the battle 800,000 years ago? Ha! The real Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Ding! Gu Hai exerted force and broke the saber in half. What? The fake Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Copy? At most, you can copy a person. You can't copy a Dharma treasure, right? Moreover, you have to pay a high price to copy me. Merit points, faith power, and divine power. My needs are many times greater than others. I don't think there are many copies, right? Gu Hai said with a sneer. The fake Gu Hai's expression changed again. Indeed, the 4 strokes of death, slaughter, and extinction could not be copied. He could only use an ordinary saber. However, the fake Gu Hai was unyielding. He seemed to have copied Gu Hai's character as well. With a ferocious expression, he suddenly pounced. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his sleeve. His clone was instantly enveloped in the celestial dome of antiquity. Once one entered the celestial dome of antiquity, no matter how powerful one's techniques were, they would not be able to be used. Gu Hai did not kill the clone because his subordinates were still around. It would not be good for him to do so. No matter how hostile the clone was, it was still his clone. How could he kill in front of others? Just like before, even if Kong Xian and the army of gods and demons knew that it was a fake Gu Hai, it was not convenient for them to fight and kill him. They could only let Gu Hai do it himself. Whoosh! Kong Xian and the others quickly flew over. Your Majesty, was that your clone? How is his strength? Kong Xian frowned slightly. Jiang Rulai wants to copy me. Still not enough. Continue searching. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The 200,000 army of gods and demons immediately flew in all directions. The first layer of hell. Yama Hall. Outside Yama Hall, a large number of ghost soldiers were stationed. In the center of the hall, on a black lotus platform, Jiang Rulai suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly stepped out of Yama Hall. Standing at the entrance of Yama Hall, Jiang Rulai turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, a few army of gods and demons were flying quickly. Oh! He's in. Gu Hai did not enter through the entrance of the reincarnation pool. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Jiang Rulai looked into the distance. A group of army of gods and demons discovered the location of Yama Hall and quickly reported to Gu Hai. Gu Hai opened his heavenly eye and immediately saw Jiang Rulai at the entrance of Yama Hall. Your Majesty, have you found Jiang Rulai? Kong Xian asked anxiously. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Has Jiang Rulai fully recovered from his injuries? Gu Hai, how dare you chase after me? Humph. Jiang Rulai snorted coldly. As he snorted coldly, his figure flashed and instantly appeared near Gu Hai. He stretched out his hand and sent out a palm strike. A golden astral palm pressed down on Gu Hai from all directions. Tathagata Divine Palm. Divine Tao Domain, 6-colored divine light. Kong Xian shouted. Green peacock feathers instantly appeared in the void. 10,000 Kong Xian clones suddenly appeared and threw out 6-colored divine lights at the same time. 10,000 6-colored divine lights collided with the Tathagata divine palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the void shattered. Kong Xian was ready for a second attack. However, a strange scene occurred. The Tathagata divine palm collided with the 6-colored divine lights and exploded. What? The Tathagata divine palm became so weak? It's actually on par with me. Kong Xian said in surprise. Jiang Rulai's injuries are not fully healed yet. So it's weaker? Gu Hai asked suspiciously. Jiang Rulai looked at Kong Xian and sneered. The 9th level of Heavenly Palace? Kong Xian, following Gu Hai is too much of a waste for you. Why don't you follow me? Ha, ha ha ha, Jiang Rulai, you still have the nerve to say that? The 5 million disciples of the spirited mountain have become my Dahan's prisoners. You're the only one left. You're at the end of the road. How dare you talk big? Kang Xian sneered. Spirited Mountain's 5 million disciples. Ha, it doesn't matter to me whether they are here or not. What I have is something you can't imagine. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Oh. We can't imagine. Gu Hai said coldly. Whoosh. 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 All of a sudden, 4 more streaks of golden light shot over from afar. They arrived in front of Gu Hai in an instant. Boom. The 4 golden figures stopped abruptly. With a gust of wind, they stood side by side with Jiang Rulai. When the 4 figures appeared, Kang Xian was slightly stunned. He saw that the 4 figures were exactly the same. They were all Jiang Rulai. 5 Jiang Rulai. Kang Xian exclaimed. While speaking, Kang Xian rubbed his eyes. Not the domain of the divine path. Could it be the clones of the divine blood? Cloning someone is not as accurate as cloning oneself. Jiang Rulai is cloning himself. The most powerful cloning power. Gu Hai's face darkened. 5 clones of Jiang Rulai. Chapter 994. The Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City. In the study room. Emperor Kong said respectfully, His Holiness can rest assured. With Mr. Tsang Jie's help, I will definitely be able to bring Gu Tang's soul back. Matriarch Ji looked at Emperor Kong and nodded. In the past, when Jiang Rulai reincarnated as Jiang Lianshan's son, he handed over many things to Jiang Lianshan. This reincarnation lotus is one of them. Jiang Lianshan gave me some. It's just right for you to use. Yes, I can use the reincarnation lotus to leave, but how will I enter the 18th level of hell? Emperor Kong asked worriedly. Don't worry, I will send you in. Matriarch Ji said confidently. Yes. Emperor Kong did not ask any further. However, the spiritual mountain is surrounded by the divine demon army. Gu Hai will probably enter the 18th level of hell soon. I am worried about you. Matriarch Ji looked around. As she looked around, she suddenly saw a man in green robes. The man's forehead was slightly protruding, and there was a fierce aura in his eyes. Ying Long. Matriarch Ji called out. Ao Ying is here. The man in green robes said respectfully. How are your injuries recovering after obtaining the ancestor dragon's corpse and resentful spirit? Matriarch Ji asked solemnly. Many thanks to His Holiness's help. I have fully recovered from my injuries. With the help of the ancestor dragon's corpse and resentful spirit, my cultivation has indeed improved. There are signs of me reaching the consummation realm. Ao Ying said. Consummation realm? A commotion broke out among the officials. The consummation realm Ao Ying was talking about was naturally the consummation realm of the heavenly palace. This was the cultivation base that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Everyone looked at Ao Ying in a different light. You have been in charge of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace for many years. Your injuries were caused by me. I am happy that you are able to recover. This time, I will have to trouble you to follow Emperor Kong and obtain Gu Tang's soul secretly. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Ying answered. Good, the 2 of you. Go and return quickly. Matriarch Ji said. Yes. The 2 of them replied. At this moment, in the last row of the upper study, a voice suddenly rang out, reporting to His Holiness. Everyone looked over. Mr. Wuxing. Emperor Kong asked in confusion. His Holiness, this subject wishes to accompany him to the 18th layer of hell. Mr. Wuxing said respectfully. Oh. A curious look appeared on Matriarch Ji's face. The 18 levels of hell are extremely dangerous. I have the ability to seek luck and avoid calamity. I can detect danger in advance and help Emperor Kong and Aoing escape unscathed. Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. Matriarch Ji looked at Mr. Wu Xing with suspicion in her eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and said, "All right, the three of you, be careful." "Yes." The three of them replied. The 18 levels of hell. The 5 Jiang Rulai stepped through the air and arrived. Each of them had a dignified expression on their faces. Their palms were clasped together as they stared coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stood with his hands behind his back. However, he did not seem to be afraid. "Mr. Good, these 5 seem to be the 5 people who fought against me at the reincarnation pool when Jiang Rulai escaped." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Gu Hai. It was Mahavarakana who had received the news and also entered the 18 levels of hell. Jiang Rulai replicated his own divine blood. Ha! The secret technique of the sorcerer tribe is really strange. Gu Hai was still in shock. What a divine blood clone. Judging from the aura of these 5 Jiang Rulai, although they haven't reached the consummate level of the Celestial Palace, they aren't far from it. If I wasn't prepared and was ambushed by them, I might really have fallen. Mahavarakana's eyes sank. I think there are only 5 of them in the first level. I will have to trouble you with these 5 Mahavarakana. Gu Hai said. All right. Mahavarakana nodded. The 5 Jiang Rulai's faces darkened. However, they did not waste any time and immediately struck out with the Buddha's palm. The 5 Buddha's palms struck out and instantly tore the void apart. Buddha's palm. Unfortunately, you are not the real Jiang Rulai. Mahavarakana said coldly. Boom. The Buddha's palm struck out and instantly, there was an explosion in the void. Gu Hai and Kong Xian avoided it. Your Majesty. Kong Xian said worriedly. No worries. Leave this to Mahavarakana. We will go and seal the entrance to the second level. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Whoosh. The 2 of them turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Yen Luodian. After finding the location, everything was simple. With their speed, they arrived at Yen Luodian in a short while. The entrance to the second level of hell was not far from Yen Luodian. The 2 of them arrived in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the divine demon army in the distance also rushed over. How dare you! Who are you? Countless ghost soldiers shouted. Obviously, the ghost soldiers had changed. Most of them did not recognize Gu Hai and Kong Xian. However, a few of them recognized Kong Xian at first glance. They were horrified when they saw him. Demons, it's them. Someone shouted. Take down these ghost soldiers. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The divine demon army answered. The divine demon army acted and immediately subdued all the ghost soldiers. Give me the news of Gu Tang's interrogation. Also, find a clone that looks like me. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The godly demon army started to move. The 200,000 divine demon army all went down to the Heaven Palace. Some even strangely charged into the central Heaven Palace. Without Jiang Rulai holding them back, they swept through in an instant. Gu Hai instantly took control of the first level of hell. Kong Xian guarded the entrance to the second level. Gu Hai was not in a hurry to enter the second level of hell. Instead, he looked around coldly. Gu Hai wanted to understand the situation in the 18 levels of hell. The movement of the 200,000 divine demon army was too big. If Gu Tang's soul was in the first level of hell, he should be able to see it. Gu Hai waited, hoping that Gu Tang had escaped to the first level. However, he did not. At this moment, not far from Yama Hall, three figures were watching from afar. They were Aoing, Emperor Kong, and Mr. Wu Xing from the Great Yellow Dynasty. We're too late. Gu Hai sealed the entrance to the second level of hell. Emperor Kong's expression darkened. That's Kong Xian. Let's break through. Aoing said confidently. Break through. Emperor Kong was a little hesitant. Look in the distance. Those 5 Jiang Rulai clones are about to be defeated. Time is of the essence. No, Mahavairakana is going easy on them. Aoing said in surprise. Going easy on them? Why? Emperor Kong asked in shock. Jiang Rulai has more than just the Gautama divine palm. He still has other moves that he has not used yet. Through these clones, we can help Mahavairakana understand Jiang Rulai's strength. Ha, Jiang Rulai is shooting himself in the foot. Aoing said coldly. Mr. Wu Xing, you can predict good and bad luck. Is our trip going to be good or bad? Emperor Kong looked at Mr. Wu Xing. Mr. Wu Xing frowned slightly. Great calamity. Great calamity. Emperor Kong and Aoing narrowed their eyes. That's right. Great calamity means extremely dangerous. Are we still going in? Emperor Kong asked worriedly. Great calamity is only dangerous, not certain death, right? Aoing said seriously. Yes. Mr. Wu Xing nodded with a bitter smile. Mr. Tsang Jia already divined the location of Gu Tang's soul. How can we give up? We have to enter the lower level of hell. Aoing said seriously. Emperor Kong remained silent for a while before finally nodding. Mr. Wu Xing looked into the distance. Although the army of gods and demons is strong, the 3 of us can still charge through. Supreme Aoing, you deal with Kong Xian, and I will deal with Gu Hai. Emperor Kong, you enter the lower level of hell and find Gu Tang's soul. Be quick. I'm going down, and you guys are holding back Gu Hai. Emperor Kong said in shock. That's right. You know the location. Supreme Aoing and I will block the entrance to the second level of hell. Go quickly and retrieve Gu Tang's soul. Come out and meet us, and we will return immediately. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. That's the only way. Aoing nodded. Only Emperor Kong looked at Mr. Wu Xing strangely. Before coming, Empress Ji had specially instructed Emperor Kong to pay attention to Mr. Wu Xing and see if he had any ulterior motives. After all, Mr. Wu Xing had only been in the Great Yellow Dynasty for a short time. Although his abilities were outstanding, it was hard to avoid suspicion. However, Empress Ji could not say it out loud. Now, in order to find Gu Tang's soul, Mr. Wu Xing had actually volunteered himself. This was not his style. Empress Ji had told Emperor Kong to be careful, worried that Mr. Wu Xing might have ulterior motives. However, it seemed that His Holiness was overthinking. Mr. Wu Xing had taken the initiative to block Gu Hai so that Emperor Kong could retrieve Gu Tang's soul. How could he have ulterior motives? Alright, thank you, Mr. Wu Xing. Emperor Kong replied. The time in each of the 18 levels of hell is doubled. Therefore, you should not need much time this time. Be careful. Aoing said solemnly. Alright. Emperor Kong replied. Let's go. Aoing shouted. Whoosh. Aoing led Emperor Kong and Mr. Wu Xing toward the entrance to the second level. Who is it? Kong Xian's expression changed. Roar. However, they saw a huge dragon claw grabbing at Kong Xian. Bastard. Kong Xian's expression turned sinister. He slapped with his palm and a peacock claw appeared. Boom. The 2 claws collided in the void. For a moment, the void shattered. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Who is it? Gu Hai, who was interrogating the ghosts nearby, walked over with a cold expression. Screech. Kang Xian let out a ferocious cry. The sky was filled with countless green lights. Within the green lights, 10,000 Kang Xian appeared. Along with Kang Xian's green light, there was another kind of green light that exploded. The number of AO Yings that had clashed with Kang Xian's palm suddenly increased to 10,000. At the same time, an azure dragon appeared in front of the peacock god in the sky. Azure Dragon Domain. You are the East Sea Dragon King, AO Ying. Kang Xian's expression changed. Boom! 10,000 avatars of the divine path collided with each other. Gu Hai also appeared in front of AO Ying in an instant. However, at this moment, 10,000 stars appeared in the sky. The stars produced a strangling force that locked onto Gu Hai. Oh! Gu Hai's expression darkened. He took out the life-extinguishing saber and slashed. The saber aura shot into the sky. A long saber made of stars appeared in the sky and slashed toward AO Ying. Boom! The saber aura and the life-extinguishing saber clashed. Gu Hai immediately saw Mr. Wu Xing among the stars. The moment he saw Mr. Wu Xing, Gu Hai's pupils shrank. He was shocked. He almost shouted out loud. This is my fourth son, Gu Ming. Emperor Kong, quick! Mr. Wu Xing shouted. Whoosh! Emperor Kong entered the second level of hell instantly. Chapter 995. Kong Di instantly charged into the second layer of hell. Stop right there! Kang Xian roared with a ferocious expression. A six-colored divine light shot into the second layer of hell. Boom! Suddenly, a dragon claw appeared and shattered the six-colored divine light. Kang Xian, your opponent now is me. AO Ying said coldly. In the distance, Mahavairakana suddenly narrowed his eyes. Seeing that something had happened, he was no longer in the mood to deal with the 5 Jiang Rulai clones and was about to attack with all his might. However, he saw Gu Hai, who was in the distance, suddenly use his finger to wipe his glabella. Ordinary people would have thought that Gu Hai was going to split open the sky. Only Mahavairakana knew that this was a secret signal from Gu Hai. Slow down. Slow down. Mahavairakana was slightly stunned. Although he did not understand what Gu Hai meant, he was not in a hurry to attack with all his might. He put in more effort than before. Boom! One of the Jiang Rulai clones was sent flying. It seemed that Mahavairakana had used all his might, but he was still entangled. Gu Hai's saber attack did not have any effect. In the starry sky, Mr. Wu Xing manipulated the stars again. Buzz! Another saber made of stars slashed down at Gu Hai. Humph! You are courting death. Gu Hai glared and shot his saber into the sky again. Boom! Immediately, there was another loud sound, and the void shattered again. With a wave of Mr. Wu Xing's sleeve, more and more stars appeared. It was like a storm of stars that swept toward Gu Hai. I don't care who you are. You are blocking my Dahan Imperial Dynasty's business. You deserve death. Gu Hai stepped into the sky. Boom! 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 Gu Hai's saber and the saber of stars clashed again and again. The collision in the void grew stronger. Countless stars surrounded the two, spinning rapidly, forming a huge whirlpool in the sky. Within the whirlpool were countless fragments. It was turbid, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Your Majesty! Kang Xian shouted anxiously. However, with AO Ying in front of him, Kang Xian could not leave. Rumble! In the star storm, there were countless explosions. In everyone's eyes, the battle between Gu Hai and Mr. Wu Xing was extremely intense. However, no one would have thought that at the center of the star storm, there was a star that was quietly parked. On this planet, Gu Hai and Mr. Wu Xing didn't fight. Instead, they stood together calmly. Mr. Wu Xing knelt down. Gu Ming is unfilial. Greetings to my father. Gu Ming. It's really you. Why are you in the Great Yellow Dynasty? Gu Hai sighed. Back then, I went to the Dian Dynasty with my third brother. Later, I was chosen by a certain faction and obtained a body of skills. Against my will, I entered the Great Yellow Dynasty. I had to change my name. I am Wu Xing, sun, moon, and stars. Without a star, there is light. However, I was forced to do so all these years. Until today, I can finally meet my father. Mr. Wu Xing said emotionally. Gu Hai helped Gu Ming up and looked at him carefully. In the end, he nodded. If your mother saw your achievements today, she would be happy. Father. I am useless. I couldn't save my mother all these years. Mr. Wu Xing said bitterly. It's fine. I, your father, will save your mother. Why are you here? Gu Hai asked. Matriarch Ji wants to snatch my third brother's soul earlier. With this, we can blackmail my father in the future. Mr. Wu Xing said with hatred. Oh. Looking for Lil Tang's soul. Jiang Rulai controlled the 18 levels of hell, but he didn't know where Lil Tang's soul was. How did Matriarch Ji know? Just now, Emperor Kong went to find Lil Tang. Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes. Matriarch Ji has many strange people under her command. One of them is called Sang Jie. He can calculate the location of everyone in the world. Not long ago, Big Brother's location in Lingshan City was calculated by Sang Jie. Then, Emperor Kong leaked it to Jiang Rulai. Now, he can calculate Lil Tang's location with incomparable accuracy. Shocking. Mr. Wu Xing said in shock. Sang Jie. Calculate the location of everyone in the world? How is this possible? Even the Immortal of 6 paths can't control the heavens and earth, right? Gu Hai said in shock. It's true. Unlike the Immortal of 6 paths, Sang Jie can only calculate. Moreover, if I am not wrong, he should be a Shou Xiu. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Shou Xiu. Isn't Shou Xiu 8 meridians? East, South, West, and North meridians live and die. Could it be that he? Gu Hai was puzzled. Sang Jie is not one of the 8 meridians. Those 8 meridians are only inheritances on the surface. In reality, Shou Xiu is not limited to these 8 people. I am fortunate to be cultivating one of the Shou Xiu. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Oh. Gu Hai was surprised. Shou Xiu is Fuxi's inheritance. 800,000 years ago, Fuxi died. However, I have a feeling that Fuxi will be resurrected. As for how he will be resurrected, it should be related to us Shou Xiu. Father, be careful. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Gu Hai nodded. Father, Matriarch Ji is very suspicious. You see that only Aoing, Emperor Kong, and I are here. However, if I'm not wrong, there are people sent by Matriarch Ji waiting in the dark. Matriarch Ji is very meticulous. It is impossible that we are the only ones. Instead of letting another person get third brother's soul, it is better to let Emperor Kong get it. Mr. Wu Xing explained. You are saying that there are people hiding in the dark, watching us? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes. I wonder where father found this Virokana. He is so powerful. Why would Matriarch Ji only send the 3 of us? Even if the 3 of us are only hiding in the shadows and acting as we see fit, Matriarch Ji will definitely not trust us. Moreover, even I do not know third brother's location. Only Emperor Kong knows. He is very careful. Mr. Wu Xing said in a low voice. After today, you will return to Dahan with me. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Wu Xing. Mr. Wu Xing shook his head. Father, please forgive me. This child cannot leave the Great Yellow Dynasty now. This child still has important matters to attend to. Gu Hai looked at Gu Hai. In the end, he nodded and did not force him. Father, this child asked Kong Di to secretly retrieve third brother's soul so that the other person sent by Matriarch Ji wouldn't be able to obtain it. This child is confident that he can borrow third brother's soul from Kong Di and exchange it for third brother's soul. Father, please help me. Mr. Wu Xing said seriously. Oh. I remember that father has a copy of third brother's soul. Mr. Wu Xing looked at Gu Hai and asked. Gu Hai did have a copy of Gu Tang's soul. Jiang Rulai had lied to him. That's right. It is in my hands. Gu Hai nodded. This child is worried that he will harm third brother's soul by force. It is not good to use force. Father, please give me the fake third brother's soul. I will find an opportunity to exchange it for third brother's soul. Moreover, with my methods, I should be able to hide it from Tsang Jie. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Gu Ming and nodded. You are still so meticulous. This is for you. Whoosh. Gu Hai waved his hand and a jade box appeared in his palm. There seemed to be a blue energy swimming in the jade box. Thank you, Father. Mr. Wu Xing immediately took it. Third brother, leave father to me. I will have to trouble father with mother's side. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. I will do my best for your mother. Gu Hai nodded. Also, father, you must be careful of Jiang Rulai. Especially in the second layer of hell. Jiang Rulai's nest is there. Mr. Wu Xing said worriedly. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Father, you should have seen second brother, right? I heard that second brother is the reincarnation of the Holy Land of Holy Mountain. But father, have you ever heard second brother talk about the details of Holy Mountain? Mr. Wu Xing asked solemnly. Details of Holy Mountain? I don't think so. Gu Hai frowned. Because second brother himself is not clear. He is only a split body of the heavenly demon's earth soul and then reincarnated. The earth soul is divided into good and evil. The evil earth soul reincarnated into Jiang Rulai. The good earth soul reincarnated into second brother Gu Han. This is the good and evil Tathagata. However, the heavenly demon is more than this. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Oh. You mean there are other Tathagatas? Gu Hai was surprised. This involved the direction of cultivation after the completion of the heavenly palace. The Tathagata demon chose the same cultivation method as the sage of the six paths, which was to separate the soul into a body. The sage of the six paths eventually turned into 10 bodies. Jiang Rulai was the same. Unfortunately, I heard from Matriarch Ji that something went wrong with his cultivation. Or perhaps this was how he cultivated. Anyway, in the end, he only had 3 souls. The heavenly soul transformed into heavenly Tathagata. The human soul transformed into heavenly Tathagata. The good Tathagata and evil Tathagata. Mr. Wu Xing explained. In other words, there are 4 Tathagatas. Besides Gu Han, there are 3 more, heavenly Tathagata, human Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes, heavenly Tathagata and human Tathagata have never shown their faces. Second brother knows them, but he probably doesn't know what they cultivate. These two have never communicated with the good and evil Tathagata. It was only when Jiang Lianshan and the evil Tathagata formed an alliance that they began to conspire. Therefore, second brother should be isolated by them and doesn't know the details. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Oh. Then you mean that besides Jiang Rulai, there are other unknown heavenly Tathagata and human Tathagata in the second layer of hell? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Yes. Furthermore, Matriarch Ji doesn't know much about this secret. Everything is Jiang Lianshan's plan. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Jiang Lianshan's plan. Yes. According to Matriarch Ji, the evil Tathagata reincarnated as Jiang Lianshan's son. As a sign of allegiance, Jiang Lianshan trusted him and hid his heaven-defying capital in Jiang Rulai's place. Mr. Wu Xing recalled. Jiang Lianshan's heaven-defying capital. What do you mean? Gu Hai asked gravely. For example, this divine blood duplication belongs to Jiang Lianshan. When Jiang Lianshan was alive, Jiang Rulai could not use it. Only when Jiang Lianshan died can Jiang Rulai use it. I heard that there is another heaven-defying treasure that Jiang Lianshan hid in Jiang Rulai's place. When Jiang Lianshan was alive, Jiang Rulai could not use it. However, now it is possible. Mr. Wu Xing said with a frown. Why did he hide it in Jiang Rulai's place? Gu Hai was puzzled. Because the heaven-defying treasure's aura is too strong. He was afraid of alarming the Immortal of Six Paths. If Jiang Lianshan suppressed it alone, he would not be able to do anything else. That is why he allied with Jiang Rulai. The Heaven Tathagata and the Mortal Tathagata are in charge of suppressing the heaven-defying treasure's aura for Jiang Lianshan. Of course, at first, they could only suppress it and not use it. However, now that Jiang Lianshan is dead, the heaven-defying treasure may be used. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Divine blood duplication. There's another heaven-defying treasure. Jiang Lianshan is preparing to use it in the future. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes. In the second layer of hell, there are still the Heaven Tathagata and the Mortal Tathagata. Father, you must be careful. Mr. Wu Xing explained. Gu Hai finally understood why Long Zhanggua said that Jiang Rulai's sacred mountain was only the tip of the iceberg. The Heaven Tathagata and the Mortal Tathagata. These two were complete souls. Each of them was equivalent to the combination of the good and evil Tathagata. Secondly, there was also the heaven-defying treasure and the divine blood duplication that Jiang Lianshan had hidden. This divine blood duplication was already an exaggeration to say that it could duplicate 5 Jiang Rulai. Could that heaven-defying treasure be even more powerful? That's also why Empress Ji was unwilling to fight head-on with Jiang Rulai even though she won the battle for the Divine Path Sorcerer's Tome. Father, you must be careful. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. There will be plenty of time for Mother's matter in the future. Mr. Wu Xing said solemnly. Chapter 996. Mr. Wu Xing's information made Gu Hai's expression turn grave. He had thought that with Mahavairakana accompanying him, he would definitely be able to capture Jiang Rulai. But now, after hearing about Jiang Rulai's concealment, Gu Hai sucked in a breath of cold air. No, it wasn't Jiang Rulai's concealment, but Jiang Lianshan's. In the Long Zhanggua era, all the light in the world was enjoyed by Long Zhanggua alone. But who knew how much power Jiang Lianshan had accumulated? Jiang Lianshan's shadow could be found in all the major powers in the world. Moreover, many of them had hidden themselves. Putting aside the Divine Path Shaman book, the divine blood duplication had shocked Gu Hai. Moreover, there was also a heaven-defying treasure. This trip wasn't going to be that simple. Father, you must be careful. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. There will be plenty of time for Mother's matter. Solemnly, Mr. Wu Xing said. Gu Hai nodded lightly. Don't worry, Father knows. But since I'm here today, Father will definitely go to the second level of hell. Your mother can't wait much longer. Oh. Mr. Wu Xing was slightly taken aback. The White Emperor once wrote to me. I got the letter, and Lil Tang escaped. This means that the White Emperor was captured by Jiang Rulai. Now that we're here, if I don't rescue him, Father will feel uneasy. Moreover, Father still has a chance to fight. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Mr. Wu Xing was surprised. Mr. Wu Xing had already described Jiang Rulai to be so terrifying. With his understanding of Gu Hai, he wouldn't have boasted like this if he wasn't confident. It seemed that father was more powerful than he had imagined. Yes, father, be careful, Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. The outside world is almost done. Father will help you cover up so that you won't be suspected when you go out, Gu Hai said solemnly. No need, I can do it myself, Mr. Wu Xing said respectfully. While speaking, Mr. Wu Xing immediately flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a large number of stars charged towards Mr. Wu Xing. Rumble. Immediately, a large number of stars struck Mr. Wu Xing's body. Mr. Wu Xing's body was severely injured, and most of his clothes were torn. He looked miserable. Gu Hai felt somewhat worried. This Gu Ming was the one with the most extreme character of his 4 sons. This kind of self-mutilation, how could he do it so casually? Xing. Suddenly, thousands of starry blades emerged from the stars. The blade was pointed at Mr. Wu Xing. Gu Hai's face darkened. So many blades. That was too ruthless. Kill! Mr. Wu Xing shouted. Boom! Thousands of blades tore through Mr. Wu Xing's body. Ah! Mr. Wu Xing's miserable shriek came from the starry sky. The surging star storm exploded with a loud boom. The sky was filled with crushed stones, and they immediately exploded in all directions. In an instant, Kang Xian and Ao Ying saw where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai stepped in the air, holding the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. He looked coldly into the distance. Thousands of stars exploded, as if they were split by Gu Hai's saber. Mr. Wu Xing was washed by his own thousands of blades. In an instant, there was no place on his body that was intact. Large pieces of flesh were cut open on his arms and legs, revealing his white bones. Half of his face was also destroyed. It was a tragic sight. Mr. Wu Xing. In the distance, Ao Ying's expression changed. He wanted to pounce on him. At this moment, how could Kang Xian be willing? Ha ha ha, you want to leave? No way. Now, your opponent is me. Kang Xian shouted. Boom. Kang Xian struck Ao Ying with a heavy blow and held him back. Cough, cough, cough. In the distance, Mr. Wu Xing coughed up blood and looked at Gu Hai in horror. In the eyes of outsiders, Mr. Wu Xing had been crippled by Gu Hai. Only Gu Hai knew that this was caused by Mr. Wu Xing's self-harm. Gu Hai did not expect Mr. Wu Xing to harm himself so thoroughly and fiercely. Gu Hai also seemed to discover for the first time that his son had an unparalleled ruthlessness. Too ruthless. There were many wounds on his body. If there were more wounds, it would hurt his foundation. But Mr. Wu Xing gritted his teeth and did not even frown. Gu Hai felt complicated. At the same time, he understood how cruel Mr. Wu Xing's current situation was. Since Mr. Wu Xing had done this, Gu Hai had to cooperate with him. Humph. Tell me, what are you doing here? Gu Hai grabbed his saber and said coldly. Cough, 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 Gu Hai. Ha, ha ha ha, you didn't kill me just now. Do you know that you will regret it for the rest of your life? Ha ha ha. Mr. Wu Xing laughed sinisterly. Regret it for the rest of your life? Gu Hai's face was gloomy and puzzled. Just at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, a stream of light rushed over from the entrance of the second layer of hell. It was Emperor Kong. Let's go. Emperor Kong came out and immediately threw out a reincarnation lotus. Immediately, an exit to the outside world appeared. Ao Ying's eyes lit up when he saw Emperor Kong come out. Gu Hai, just you wait. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly rushed toward the reincarnation entrance. You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? Zhou Tian 8. Gu Hai slashed down again. Boom. A vast saber aura rushed over and was about to drown Mr. Wu Xing. Gu Hai, enough is enough. Emperor Kong shouted and threw out a golden scroll. Once the golden scroll appeared, it released thousands of golden lights that rushed toward the saber aura. Mr. Wu Xing also waved his hand. Thousands of stars condensed into a star blade that rushed toward Zhou Tian 8. Hong! With a loud bang, the starry blade instantly exploded, and the thousands of stars were instantly crushed into powder. Even Kong Di's golden scroll magic treasure exploded with a loud bang. Puff! Mr. Wu Xing was shaken by the force and spat out another mouthful of blood. He flew backward into the reincarnation lotus. Emperor Kong also staggered, but he turned around and fled into the reincarnation lotus. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, Kong Xian, we'll meet again. Aoing shouted. Boom! His palm collided with Kong Xian's, and countless voids exploded. Aoing stepped into the exit of the reincarnation lotus. The instant he stepped out, he smashed the reincarnation lotus, causing the exit to vanish. What? Kong Xian was instantly enraged. Gu Hai also looked angry. Search this place. Don't miss any corners. See if there are any other rats here. Gu Hai roared furiously. Yes. The 200,000 divine demon army answered. In a mountain forest on the divine continent. Puff! Mr. Wu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood and fell at the foot of a mountain. He was covered in blood and looked miserable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Emperor Kong and Aoing immediately followed him out. Behind them, the hole in the void suddenly vanished. Mr. Wu Xing, how are you? Emperor Kong and Aoing immediately rushed forward. Puff, I won't die. Mr. Wu Xing spat out blood. Emperor Kong immediately took out an immortal medicine and fed it to Mr. Wu Xing. Aoing also quickly stopped the bleeding. Gu Hai is so powerful. Ha, I thought I could fight with him. Who would have thought that Gu Hai hid his strength so well? Mr. Wu Xing said miserably. That Gu Hai is indeed strange. It's a miracle that you survived. Aoing solemnly said. With Jiang Rulai's strength, do you think Gu Hai will die in there? Cough cough. Mr. Wu Xing said weakly. Difficult. Emperor Kong frowned. Why? Is Gu Hai really that strong? Mr. Wu Xing asked in disbelief. This Gu Hai is strange. He's best at escaping from death. Have you forgotten? In the past, he encountered so many difficulties. When did he not escape in the end? Even when he rebelled with the Long Zhanggua and escaped from the Immortal of 6 Paths, what more this time? His Holiness saw Gu Hai's ability, so he let us take the risk to obtain Gu Tang's soul. Emperor Kong guessed. This Gu Hai is really lucky. Cough cough cough, humph, today's humiliation will be returned 100 times. Mr. Wu Xing said viciously. Mr. Wu Xing, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would not have been so successful. Emperor Kong sighed. Jiang Rulai's clone stopped Mahavirakana, and Aoing stopped Kong Xian. The army of gods and demons was still manageable, but Gu Hai was the most difficult to deal with. However, Sir Wu Xing faced the challenge head-on. Although he was severely injured in the end, he was still alive. All his injuries could be healed. This is what I should do. Oh right, Emperor Kong, did you find Gu Tang? Gu Tang's soul. Mr. Wu Xing said expectantly. Emperor Kong smiled, of course. When has Mr. Tsang Jia ever been wrong? That's good. We can report to His Holiness now. Mr. Wu Xing said with a smile. Yes, so it was so smooth. That Gu Tang is also smart. He actually mixed in with a group of evil spirits fighting each other. Who would have thought that it was so inconspicuous? If not for Mr. Tsang Jia's guidance, no one would have found it. Emperor Kong sighed. Mr. Wu Xing nodded. Supreme AO, the reincarnation lotus brought us out randomly. Where is this? Let me see. Ao Ing immediately flew into the sky. He began to investigate the surroundings. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly coughed continuously. Mr. Wu Xing, are you okay? Emperor Kong asked worriedly. Pfft. Mr. Wu Xing spat out another mouthful of blood. This Gu Hai, no, that Gu Tang, caused me so much trouble. Emperor Kong, can you let me take a look at the culprit? Mr. Wu Xing spat out blood and said angrily. Seeing Mr. Wu Xing's miserable state, Emperor Kong could not refuse. After all, Mr. Wu Xing had helped him stop Gu Hai. So what if he took a look? Don't break it. Emperor Kong flipped his hand and took out a small blue ball. There seemed to be a flow of blue light within the ball. Mr. Wu Xing took it and looked. This is Gu Tang, who caused me so much trouble. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Wu Xing suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. It was aimed at Emperor Kong's face. Emperor Kong instinctively turned his face and dodged it. But the moment he dodged, a ray of blue light flew out of Mr. Wu Xing's tattered sleeve and entered the ball. The blue light in the ball was absorbed into Mr. Wu Xing's sleeve. This sent Ao Ing away. The moment Emperor Kong turned his head, Mr. Wu Xing had already swapped Gu Tang's soul. I'm sorry, Emperor Kong. I can't stop my injuries. Mr. Wu Xing apologized. It doesn't matter. It didn't touch me. But your injuries are too serious. We have to go back quickly and let His Holiness heal you. Emperor Kong shook his head. Mr. Wu Xing nodded. He returned the ball to Emperor Kong, who immediately put it away. I found the location. Let's go. Ao Ing immediately flew back. Whoosh! Under Ao Ying's lead, the three turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 997. Search every nook and cranny. See if there are any other rats here. Gu Hai roared furiously. Yes. The 200,000 soldiers replied. Gu Hai's anger also angered the 200,000 soldiers. They immediately searched the first level of hell. The first level of hell was very big, but it was also very spacious. It was very big, and one could see a large area clearly. It was also very convenient to search. Who are you? Stop right there. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a hole in the void. It was just like the hole that Emperor Kong and the others had left through. There was a reincarnation lotus spinning slowly above it. 5 figures instantly entered the hole and slapped the reincarnation lotus. Boom! The hole disappeared, and the divine demon army was left empty-handed. They were all depressed. The divine demon army continued searching. Gu Hai, who was far away, narrowed his eyes. He knew that it was the second line that Matriarch Ji had sent. Stop! Another shout came from afar. 6 people exited the first level of hell through the reincarnation lotus. Oh! Matriarch Ji actually sent 3 lines? What a suspicious heart! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, Jiang Rulai's 5 clones were also retreating under Mahavairakana's attacks. Break! Mahavairakana suddenly raised his hand and slashed down like a sharp blade from the sky. Boom! A heavily injured Jiang Rulai clone was unable to dodge and was instantly split in half. The other 4 clones' expressions changed. They knew that things were not good. Go! The 4 Jiang Rulai clones turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the second level of hell. Whoosh! In an instant, the 4 clones rushed to the entrance. Mahavairakana's body flashed and appeared in front of the 4 clones, blocking the entrance of the second level of hell. Kong Xian also had a ferocious expression. He also wanted to stop the 4 clones. The 4 clones were anxious and could not advance or retreat. Suddenly, the 4 clones each took out a reincarnation lotus. They seemed to want to escape. Gu Hai's face darkened. Kang Xian, step aside, let them enter the 2nd layer of hell. What? Kang Xian was surprised. The 4 replicas of Jiang Rulai also looked surprised. However, since Gu Hai had given the order, they naturally moved aside immediately. Now that the entrance had appeared, the 4 of them naturally had no intention of leaving the 18 layers of hell. They had to inform their main bodies as soon as possible. Who? The 4 of them instantly charged into the 2nd layer of hell. Mahavarakana was slightly curious, but he still stood at the entrance of the 2nd level of hell and sealed the entrance. Mr. Good, did you deliberately let them leak information? Mahavarakana frowned. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. But, aren't we looking for the ancient Tang Crown Prince? Kang Xian was puzzled. Don't worry, we know what to do. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Kang Xian didn't say anything else. They waited patiently for 10 days and 10 nights. Jiang Rulai didn't come out of the 2nd layer of hell. Gu Hai wasn't in a hurry. The 200,000 divine demon army combed through the 1st layer of hell and thoroughly searched. Your Majesty, there are no abnormalities. There is only 1 replica of His Majesty. We didn't find a 2nd one. A general of the divine demon army came to report. Gu Hai nodded. The divine demon army is stationed at the 4 corners of the 1st layer of hell. Guard the entire 1st layer of hell and prevent outsiders from invading. Yes. The 200,000 divine demon army immediately dispersed. Only Gu Hai, Kang Xian, and Mahavarakana were at the entrance of the 2nd layer of hell. It seems that it is extremely difficult to replicate His Majesty's replicas. That's why there is only 1 in the 1st layer of hell. Kang Xian smiled. Gu Hai nodded. I already know the situation of the 2nd layer of hell. Oh. Kang Xian and Mahavarakana were slightly stunned. Gu Hai explained the situation to the 2 of them. Jiang Rulai. Tathagata. Tathagata. Divine blood replicas. Heaven-defying treasures. Kang Xian was shocked. Originally, he thought that capturing Jiang Rulai would be like beating a dog when it was down. However, after hearing Gu Hai's explanation, Kang Xian was shocked to discover that Jiang Rulai's foundation was so terrifying. Jiang Rulai. Ha, I didn't expect that. Mahavarakana exclaimed. Your Majesty, what do we do now? Do we still go in? Kang Xian asked solemnly. You all guard the 1st layer. I will go in and try. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? Kang Xian was shocked. Mahavarakana was also shocked. You're going in alone? It's too dangerous. Don't take the risk. I have to go. My wife's soul is still inside. I can't delay, and I don't dare to delay. I have to find her this time. Gu Hai said solemnly. White Emperor. But it's too dangerous down there. Your Majesty, can't we consider this at length? Kang Xian was worried. Is it worth it for you to risk your life for a woman? Mahavarakana looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Mahavarakana was the Dharmakaya of Sakyamuni. Although he had never experienced love, he still had Sakyamuni's past memories. Sakyamuni was originally a prince, and he even got married and had children. However, for the sake of cultivation, for the sake of the world, he abandoned his family and family. In Mahavarakana's opinion, Gu Hai had the Dahan imperial dynasty, and the Dahan's growth was terrifying. In the future, Gu Hai might be able to reach the same height as the Long Zhanghua, or even stronger. What kind of woman can't he have? He has such a bright future, and he can also benefit the world. But now, he is going to die for a woman. This. Mahavarakana couldn't understand for a moment. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Do you know why I started cultivating? Mahavairakana looked at Gu Hai in confusion. My greatest goal in embarking on the path of cultivation is to see my Xian again one day, and to be able to let my beloved live a carefree and happy life. So I have been working very hard. Now, I can save my Xian heir. Should I give up my original goal for those meaningless benefits? Gu Hai said solemnly. But if you go down, are you confident that you can escape unscathed? Mahavairakana asked in a low voice. 10%. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Only 10%? Kang Xian said anxiously. Mahavairakana looked shocked. Wasn't it certain death? Gu Hai still had a 10% chance of coming back. How could that be? What was he relying on? Mr. Gu, even if there's only 10%, it's still too dangerous. Shakyamuni Buddha once said that you have the sign of destiny, and your future achievements are limitless. But in this world, there are many people with the sign of destiny, but there are even more who die young. What if? Mahavairakana said worriedly. Sign of destiny? Shakyamuni Buddha thinks too highly of me. No matter what my sign is, no matter how great my future achievements are, I only know that some people are more important than the whole world. Xian heir is such a person, so I have to give it a try. I'll have to trouble you to stay here. Apart from me, no one is allowed to come out. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty. Kang Xian looked anxious. Mahavairakana frowned slightly. I'll go down with you. You? Mahavairakana, the second level of hell is too dangerous. What if? Gu Hai said worriedly. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Good. But don't worry too much, Mr. Good. They can't kill me. Solemnly, Mahavairakana said. Oh. Gu Hai looked puzzled. Although I may not be able to handle them, I'm confident that I won't die. Solemnly, Mahavairakana said. Looking at Mahavairakana, Gu Hai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Kang Xian said immediately. Gu Hai shook his head. It's too dangerous down there. You're not strong enough. Stay here and wait for my return. Kang Xian. This was the first time someone said that he was not strong enough. Kang Xian was also depressed. But since it was Gu Hai who said it, Kang Xian did not dare to refute. Besides, the level of danger down there was not something he could handle. Don't worry, we'll be back. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Kang Xian clenched his fist. Gu Hai and Mahavairakana stepped into the second layer of hell. Standing at the entrance of the second layer of hell and watching Gu Hai and Mahavairakana enter, Kang Xian's face showed anger. I must reach the peak of Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. I must rush up there as soon as possible. Kang Xian was depressed about his cultivation level. On the other side, Gu Hai and Mahavairakana had already stepped into the second layer of hell. The second layer of hell was hot and dry. The two stepped out, but they were in the sky of the second layer. On the ground below, countless evil spirits were killing each other under the murderous aura of hell. In the distance, volcanoes were spewing magma. It was the same as the last time. The only difference was that in the distance, there was a large stream of light rushing over. Buzz! The stream of light stopped not far away from Gu Hai and Mahavairakana. It was the clones of Jiang Rulai. They stood in the air and looked at the two coldly. Ha, Gu Hai, Mahavairakana. We haven't had time to go to the first layer of hell to find you, and you dare to barge in? One of the clones of Jiang Rulai sneered. Gu Hai looked around, but his eyes narrowed. 64 Jiang Rulai. This divine blood clone is really powerful. It can create top-notch experts in batches. Even if the clones are much weaker than the original, they are still at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace. No wonder Jiang Rulai didn't clone others. It's enough to clone himself. With this kind of power, if there is no one at the peak of Heavenly Palace in the world, they can sweep the world. Mahavirakana laughed. 64. The 9th level of Heavenly Palace? No wonder the ancient witch tribe and the demon tribe could be the protagonists of the world. The human race can't withstand a single blow. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mr. Good, what do you think? Mahavirakana looked at Gu Hai. Can you handle it? Gu Hai asked. Yes. Mahavirakana nodded. Then make your move. Use your thunderous means. Don't tangle with him. Use your power to shake Jiang Rulai's heart. Gu Hai said solemnly. My Tempest Temple is thunderous. Isn't it easy to use great power? Mahavirakana laughed. Ha, you're about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. Mahavirakana, didn't you have a hard time dealing with the 5 of us before? Let's see how you escape this time. One of the clones of Jiang Rulai roared angrily and rushed over. When the first Jiang Rulai made his move, the other Jiang Rulai clones followed closely behind. They also stretched out their hands and struck out with the Buddha's palm. With the fury of thunder, the 64 Jiang Rulai clones seemed to carry the might of the heavens, leaving Gu Hai and his companion with nowhere to run. The first Jiang Rulai clones had already rushed in front of Mahavirakana. However, Mahavirakana suddenly narrowed his eyes, extended his right hand, and swung his long sleeves. Smack! The sound of a slap shook the heavens. The first Jiang Rulai clone that had rushed forward was instantly sent flying backward like a cannonball, shooting toward a mountain in the distance. The sudden change shocked everyone, and they all turned their heads to look. They saw that the face of the Jiang Rulai clone that had been sent flying had been completely deformed. Had he really been sent flying by Mahavirakana's slap? Had he been sent flying by a slap? Chapter 998. The second layer of hell. There seemed to be a light screen above the mouth of a volcano. 3 figures sat in the light screen. The 3 of them looked exactly the same. They all had the appearance of Jiang Rulai. The one on the left wearing a kasaya was obviously Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai's chest was pierced by Gu Hai's god-destroying eye not long ago. He had mostly recovered, but he had not fully recovered. His face was still pale. The one on the right wore a yellow robe and had a golden swastika between his eyebrows. A swastika light flashed in his eyes. The one in the center was a white-robed man with a red line between his eyebrows. The 3 of them looked at where Gu Hai had appeared. Jiang Rulai, that's Gu Hai and Vairocana, the man in the middle asked. Yes, Rulai Tian. I was injured by Gu Hai's god-destroying light. Jiang Rulai said. The man on the right with the swastika symbol frowned. You were defeated by him. Jiang Lianshan's fate and Spirited Mountain's fate were all destroyed by him. Rulai Tian, this Gu Hai is sinister and cunning. Jiang Rulai said bitterly. Alright, what's done is done. Don't pursue it anymore. Rulai Tian said. Yes. Rulai Tian and Jiang Rulai answered. Is that Vairocana beside you? His strength is on par with yours? Rulai Tian asked. Jiang Rulai's face darkened. I still had some tricks up my sleeve. Gu Hai ambushed me. That's why I was heavily injured. Defeat is defeat. There is no reason or excuse. The god-destroying eye is only a small part of your injuries. Most of it was caused by Vairocana. How long have you been here? You haven't fully recovered. Rulai Tian said. Yes. Jiang Rulai had a bitter expression on his face. Heavenly Rulai, I feel that what Jiang Rulai said is true. After all, the 5 clones of Jiang Rulai were able to tangle with the Mahavirakana for so long. It's obvious that the Mahavirakana isn't all that impressive. Mortal Rulai sneered. Jiang Rulai looked into the distance and said, yeah, his strength should be at the peak of Heavenly Palace. I was too cautious in the past. With the 64 of us attacking, Gu Hai and Mahavirakana will be easily captured. I'm very confident in my divine blood replication. Tathagata also said confidently. Pa! A deafening sound came from afar. They saw the first clone that charged forward being slapped by Mahavirakana and sent flying. As it flew out, its entire face caved in and became crooked. Boom! The first Jiang Rulai clone was like a cannonball, smashing into a mountain and shattering it. Mortal Rulai. Jiang Rulai. Heavenly Rulai. Slapping the clone's face was like slapping Mortal Rulai's face. He was just looking down on Mahavirakana, but in the blink of an eye, he was slapped until his face was deformed. He launched a sneak attack. Continue to attack. Immediately, another clone roared. Immediately, the 63 clones pounced again. Smack! 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 A series of deafening sounds came. The sky was filled with Mahavirakana's palms. In an instant, the clones were sent flying like cannonballs. Gu Hai didn't make a move. He just watched. In a short while, the 30 clones smashed one volcano after another like scattering flowers. Magma sputtered, and the sky was filled with a rain of fire. The remaining clones paused, their expressions ugly. In the distance, Heavenly Rulai, Mortal Rulai, and Jiang Rulai's expressions darkened. This Mahavirakana doesn't seem like what you said. Heavenly Rulai said indifferently. He does have some ability. Jiang Rulai, it's not an injustice that you lost to him. Mortal Rulai said indifferently. Jiang Rulai. In the distance, Mahavirakana displayed his might. Although the clones were all at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace, they were still no match for one palm. All the clones were on guard. Mahavirakana, I think I see them. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Following Gu Hai's gaze, he turned his head and suddenly saw the light and shadow of a volcano crater in the distance. In the light and shadow, the 3 Heavenly Rulai demons were sitting cross-legged. Among them, Mortal Rulai suddenly put his palms together and chanted, Great Formation of 18 Buddhas. Suddenly, a burst of golden light appeared around the 18 clones. Then, they surrounded Gu Hai and Mahavirakana in a strange formation. At the same time, they struck with the Buddha's palm. When they struck, they didn't charge at Gu Hai and Heavenly Rulai. Instead, they gathered in the void. The 18 Buddha's palms instantly condensed into a giant palm in the void and pressed down on Gu Hai and Heavenly Rulai. Great Formation of 18 Arhats. Mahavirakana's face darkened. He instantly recognized the formation and punched toward the sky. Boom! Mahavirakana's fist collided with the giant Buddha's palm, and a superstorm suddenly appeared in the void. Oh! He blocked it. Mortal Rulai's face darkened. Open! Mahavirakana shouted. The power of the punch skyrocketed. Poof! The 18 clones of Jiang Rulai immediately spat out a mouthful of blood as if they were about to be defeated. Some cracks appeared on the giant Buddha's palm, and it was about to be broken by Mahavirakana. Double, Great Formation of 18 Buddhas. Mortal Rulai said again. Whoosh! Another 18 clones formed a similar formation outside the formation. The Buddha's palm struck out and instantly infused the giant Buddha's palm that was about to shatter. Boom! Under the pressure of the huge force, Mahavirakana suddenly paused. He was clearly being suppressed. At this moment, the clones that had just been slapped crawled out from the ruins. They looked at Mahavirakana, who was being suppressed by the double formation, in shock and anger. Triple, Great Formation of 18 Buddhas. Mortal Rulai said again. Whoosh! The third formation was arranged, and all the clones suddenly infused all their power into the giant Buddha's palm. Boom! The power of the giant Buddha's palm exploded again, and it instantly suppressed Mahavairocana's punch force as if it was about to be completely crushed. Once the punch force was crushed, the giant Buddha's palm, which was formed from the power of 54 clones, would completely smash onto Guhai and Mahavairocana. Mortal Rulai sneered. That's all you got? That's not right. The two of them don't show any signs of fear, Mahavairocana said in a low voice. Mahavairocana's voice seemed to reach the ears of Guhai and Mahavairocana in the distance. Mahavairocana smiled. The three of you, do you really think that we are at the end of our rope? Jiang Rulai didn't tell you about my understanding of Buddhism, did he? Jiang Rulai's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, he knows about the great formation of 18 Buddhas too. Mortal Rulai was slightly taken aback. What I know, he knows too. He definitely knows the weakness of the great formation of 18 Buddhas. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Mahavairocana in the distance moved. The punch force that was about to collapse suddenly rushed up. As it rushed up, it turned into a palm, and the palm blade slashed through the sky. It was like a heavenly sword that instantly pierced through the gaps between the fingers of the giant Buddha's palm. Hong! With a loud bang, the giant Buddha's palm was cut in half and exploded. The huge recoil instantly rushed into the 54 clones of Jiang Rulai. Boom, boom, boom. Puff! The 54 clones instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The formation was broken, and they were sent flying. The remaining 10 clones that hadn't set up the formation wanted to help, but it was too late. They were swept away by an invisible force. You. How did you know the weak point of the formation? The clones wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and said in shock. Mahavairocana ignored them and displayed his ferocious might in this battle. 64 replicas couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Mr. Good, how should we deal with these clones? Mahavairocana asked. There's no point in keeping them. Kill them. Guhai said in a low voice. All right. Mahavairocana nodded. He waved his hand, and a spinning golden fog appeared in his palm, forming a huge vortex. Immediately, a strong suction force rushed toward the 64 clones. Buddhist nation in a palm. Mortal Rulai's expression darkened. Ah! Ah! The 64 clones that had just been severely injured screamed as they were sucked into the air and flew toward Mahavairocana's palm. Humph! Mortal Rulai snorted. Tathagata extended his right hand, and as his right hand struck out, a swirling golden mist appeared in his palm. Half of the clones that flew toward Mahavairocana's Buddhist nation in a palm instantly flew toward Mortal Rulai's palm. Buddhist nation in a palm too? Mahavairocana said in surprise. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 64 clones disappeared. Half of them entered Mahavairocana's Buddhist nation in a palm, and the other half entered Mortal Rulai's Buddhist nation in a palm. Mahavairocana. What a profound Buddhist dharma. Mortal Rulai said coldly. Same here. You are. Mahavairocana said in a low voice. You can call me Mortal Rulai. Mortal Rulai said lightly. Mortal Rulai. So this one in the middle is Tian Rulai? Mahavairocana said with a serious look in his eyes. Tian Rulai's expression was calm. Oh. You know about us? Looks like Mr. Good was right. Jiang Rulai, how are your injuries? Mahavairocana said lightly. Guhai. Tian Rulai looked at Guhai with narrowed eyes. You don't have to worry about my injuries. Jiang Rulai looked at Mahavairocana coldly. Tian Rulai, Mortal Rulai, and Jiang Rulai. I have a son, Guhan. All three of you should be familiar with him, right? Guhai said in a low voice. Good Rulai. He was originally evil, but he turned into good. He doesn't fit in with the crowd and is an anomaly. He is facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes. Why? Do you want to speak up for him? Tian Rulai said lightly. It's not that I want to speak up for him. It's just that Gu Han is my crown prince and has some history with all of you. I have no grudges with all of you. It wasn't my intention to meet you on the battlefield today. Gu Hai said in a low voice. It wasn't your intention. Ha, it wasn't your intention to destroy my Spirit Mountain's providence? Jiang Rulai shouted with a ferocious expression. You killed hundreds of millions of my people and even imprisoned my son, Gu Tang, and my wife's reincarnation. Do you think I will let you off so easily? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Humph. Jiang Rulai snorted coldly. The three of you came with Mahavarakana today because of my wife's reincarnation. White Emperor, where is the White Emperor? Gu Hai said solemnly. White Emperor. Ha ha ha, the White Emperor is in my mystic realm, the Celestial Dome. Do you have the guts to come in? Jiang Rulai laughed coldly. Chapter 999. White Emperor. Ha ha ha, the White Emperor is in my mystic realm, the Immortal Dome. Do you have the guts to enter? Jiang Rulai sneered. Mahavarakana looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, Jiang Rulai's injuries are about 80% healed. That Rulai Ren beside him seems to have a more profound understanding of Buddhism than Jiang Rulai. My Buddhist kingdom in a palm is also at my fingertips. Of course, I think the most dangerous one is Rulai Tian. I can sense an aura from him that makes my hair stand on end. Mahavarakana frowned. I have to go in. Do you want to stay here? Gu Hai looked at Mahavarakana. Looking at Gu Hai, Mahavarakana smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, I didn't say that because I was afraid. I just wanted to tell you about their level of strength. Don't worry, I said that they can't kill me, so they can't kill me. Since you really want to go in, I'll accompany you. However, I can't guarantee that I'll always protect you. Thank you. Gu Hai smiled. Mahavarakana nodded. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Rulai in the distance and said, if that's the case, then you open the mystic realm, the Immortal Dome. I want to see the White Emperor. Oh. Jiang Rulai in the distance narrowed his eyes. He was just mocking Gu Hai. He didn't expect Gu Hai to really want to enter. You're asking for it. Ha! Rulai Ren sneered. Jiang Rulai and Rulai Ren looked at Mahavarakana together. Mahavarakana looked at Gu Hai and Lu Li in the distance in confusion and finally nodded. Alright, Gu Hai, since you want to die, then come in yourself. Jiang Rulai sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! A six-colored light curtain suddenly appeared in front of the three silhouettes. The light curtain was stacked on top of each other like a space entrance. Gu Hai and Mahavarakana flew in front of the six-colored light screen. He paused for a moment. Gu Hai's eye of life and death suddenly opened, and a heavenly aura spread out. At the same time, a section of the six-colored light screen was captured. He was analyzing the entrance to the immortal firmament mystic realm. When the eye of life and death opened, Tian Rulai, who was not far away, raised his eyebrows. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What? Gu Hai, are you regretting it? Are you afraid to come in? Jiang Rulai sneered. Gu Hai withdrew his eye of life and death and shook his head. Jiang Rulai, I hope you are not lying to me. Jiang Rulai frowned. If the White Emperor is still alive, I will give you a quick death. If the White Emperor is no longer here, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Jiang Rulai's heart trembled when he saw that trace of ruthlessness. After trembling, Jiang Rulai immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. To think that Gu Hai threatened me? A fate worse than death? Let's see who will suffer a fate worse than death later. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Gu Hai did not say anything more. He stepped forward and entered the immortal firmament mystic realm. Mahavirakana followed closely behind. Whoosh! He stepped into the immortal firmament mystic realm. Suddenly, he entered a new huge world. In the sky of this world, there were rolling scarlet blood clouds. The churning blood clouds instinctively gave people a great sense of oppression. Mahavirakana looked at the blood clouds in the sky and frowned. Obviously, he was extremely vigilant. Once they entered the immortal firmament mystic realm, the entrance behind Guhai and Mahavirakana suddenly disappeared. The two of them had no way back. But at this moment, a huge wave of murderous intent surged. They saw that not far away, there were 3 mountains towering into the sky. On each mountain peak sat a person. Tathagata Ren, Tathagata Tian, and Jiang Rulai. The 3 of them sat on each mountain peak and looked coldly at the 2 people who had entered the immortal firmament mystic realm. Not far from Tathagata Ren, there was a rolling golden fog. In the fog, there seemed to be the roar of a ferocious beast. Roar! Under the loud roar, it shook one's soul and instantly attracted the attention of Guhai and Tathagata Tian. Next to the golden fog, there were huge transparent spherical heads that were the height of 2 people. The spherical heads were golden in color, like huge insect eggs. In each of those huge insect eggs, there was a figure that seemed to be in deep sleep. They were Jiang Rulai's clones. There were as many as 3,000 of them. 3,000 insect eggs, and in each egg was a clone of Jiang Rulai. These clones were originally in deep sleep. When the 2 of them stepped into the immortal firmament mystic realm, Tathagata Ren waved his hand gently. Whoosh! It was as if a strong wind blew past the 3,000 insect eggs. Suddenly, they trembled. In the insect eggs, there was a clone of Jiang Rulai. With a shudder, he seemed to wake up. The moment he woke up, he opened his mouth and sucked. Slurp! The huge insect eggs were immediately sucked into his mouth, and the clone was immediately exposed in front of them. Slurp! Slurp! One after another, the 3,000 insect eggs were swallowed by the clones of Jiang Rulai. Then, one after another, they woke up. 3,000 Jiang Rulai. Greetings to the original body. The 3,000 clones said respectfully to Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai smiled in satisfaction. Then, the 3,000 clones suddenly bowed to Tathagata Ren. Greetings to the Lord. Tathagata Ren nodded in satisfaction. As he nodded, Tathagata Ren looked at Guhai and Tathagata Tian with a cold smile. Looking at the 3,000 Jiang Rulai clones, Mahavirakana's eyelids twitched involuntarily. 3,000? 3,000 Jiang Rulai. TSK. Mahavirakana gasped. Against 5, Mahavirakana could hide his strength. Against 64, Mahavirakana could still handle it with ease. But 3,000. 3,000 of them? This was not the divine Tao territory. They were all illusory clones. These were real clones. They were all at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. With this strength, if they appeared on the divine continent, most of the leaders of the factions would be scared to death. Other than the Wanshou Taoism, the Great Yellow Dynasty, and the Great Yen Celestial Empire, the other factions would definitely surrender when they saw this lineup. What was there to fight? These clones were all at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. What was there to fight? Wasn't this courting death? Mahavirakana's methods were outstanding. But when he saw this, he still gasped at Jiang Rulai's concealment. He turned his head and looked at Guhai. Guhai was also shocked when he saw the 3,000 Jiang Rulai. No wonder the Long Zhonghua said that the spiritual mountain Holy Land was only the tip of the iceberg. These 3,000 Jiang Rulai could basically sweep through both the realms of Yin and Yang. Where is the White Emperor? Guhai asked in a low voice. Rulai and Jiang Rulai narrowed their eyes. The two were prepared to watch Guhai make a fool of himself. But Gu Hai recovered after a moment of shock. He was not afraid. Impossible. Gu Hai, this time, Mahavairakana can't protect you. He just broke the great array of 18 Buddhas. But can he break the great array of 500 Buddhas? Rulai sneered. Not far away, Mahavairakana frowned. You're talking about the great array of 500 Buddhas? The great array of 500 Buddhas is perfect and has no flaws. It can't be broken without strength. It's good that you know. I wonder how many of the great array of 500 Buddhas you can handle. Rulai sneered. Mahavairakana's face was gloomy. He obviously knew how dangerous it was. Even he might not be able to handle it. Where is the White Emperor? Gu Hai shouted again. Jiang Rulai frowned and turned to look at Rulai. Rulai sneered. I thought it would be difficult to force you to submit with the White Emperor. Who would have thought it would be so easy? Ha ha ha, I didn't need to threaten you and you barged in yourself. Once you enter this place, you will definitely die. But since you're here, I'll show you. As he spoke, Rulai opened his mouth and inhaled. Whoosh! The golden fog area next to the roaring beast was immediately sucked into Rulai's mouth, revealing the scene inside. What he saw was a huge pool with a diameter of 10,000 miles. The pool was filled with golden liquid, and there was a grand and holy aura coming from it. There was even a faint chanting of sutras coming from it. Is that a sea of Buddhist chi? Mahavairakana was surprised. Buddhist chi? Gu Hai was surprised. That's right. As expected, Jiang Rulai and the others also want to create a whirling world, a pure Buddhist world. The birth of a Buddhist world requires billions of Buddhist chi. In the past, when the Nirvana collapsed, the Buddhist chi scattered all over the world. Shakyamuni Buddha walked all over the world, collected billions of Buddhist chi, recruited countless believers, and finally gathered the Buddhist chi of the whirling world. It's similar to this. Mahavairakana said in a deep voice. Oh. A sea of Buddhist chi. Gu Hai was surprised. But where did that beast roar come from? Boom! A huge tsunami suddenly appeared in the sea of Buddhist chi, and a monstrous beast roar came from inside. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and the entire void trembled. Slowly, a huge beast emerged from the bottom of the sea of Buddhist chi. 100,000 feet. This was the first time Gu Hai saw such a huge beast. Even Kong Xian's ancestral peacock was not that big. Whoosh! In the sea of Buddhist chi, there were 10 chains that shackled the beast. The beast seemed to be struggling violently. But it could not break free. This ferocious beast is an ant. Gu Hai said in shock. A golden ant that was 10,000 feet tall. The ant roared, and the void trembled. The 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai on the shore suddenly knelt down in front of the golden ant. The ant struggled but could not break free, but it slowly stretched its butt to the shore. Bam! Bam! 10 huge ant eggs suddenly spat out from its butt. The ant eggs landed on the shore. Wasn't the inside of them Jiang Rulai's replicas? Divine blood replication. So it was done through this giant ant. It replicated everything. Mahavairakana was surprised. You guessed it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this is the last time you see it. In the ancient witch tribe, there was a lineage that specialized in venomous insect techniques. Ha! This lineage was originally unremarkable and relied on the protection of other lineages. However, ever since they raised venomous insect kings, things changed. Generation after generation of venomous insect kings killed each other, resulting in a stronger venomous insect king. Snakes, scorpions, toads, centipedes, and spiders, the strongest 5 venomous insect kings in the past were all defeated by this divine blood venomous ant, in the end. This divine blood venomous ant ate them and became the king of venomous insects. It's so powerful that it can replicate its original form with just a drop of blood and be reborn. You used the sea of Buddhist qi to raise the divine blood venomous ant and controlled its intelligence for your use? Mahavirakana's face darkened. Mahavirakana smiled coldly. So what? How long can you live? Gu Hai, do you see it? There's a barrier platform above the divine blood venomous ant's head. The White Emperor is inside. Do you see it? The White Emperor. Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed. Chapter 1000. Divine Continent. Holy grounds of spiritual mountain, entrance of the Hall of Great Strength. Gao Xianji, Ao Sheng, and the 200,000 soldiers of the God-Demon army were guarding the 5 million disciples of Spiritual Mountain. Gao Xianji was interrogating the past Buddha in the Hall of Great Strength. Past Buddha, what's the use of hiding things now? Spiritual Mountain must have more spirit stones than this, right? Where are the spirit stones? Gao Xianji asked coldly. Now that the past Buddha's cultivation base was sealed and he was a prisoner, he cooperated. Other than the past Buddha himself, there were also some disciples of Spiritual Mountain who were in charge of guarding the spirit stones. The spirit stones were taken out separately. In the blink of an eye, 50 billion upper-grade spirit stones were taken out. He stored them in his storage bracelet and slowly filled up the entire flying ship. 1 flying ship, 2 flying ships. Other than the spirit stones, there were all sorts of treasures that were taken out by Gao Xianji one after another. Under the martial law of the 200,000-strong God-Demon army, the surrounding civilians stayed far away. At the same time, the Spiritual Mountain was shrouded in fog. Naturally, no one could see the countless spirit stones. The civilians could not see the God-Demon army in the fog. But there was one person who could see it. It was a restaurant in a corner of Spiritual Mountain City. Spirit Mountain City had long been in chaos, but this restaurant was rather quiet. There were servants guarding the restaurant, so no rioting citizens could get close. The guards were all expressionless and solemn. There was a window above the restaurant that had a great view. A man in white robes sat there, holding a glass of wine and sipping it gently. Occasionally, he would look at the peak of Spiritual Mountain. There was also a group of extremely respectful people standing in the restaurant. If Long Shenying were here, he would definitely recognize one of them. It was his missing son, Long Outyen. Long Outyen and the others stood there respectfully, looking at the man in white robes who was drinking alone. Dragon Shenying knew this man as well. He was the ancestor of the zombies who had given the Long brothers a drop of blood 800,000 years ago. The leader of the witch race, Jiang Chen. Allah, we have been watching for a long time. That spirit mountain has been completely destroyed. Long Outyen looked at the spirit mountain in the distance and said with a frown. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. That's right. They're plundering spirit stones and treasures. The Dahan Empire has given me quite a pleasant surprise. Oh. Surprise? Did Allah borrow Dahan's hand to destroy Spirited Mountain? Long Outyen asked doubtfully. Exterminating Spirit Mountain? Do I still need to borrow the hands of others? Jiang Rulai isn't worthy. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes. Long Outyen nodded. In today's world, there are 2 people whom I value very much. What a pity, what a pity. If they weren't so troubled by love, I might be able to bring them back from the dead. Jiang Chen sighed slightly. Allah, may I ask which 2 people in the world you value? Long Outyen asked curiously. One is Long Zhanghua. He is extremely talented and his cultivation is superb. He has great perseverance and great talent. He understands people and the world. He is a genius. In the past, when he felt that his cultivation was not enough, he abandoned his own cultivation and started from scratch. This kind of desire to win is hard to find in the world. Jiang Chen said. My grandpa Sheng. Long Outyen sighed and nodded. The other is old man Guanqi. Although I didn't participate in the battle 800,000 years ago, it was amazing. Although his personal strength was not enough, he was able to gather the power of the world and use it for his own use. The power he created was not much less than Long Zhangguo's. Jiang Qin said solemnly. You want to resurrect them? You want to take them as your subordinates? Long Outyen was shocked. Subordinates? With their personalities, it is impossible for them to be your subordinates. Jiang Qin shook his head and took a sip of wine. But, if you don't want to take them as your subordinates, why do you want to resurrect them? Long Outyen was shocked. There are some things that you don't understand. My ambition is not to rule the world. The more powerful people appear in the world, the happier I am. Jiang Qin said calmly. Yes. Long Outyen nodded. Jiang Qin looked at the fog above Spirited Mountain and smiled. It seems that the interrogation is almost over. Let's go. Jiang Qin threw down his wine cup. Yes. His subordinates answered. Jiang Qin did not fly. Instead, he walked step by step. His subordinates followed closely behind him. In the midst of the chaos in the city, this line of troops seemed especially out of place. Jiang Qin walked at the front while everyone followed behind him respectfully. They slowly walked to the stairs at the foot of Spirited Mountain. Many people looked at them strangely as they stepped on the stairs to Spirited Mountain. Step by step, they walked toward the Great Strength Hall at the top of Spirited Mountain. Stop! This place is under the control of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Leave now! A divine demon army shouted. Jiang Qin looked at the divine demon army and smiled. He ignored them and continued to walk up the mountain. Second level of hell, Jiang Rulai's Immortal Dome Mystic Realm. Rulai retracted the fog, revealing a vast sea of Buddhist aura. In the sea of Buddhist aura, huge divine blood poisonous ants were surging. 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were bowing to the divine blood poisonous ants. Roar! The divine blood poisonous ants roared at the sky, causing the void to tremble. Do you see it? There is a barrier platform above the divine blood poisonous ants' heads. The White Emperor is inside. Do you see it? Rulai sneered. The White Emperor. Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed. There was a platform above the divine blood poisonous ants' heads. The platform was like a swamp, and there were hundreds of people inside. Only their heads were above the surface. From afar, it looked like hundreds of human heads were floating above the divine blood poisonous ants. These heads all had horrified expressions on their faces. Some were already scared to death. One of them, whose eyes were listless, suddenly had his head sink into the swamp as well. There was no sign of life. No, no, Buddha, please let me go. I was wrong. I will never betray you again. Buddha, please spare me. My Emperor dynasty will be loyal to you in the future, we won't betray you. Please spare me. Ah, my soul hurts. Once the soul is poisoned, it is beyond redemption. Buddha, please spare me. The begging was endless. However, since Jiang Rulai had brought them here, he had no intention of letting them go. Among the heads, there was one that Gu Hai recognized. It was the White Emperor. The White Emperor's hair was disheveled and his face was pale. However, when he saw Gu Hai, he was still shocked. Gu Hai. How is that possible? The White Emperor was shocked. As he spoke, the White Emperor trembled slightly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Qin Xian, you won. This Gu Hai is really willing to give up his life for you. The White Emperor looked at Gu Hai with jealousy and bitterness in his eyes. He was jealous that Qin Xian had a lover who would sacrifice himself for her. However, he was also bitter. This Qin Xian's soul was himself. A self that he didn't want. In the past, The White Emperor's willpower suppressed the willpower of Chen Xian's soul. Everything was peaceful. However, recently, Chen Xian's willpower was getting stronger and stronger. It even had the tendency to suppress the White Emperor's willpower. This made the White Emperor worried and helpless. However, at this moment, Chen Xian's willpower suddenly became extremely strong. A strong emotion suddenly overwhelmed the White Emperor's willpower. She shouted in panic. "Husband, leave quickly. Don't worry about me, leave quickly." The White Emperor suddenly shouted. That shout made Gu Hai tremble. "Ha ha ha, husband. White Emperor, don't you want to kill Gu Hai the most? Why are you shouting husband?" Jiang Rulai sneered. Only Gu Hai knew that the shout just now was definitely from Chen Xian's soul. Gu Hai clenched his fists. "Gu Hai, White Emperor is right here. Do you want to come over?" Jiang Rulai mocked. Even Mahavairakana would have to flee if he saw 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai, let alone Gu Hai. Jiang Rulai had suffered a lot of resentment at Gu Hai's hands during this period of time. Now that he had exploded, he naturally had to ridicule him. "Okay, I'll come over. I want to see the White Emperor," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Oh." Jiang Rulai and Ren Rulai raised their eyebrows. This Gu Hai didn't know what was good for him. "Mahavairakana, I'll have to trouble you to wait here." Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. "You don't want me to go with you?" Mahavairakana asked in surprise. "Even I don't dare to barge into these 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai. You want to face them alone?" "Yes, I'll have to trouble you to wait here. This time, I'll have to do it myself," Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai was worried that with Mahavairakana accompanying him, Jiang Rulai would be nervous. If that happened, he would immediately destroy the White Emperor. Gu Hai wanted to make sure that before he caught the White Emperor, he couldn't let the White Emperor get hurt. Mahavairakana seemed to have guessed Gu Hai's thoughts and nodded. "You have to be careful." Gu Hai nodded. Stepping forward, Gu Hai flew in the direction of the Buddha's Sea of Qi. Whoosh! The faces of the 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai immediately darkened, as if they were about to attack and destroy this reckless Gu Hai. In the distance, Human Tathagata, Heaven Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai all revealed curious expressions. Was Gu Hai really willing to give up his life for the White Emperor? He didn't even want Mahavairakana to accompany him and barged in alone. If Gu Hai flew closer, he would be a dead man. The 3,000 copies were rather surprised. Meanwhile, Gu Hai passed through the 3,000 copies and slowly flew into the Buddha's Sea of Qi. He even slowly flew toward the divine blood poisonous ant. The divine blood poisonous ant had a soul-stirring aura. This aura made even Gu Hai's heart skip a beat when he approached it. Whoosh! Gu Hai's speed was very fast. He instantly arrived on that huge platform. The White Emperor was right in front of him. Gu Hai floated above the swamp and touched the White Emperor's face with one hand. You shouldn't have come." The White Emperor cried with red eyes. "I've finally found you," Gu Hai said with slightly red eyes. In the distance, Human Tathagata sneered. "Since you're here, don't leave. Become nourishment for the divine blood poisonous ant's poison gland." Human Tathagata waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, 100 copies of Jiang Rulai rushed toward Gu Hai. Buddha's palm. 100 copies attacked at the same time. 100. In the distance, Mahavairakana's expression changed. "Mr. Good, be careful." Even Mahavairakana had to be on guard against 100 Buddha's palms. With such a huge force, Gu Hai's cultivation would not be able to withstand it no matter how heaven-defying he was. Jiang Rulai sneered, but there was still some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Killing Gu Hai so easily was too easy for him. "Be careful." The White Emperor looked terrified. Gu-hai stroked the White Emperor's face with his right hand. Without turning his head, he extended his left hand and waved his sleeve. Whoosh! It was as if a strong wind had swept up. The 100 copies of Jiang Rulai suddenly disappeared into thin air, as if they had been swept into Gu-hai's sleeve. Disappeared into thin air just like that. The 100 Tathagata divine palms that were struck out also suddenly disappeared. What? Everyone's expression changed. In the 18 levels of hell, Gu-hai had never fought with the copies of Jiang Rulai. He thought that Gu-hai would not be able to defeat the copies of Jiang Rulai. But what was in front of him? With a wave of his hand, 100 copies of Jiang Rulai disappeared. How was this possible? Chapter 1001. With his face behind his back, Gu-hai waved his sleeve. The 100 Buddha's palms and the 100 Jiang Rulai clones instantly disappeared. What? Everyone's expression changed as they revealed looks of disbelief. They had thought that Gu-hai had sought Mahavairakana's help because he wasn't strong enough. However, even Mahavairakana wouldn't dare to underestimate the 100 Jiang Rulai clones. Gu-hai hadn't even turned his head, and they had all been wiped out with a flip of his hand. Mahavairakana's jaw dropped slightly. He instantly understood why Gu-hai had the confidence to say that he was 10% confident. Impossible. Human Rulai's expression darkened. Is it the ancient celestial dome? Impossible. How can the ancient celestial dome trap 100 heavenly palaces in the 9th level? Jiang Rulai was also shocked. After dealing with the 100 Jiang Rulai clones, Gu-hai immediately wanted to pull the White Emperor out of the swamp on top of the sacred blood ant's head. Ah, no, the White Emperor suddenly cried out in pain. What's going on? Gu-hai didn't dare to continue. Poison lines. There are poison lines from the sacred blood ant in this swamp. They've already pierced my skin, my soul, and even the soul in my head. If you pull me out by force, my soul will be cut into pieces like a knife. Ah, it hurts, the White Emperor cried out in pain. Gu-hai's expression changed. Poison lines? Pierced the soul. If that was the case, Gu-hai wouldn't dare to pull the White Emperor out by force. Turning his head, Gu-hai looked at Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai, release the White Emperor. You and I can talk in silence. Ha, talk in silence. Do you think I'll still talk to you now? The White Emperor didn't know what was good for him and let Gu Tang's soul go. Then, she would take Gu Tang's place and suffer here. Humph, do you think you can run away? You can use the immortal firmament of the ancients to trap those 100 replicas. I don't believe that your immortal firmament can trap more. All clones, listen up. Capture Gu-hai immediately and kill him without mercy. Jiang Rulai ordered. Yes. Jiang Rulai, who numbered close to 3,000, shouted. Not good. Mahavairakana's expression changed. Who? Stepping forward, Mahavairakana rushed out. Mahavairakana quickly understood what was going on. It should be the celestial dome of the ancients. Although he did not understand why the celestial dome of the ancients had become so powerful, it could only trap 100 of them. It could not trap 3,000 of them. With so many clones, their strength was so strong that they could even break apart the immortal dome from the inside. Even he couldn't handle 3,000 copies of Jiang Rulai, let alone Gu-hai. If the immortal dome was broken, he would definitely die. Mahavairakana instantly rushed toward Gu-hai. Mahavairakana. I told you not to be impulsive, and you're still not satisfied. Humph. Ren-Tathagata snorted. Who? In an instant, Ren-Tathagata's figure flashed and disappeared from the peak of the mountain. The next moment, he appeared in front of Mahavairakana and struck a palm toward him. This was not the Buddha's palm, but the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Once the Buddhist kingdom in a palm appeared, it immediately produced a monstrous suction force, as if a world was forcibly grabbing Mahavairocana. Mahavairocana's expression changed. Get lost. As he spoke, Mahavairocana stretched out his hand, and a Buddhist kingdom in a palm appeared. The two Buddhist kingdoms in a palm met in the void. Boom! The huge movement shook the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm. In the middle of their palms, it was as if two worlds were stirring and colliding with each other. Both of them had ferocious expressions as they attacked each other. However, at this moment, their strength was actually equal. What a Mahavairocana, to have such strength! Rentathagata said with a gloomy expression. Obviously, Mahavairocana's strength had exceeded Rentathagata's expectations, and Mahavairocana was extremely anxious at this moment because he could not do anything to Rentathagata. This put Gu-hai in danger in the distance. This group was all replicas of the 9th level of Heavenly Palace, and their speed could be reached in an instant. He was in a stalemate with Rentathagata, and they were all in front of Gu-hai. It was the same Buddha's palm. There were more than 3,000 of them, and when they slammed down, the center was like a blazing sun that pierced the whole world. This palm was something that even the great perfection of Heavenly Palace could not block. Gu-hai, it's over. Jiang Rulai, who was not far away, sneered. Mr. Good. Mahavairocana was anxious. This was because at this moment, Mahavairocana could not save him, and everyone thought that Gu-hai was dead meat. However, they saw Gu-hai's eyes narrow, and the sleeve that he had just swung was swung again. Whoosh! A strange gust of wind blew past in an instant. Hum! Nearly 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were all gone in an instant. The 3,000 Buddha's palms also suddenly disappeared. Gone. All gone. That's impossible. Jiang Rulai exclaimed. Rentathagata and Mahavairocana both widened their eyes, revealing a trace of disbelief. Even Tian Tathagata's pupils suddenly shrank, and he revealed a look of surprise. The ancient celestial dome was just a small celestial dome. How could it withstand the impact of 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai? This was impossible. Even the celestial dome of the vast freedom heavenly demon could not do it. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Good, Shakyamuni Buddha was right, you do have the sign of the mandate of heaven. Mahavairocana laughed. I don't believe it. Jiang Rulai stepped forward and instantly arrived at Gu-hai's place. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Gu-hai. That palm grabbed at Gu-hai, and the void in front of Gu-hai seemed to be crushed. It was about to grab Gu-hai. The huge void distorted, making White Emperor feel uncomfortable. The other imprisoned heads next to him even cried out in pain. Gu-hai's face darkened, and he instantly blocked in front of White Emperor. Humph! A cold snort. He flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past, and Jiang Rulai disappeared. What? Tian Tathagata and Rentathagata were both surprised. That was Jiang Rulai, not a replica. How could he disappear? For the first time, everyone looked at Gu-hai with strange eyes. That was the great perfection of Heavenly Palace. Jiang Rulai disappeared in an instant. Just like before, he was dragged into the ancient celestial dome. As soon as he entered the ancient celestial dome, Jiang Rulai appeared above a starry sky. The ancient celestial dome now had the go-down nomological laws, and Gu-hai's mastery of the go-down nomological laws was the best in the world. At this moment, he mobilized the go-down nomological laws and immediately formed a super Go matrix. When the 35 worlds array appeared, it immediately formed a vast starry sky. The starry sky was vast, and more than 3,000 replicas of Jiang Rulai were trapped. As soon as Jiang Rulai entered the starry sky, he saw his replicas in the distance. They were there. What are you doing? Gather here quickly. Jiang Rulai shouted. We. Yes. All the replicas answered bitterly. Whoosh! The replicas gathered towards Jiang Rulai. However, as they flew, they strangely deviated from their original positions. Not only did they not fly in front of Jiang Rulai, but they also moved further and further away from Jiang Rulai. Surging stars danced in the surroundings. The group of Jiang Rulai replicas seemed to have lost their way. They moved further and further away, gradually vanishing from the starry sky. Gone. Aside from Jiang Rulai's startling eyesight, which allowed him to see, the other replicas were all lost in the starry sky. Lost? A Go Dao ritual array. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. The lost replicas were all horrified. Initially, they could still see others. However, they were the only ones left in the starry sky. Alone? No, one of the replicas exclaimed in shock and anger. Boom! That replica flipped his hand and struck the void. A medium-sized black hole immediately appeared in the void. However, with the Go Dao nomological laws, this void recovered very quickly, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. The group of replicas did their best to strike the void. However, they could not keep up with the speed of the ritual array's restoration. In the distance, Jiang Rulai felt depressed. Your forces are too scattered. If you could gather them in one place, even if this is the ancient celestial dome, you would be able to shatter it in an instant. Jiang Rulai anxiously flew towards one of the replicas. However, the more he flew, the further he went. With the Go Dao ritual array, Jiang Rulai could not get close to the replicas at all. A Go Dao ritual array. I understand now. If it were just the ancient celestial dome, trapping 10 replicas would be the limit. After all, the ancient celestial dome could not possibly endure the joint attacks of 10 replicas. However, the Go Dao ritual array is too powerful. It separated all the replicas, preventing them from working together. Without a joint attack, they could not break the ancient celestial dome. One replica and 3,000 replicas are actually the same. Bastard! Jiang Rulai felt depressed. Just as Jiang Rulai felt depressed, the entire Go Dao ritual array suddenly gathered a strong energy, turning into an astral saber that chopped down on Jiang Rulai. Xing! The astral saber was ferocious, containing the might of the Go Dao nomological laws and boundlessly vast. Humph! Even if you have a Go Dao ritual array, I am a consummation heavenly palace great perfection Gautama divine palm. Jiang Rulai shouted. Boom! The Gautama divine palm clashed with the astral saber, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This energy was too strong, so strong that it blasted open a massive black hole in space. This black hole caused the entire ancient celestial dome to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Outside, Gu Hai's face sank. He knew that this stalemate could not continue. Otherwise, even his ancient celestial dome would be destroyed. Whoosh! With a swing, Jiang Rulai was flung out. He's out. Rulai Ren, Mahavirakana, and Rulai Tian were slightly stunned. Fortunately, the ancient celestial dome was not so horrifying that it could deal with a consummation heavenly palace great perfection. Jiang Rulai was trapped for only a moment, and he came out. After coming out, Jiang Rulai looked at Gu Hai, and his expression changed. That astral saber earlier was too strong, causing Jiang Rulai's original injuries to worsen. Gu Hai! Jiang Rulai said with a hateful expression. The Immortal Dome couldn't trap Jiang Rulai, but Jiang Rulai was still very wary of it. On the other side, Gu Hai could not do anything to Jiang Rulai for the time being, but he did not have time to care about this. Perhaps the movement of the 3,000 clones was too loud and scared the sacred blood poisonous ant, which let out a roar. Roar! He raised his head and roared, causing the entire immortal dome of the mystic realm to shake violently. Then, the swamp area on the head platform wriggled, and as it wriggled, the heads were instantly sucked into the swamp. Don't! Ah! One by one, Heads were sucked into the swamp. Clearly, they were dead. The trapped White Emperor was also shocked. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed White Emperor's head. "Hurry up and leave, don't worry about me," White Emperor screamed. The White Emperor was going to be swallowed by the sacred blood poisonous ant. Gu Hai's expression changed. How could he let this happen? In that case, enter the immortal dome of the ancient celestial dome, then. Gu Hai shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! A strong wind blew. Gu Hai wanted to put the entire sea of Buddha aura and the sacred blood poisonous ant into the immortal dome of the ancient celestial dome. You dare! Jiang Rulai, Rulai Ren, and Rulai Tian roared at the same time. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.